and the Amsterdam up at Saratoga.
Nitrous Channel, who he beat, as you mentioned, was a heavy favorite. He seemed to really have regressed off of that big debut effort, but I still think a nice horse. So looking forward to seeing what Provocateur has to offer later today in the Gold Fever. But here's a look at what else is coming up. Today's races presented by Claiborne Farm. As Andy mentioned, you see the track conditions here in Elmont, New York, muddy and good at Belmont Park. We have races 1 through 9 for you, including that Gold Fever, which goes as the 8th. Races 1 through 9 at Churchill Downs. We're fast and firm in Louisville, Kentucky. You can join NYRA today and play all of the action on our program and more while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up using promo code MATCH200. You can get that $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, and join now at NYRABets.com to get your $200 deposit match. Yesterday, we had those 5 graded stakes at beautiful Belmont Park in the first grade 1 of the season. It did not disappoint as far as excitement goes. Highland Chief, an exciting day for jockey Trevor McCarthy as he earns his first grade 1 victory in the historic Man o' War. More on that after this on America's Day at the Races.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. On the board in 12 of 14 starts from ages 2 to 4, his career included a 6-race winning streak. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
And the field is in the stretch now. And here comes... And the field is in the stretch now. And here comes Highland Chief now to take the lead with Easter rallying down at the rail. And Gufo coming on the outside with Yabir. There's a 16th to the finish. It is Highland Chief and Gufo and Yabir on the outside. It's going to be an upset in the Grade 1 Man o' War. Highland Chief wins it.
18-1 upset for Highland Chief, giving jockey Trevor McCarthy his first Grade 1 win. The ride, the tactics employed here, Andy, paid off, and putting Trevor into the spotlight in this Grade 1 race, showing off what we've been seeing from him for the past year or so.
I agree. I mean, not just this winter, but in previous winters. And listen, this is a very, very hard colony to crack into in a substantive way, and it's very hard to get the kind of mounts that these great riders are going to get. But Trevor is an extremely talented rider, and his relationship with Graham Motion, which goes back a long, long time, really paid off here for both of them, because nobody could have ridden this horse better than Trevor did.
Former leading rider at Pimlico and Laurel Park. He cut his teeth in the Mid-Atlantic. You mentioned that relationship with Graham Motion started there. Graham saying that he's known Trevor since he was 16. And Trevor McCarthy getting that first Grade 1 victory for Graham, with a horse making his second start in the U.S. 5-year-old horse by Glen Eagles, who had faced some very good company over in Europe before coming here stateside.
Right. I know that his recent form didn't look so good, but it hadn't been that long ago. He had run well against Pile Driver, a very good horse over there. And I think he was way too big a price, something I said in the show. And I didn't pick him. I picked him third. I'm not. But the idea of the other Graham Motion horse, who appeared to be a horse that wanted less distance, was 13 or 14 to 1. And this horse was 18 or 19 to 1. That didn't make any sense. This horse should have been the shorter one. He probably should have been around 10 to 1. He shouldn't have been 20 to 1.
Meanwhile, we get ready for the opener at Churchill Downs. We're going 6 furlongs on the main track, meeting the field, starting with the number 1, Moon Over Tuscany. Here's the 2, Cairo Driver.
I'm going to bet on Moon Over Tuscany anywhere near that 6 to 1. Cairo Driver feels like one of the 2 speeds in this race, and I think is the faster of the 2, yet is a much, much bigger price.
Here's the 3, Eclipsed.
Yeah, Eclipse is an interesting horse off the claim because does have the prior dirt figure 3 back is good enough to win this race, and I don't think should be ignored.
Here's a New York bred, Kiss Me Smile.
This horse is an absolutely ridiculous 4 to 5 shot in this race. Beat a terrible field last time with an extremely low buyer figure, and I don't even know if this horse should be favored, much less odds on.
4 to 5 right now. Here's the 5, Jay Zertz.
Yeah, gets back to the dirt where he won his debut at Penn National with a paltry 32 buyer. We'll see. Here's a stat. Nacho Correas, his trainer, 1 for 30 since the dirt.
Wrapping up the field with the 6, TK's Joker.
Feels like a rank outsider on paper and a rank outsider on the board.
That's the field for the opener at Churchill Downs, as we have our eyes and ears on the ground. With us now, Paul LaDuca. Paulie, I know you were having a great time with Downs After Dark last night. What's going on today at Churchill Downs?
Well, last night we did get, Casey, as you know, we got a little bit of rainstorms earlier in the night, and then it's sort of clearing out. Today, it's absolutely gorgeous, about 85 degrees, so it is a little bit hot out. You see some of your horses getting a little worked up, or you've seen a bit of lather. It's just a hot day. And that's the other question that we're going to have to answer. After getting a little rain, it's been a very, very hot week in general, and speed has been very, very good. I actually agree with Andy in this race. The 4 should not be right now currently at 4 to 5. The 1 in here got an aggressive warm-up. The 2 as well got an aggressive warm-up. The 1 comes out of better races. I even think the 3 comes out of way better races. Eclipse for Bull Hancock, a.k.a. John Hancock. This is a horse, if you go 3 back in that maiden 50 at Fairgrounds for Keith DeSormo, that's a winning race that wins this race. I even think the horse Jay Zertz, I know Andy had that stat for Nacho Correas, but this horse also has an outside look. I thought this race was wide open. If you made me go to the window and place a wager, I'd probably bet the 3 at 9 to 2, but there's no way I'm playing the 4 at 4 to 5 here, guys.
All right, Paul, thank you. Very short price on your current favorite, Kiss Me Smile. Andy, a 39 buyer speed figure, but a win by 7 1/4 lengths. Do you think it's that margin that's the reason for all the money?
I think it's Tyler Gaffalione, Mike Maker. The fact the horse has speed, gets Lasix for the first time, and is a lightly raced horse he can improve. I'm not saying that she can't win here, but it makes absolutely no sense to me that she's 4 to 5 in this race, and it feels like they're overbetting a rider.
Mike Maker, the trainer here for 3 Diamonds. Mike, we saw him last week in the spotlight for a Grade 1 victory in the American Turf. Taking a look back at what happened there, those 3 Diamond colors as well, Andy, and Mike Maker and Stolen Base getting the big win in the American Turf.
Stolen Base has been trying the synthetic races at Turfway Park and running into Tiz the Bomb. And you know what? I think Tiz the Bomb's connection, probably when they settled down to bed that night, they thought maybe we should have been in that $500,000 race and not the $3 million race on the wrong surface.
A big performance from that one, who finished up pretty well. Stolen Base getting the big win there in the Grade 1 American Turf for trainer Mike Maker. Those 3 Diamonds colors, your mini golf partner, Kirk Wyckoff.
That's right, absolutely. When a man shows up to a mini golf game with his own club, you know he's a ringer.
terrific guy.
Yeah,
So very, very sharp claiming horses or buying older horses.
And he helped us raise. He helped us raise, along with Louis Lazzanero, a lot of money for charity for some good causes, and we appreciate everything those guys do. And Kirk's an all-around great guy. I'm always rooting for his horse, but to be on here and betting against him, I bet the one to win in box 1-3. I'm never going to be happy if Kirk wins, even though if he beats me in nose, I'll be upset for a few minutes.
Well, let's go back to the number 1, Moon Over Tuscany, who you did have some interest in. This one cuts back in distance first off the claim and does seem to be stronger going shorter.
I agree. And listen, obviously he's got to be resurrected. But I like the fact that even though he ran terribly last time, he was claimed for $15,000 and he comes back for $20,000. And I like the cutback. This is where he belongs. And if you look at the races 3 and 4 back, those figures of 65 and 58 would make him very tough to beat in here. And he's 6-1 in a small field. So I just think there's a lot of value. And I really think the Kiss Me Smile is just dramatically overbet. They must see Aqueduct and an open length win, like you say. But I think that people who are betting this horse should go take a very substantive look at Phenomenal Woman and Lost Anchors PPs, the horse that finished 2nd and 3rd, as well as the PPs, the horse that finished ahead of her 2 races back.
The number 3, Eclipsed, taking some attention as well. Disappointing effort last time out. Did break her maiden sprinting on the dirt at the fairgrounds back in January.
Yeah, and I mean, ran a 55 buyer that day, a figure that is comparable to the ones we were talking about, or the one that would make her tough. Now, obviously, she ran poorly last time. Her trainer, John Hancock, I looked up his stats. Off the claim, he's 1 for 10 over the last 5 years, 1 for 9 with dirt horses. He won in 2019 at Churchill Downs with a big priced horse, so he's got a positive ROI. But he's not a guy who claims that many horses. You really think of him more as somebody who runs a lot of 2-year-olds.
That's true.
So it's sort of interesting to see him with this claim, and I don't see why this horse can't bounce back from that race. You don't like a horse off a bad performance, but he's a big price. There's a lot of, if we're right about the 4, there's value on the board.
Sure.
If we're wrong, there's none.
The number 2, Cairo Driver, has some speed. Comes in from a non-winners of 2 race in Indiana. Prior to that, the win was on the synthetic. I think the question with this filly is, how does she stack up against these?
I agree. I don't really like her as a racehorse, but she's supposed to put pressure on the 4, Kiss Me Smile. Whether or not that happens in the racetrack remains to be seen. Are they waving at you or me, Acacia?
I
think
don't
you.
know.
I think you.
Probably you.
No, I think
No?
you. Yeah. It's you.
Well, they looked like they were very happy and having
They
a good time.
did look like they were happy.
So
I agree.
That's always a nice thing. Paul
They were
mentioned-
actually thanking you for being here until 11:30 last night.
We got the good weather report from Paul as well.
Who does he think he is? Gary Stevens coming on with those weather reports in the beginning? Talk to Paul about that.
Well, if you see any horses getting a little bit hot out there on track, it's a warm day in Louisville, Kentucky, and it looks
warm
like it's
summer in
absolutely
Louisville, Kentucky.
gorgeous. Yeah, absolutely. I know our director, Mitchell Levite, is looking for some flags to show if there could potentially be any breeze.
He's also
going
looking
on
for one
there.
person there that could befriend him. So far, we haven't seen any.
There weren't any in that shot, so he's out of luck.
There never are.
The opener at Churchill Downs coming up here. We're sprinting on the main track for the 3-year-old fillies. Even money still on the number 4, Kiss Me Smile. If you are suspicious of this filly by Daredevil, as Andy and Paul are, you'll find some value on the rest of the runners on the board. They start to load in for the opener at Churchill Downs. Fast main track we're dealing with here. We go to the voice of Churchill, Travis Stone, standing by with the call.
Waiting for Kiss Me Smile and TK's Joker. They're in the gate. And they're off. Cairo Driver breaks alertly. Kiss Me Smile quickly comes on to take over. And Moon Over Tuscany for that inside post races up to challenge 2. Down the backstretch, Kiss Me Smile's in front. And here's Jay Zertz now. Jay Zertz comes on to grab second. Moon Over Tuscany settles in toward the rail. Cairo Driver is right there in the thick of it, racing up into third. TK's Joker on the far outside is away second to last early, and Eclipsed is the trailer. 4 furlongs from the wire. Kiss Me Smile builds a 2.5 length lead. And that opening quarter was snappy, 22 seconds flat. They round the far turn. Kiss Me Smile in control with 3 furlongs remaining. Jay Zertz is 3 wide. Cairo Driver, Moon Over Tuscany, all chasing Kiss Me Smile. TK's Joker angles outside. Eclipsed is still at the back at the quarter pole. Kiss Me Smile rolls off the turn. Still in front by 2. Moon Over Tuscany asked to go now. So too Jay Zerts. The rest are struggling. There's 1 furlong to go. Kiss Me Smile has opened up. Now it's 4. Now it's 5. Kiss Me Smile broke on top and never looked back. No anxious moments whatsoever. Kiss Me Smile rambles home in the opener. 4 lengths in the end. Jay Zerts, Moon Over Tuscany, and Eclipsed.
The favorite, a winner, Kiss Me Smile, but Andy, she was able to have things her own way on the front end.
She was, and she obviously made Even Money look like an overlay, not the underlay that both Paul and I thought it was. But, you know, she was helped when the rider of the 2, I don't know what his game plan was, but he broke on top, had every right to be controlling in here, and he couldn't take back the speed fast enough. That horse wasn't going to win, but was not going to have any possible chance given the way the horse was ridden. And once this horse clears, and Travis can say whatever he wants, 22 is slow for a first quarter at Churchill Downs for 6 furlongs, and Travis knows that. He's just the announcer, and that's his job. But it's probably like 22 and 3 or 22 and 4 here. And from what I've seen at Churchill in the last few days, it's back to being a speed track and very hard to close. An easy winner.
Kiss Me Smile takes them every step of the way. Meanwhile, at Belmont Park, there's a look at Nabokov stretching out in distance for his second start for trainer Chad Brown. He's a short price on the board right now at 7-5. We'll talk more about the opener from Big Sandy after this.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Beyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
New for Belmont Spring, the $3 triple play pick 3. Choose the winners of the last 3 races at Belmont Park every Sunday to win big. Plus, play on Naira Bets for a free $10 triple play bet. Go to naira.com/triple play for details.
800 going 70, 50, 75, 850, 75, 175, 175, 150, 175. Ralph, 850,000. Thank you.
Volatile in front by 2. Whitmore is down at the rail. Forense Fire and Mind Control. It's Volatile in front as they pass the 16th pole. Volatile victorious in the Vanderbilt. 1 by 2 lengths.
850,000. Thank you.
Monmouth Park summer season rolls on with live racing action every weekend in May. Win early and often with our Win Early Pick 5. First race 12:15. Home to full competitive fields and big paydays, Monmouth Park continues to prove itself as a place to profit. New for 2022, on-site customers can lock in odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. We get ready for the opener at Belmont Park, 1 1/16 on the main track, and this competitive maiden special weight for the 3-year-olds and upward. Chad Brown represented by the inside 2, Andy, both when start under their belt and both stretching out for the first time today.
Yeah, Nabokov down the inside. He's the speed, and he'll try to wire the field. We'll see. He got kind of a weird ride in his last race, being there, dropping back. Irad can't give up the lead in this race. He's got to go and continue to go forward. We'll see if he stretches out. I think Digitize ran the better race, though, of the 2.
And as we take a look at this first race from Nabokov in his debut, you can see that he's still green. He was lugging in. He was, I think, giving Irad Ortiz a tough time in him being able to keep him on a straight course. And then once he was able to straighten him out, he kind of came back a little bit there. But that speed going to be the key for him, the full brother to Grade 2 winner, multiple Grade 1 placed, Mopatism. So pedigree there for him to stretch out as well. Digitize, meanwhile, 2-1 over the 8-5.
I liked Mopatism.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mopatism was a cool horse. It was a Redham horse, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Here's the post parade. We will start things off with that 8-5 favorite, Nabokov.
Yeah, I prefer the other Chad Brown, but this one is the speed and is obviously very dangerous here.
We'll see if he can keep a straight path today. Here's the other one for Chad Brown, Digitize.
Digitize was against the racetrack first time out, making a wide move against a track that was very much biased towards the inside, and the winner wired the field. I like him going forward.
Cutting back from a mile and an eighth. Here's Predicted.
I like Predicted as well and think he could be the value play with the two Chad Brown runners taking a lot of money. I do wonder, though, if he might benefit from a little less distance, even though he's a Tappet.
First-time starter, Cloud Forest.
Doesn't it feel like this horse is prepping for the turf, given that pedigree?
Absolutely. We'll see what we get from that one for Bill Mott. Oftentimes you do see Bill start first-time starters on the main track and then go to the grass. Here's the 6 Braille.
He improved in his second start, as a lot of Shug McGaughey horses do, but that was on synthetic. Can he bring that improvement to the dirt, a surface he ran on first time and did not run well in a very slow race?
Out of the very talented Texting, who was very good on the turf as well. Grade 3 winner. You can follow along and get all of the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. We want you to know what's going on and be able to follow along with everything. Go to NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free past performances on all of the races for today's show. 3-2 on the inside runner as we welcome in Richard Migliori here with us at Belmont Park. Richie, what are you noticing from these maidens on track?
Hey, just a really good-looking group in general, Acacia. Starting with the one, Nabokov. He's a little bit of a lighter framed horse, a little bit, leaner, if you will, as opposed to his uncoupled stablemate, the two Digitize, who is definitely a thicker framed kind of individual, but he is a son of McLean's Music. McLean's Music only had that one start where he was brilliant and, showed so much speed. I think Digitize, really, to me, out of the two, I preferred just a little bit. Out of the Chad Brown trainees, the 4-horse Predicted. He looks good. And I was talking with his conditioner, Anthony Dutrow. Last time he hung on his left lead, and I thought that kind of made him flatten out a little bit. And I was talking to Tony about it, and he said that they've been working with that in the mornings. He's been doing it right on time. He expects him to switch leads today. And ultimately, he's going to be my top selection because if, in fact, he does switch leads, I think it'll help him finish the deal, which he was not able to do last time. I gotta tell you, maybe the best-looking horse in the race is the 5 Cloud Forest, son of Quality Road, Hall of Famer Bill Mott for Pam and Marty Wygod. Man, this is just an absolutely stunning individual. He's big, he's strong, he's very well conformed. I really like what I'm seeing from him. He handles himself like a professional. It's a tall order to go a mile and a 16th first time out. We've seen Bill Mott be successful with that in the past. But that being said, I do think he'll be better with a race. I was leaning towards picking him, but I'm going to go with the 4 Predicted.
All right, Richie, thank you. We're looking at that first-time starter, Cloud Forest. You touched on the pedigree in the post-parade, Andy. The second dam actually was a very, very talented runner for the Wygods, too. Multiple graded stakes winner, Tranquility Lake, all turf, though.
She won over $1 million in the turf, and Tranquility Lake was a terrific horse. And you wonder with this horse who had been training out of San Luis Rey not that long ago in California, the Wygods who are based in California, but will ship runners here and have used Bill, over the years. But you wonder if it's more opportunities to run, but especially more opportunities in the grass for a horse, as we have so much grass racing here. So, maybe Bill thinks the horse is good, and he says, you know what, let me find out if he can run a little in the dirt before going to the grass, or maybe he feels like the horse needs to start. I mean, it's not a negative, but it is a horse that just, first of all, he's in a tough field. Yes. But second of all, maybe it's a positive. Maybe he thinks the horse is really good, and he wants to just, check off dirt before going to the surface that he's more bred for. But he's got a pedigree that says he's supposed to be a turf horse, so we'll see. I'll be interested to see what he does here, but then in his next start.
Looking at the number 2, Digitize, the quote-unquote other Chad Brown, as this one also showed a little greenness in his debut, but actually ran quite well, as you mentioned, being up against it.
I thought this was an excellent performance by him first time out. The winner was a Chad Brown horse that had started about a year before that wired on the inside, on the good inside, and he made a big wide middle move. And he got a little tired at the end. I guess didn't change leads, but at the end of the day, first-time starter against the racetrack. Thought it was a good performance by him. And Maggie made an interesting point this morning when we were talking about the races that the winner had been entered a few weeks earlier and was scratched with a mishap before the race. But as she said, maybe that horse was a little bit more ready to run, having been entered a few weeks earlier. Though Digitize, I thought, ran very, very well in there. A faster race. I think the public is going towards the speed on Nabokov. I get that, and I'm not discounting it, but I prefer Digitize to these two. And I'll tell you something. I think that the value could be predicted because this horse has run very well in his races. He was off the rail against the track a little bit last time out, and maybe, even though it's still distance, maybe 2 turns to 1 turn could work in his favor.
He's one that maybe has a little bit of dirtied up form, so to speak. Digitize, meanwhile, hanging on that left lead. You'd imagine some improvement today, and he does get jockey Flavien Prat, who we saw with some nice wins again yesterday. Richie, what have you seen from Flavien since he has shifted his tack here to New York?
Well, Flavien Prat is the goods. I mean, he just is as tactically sound a rider as you're ever going to see. He's a strong finisher. He's got good hands. He's the package. He, again, you know, we've got a bunch of really good riders in this colony. It's a very deep colony, but he has, to me, added a whole nother dimension. And, you know, it's good for trainers and owners to have such a wide variety of top riders to choose from. And for people wagering on the races, too, he's just going to add a whole nother level of competency to this room. And just like all other riders that are in demand, Flavien will be on a plane later this afternoon, or this evening, I should say, to fly to California to work Flightline tomorrow morning at Santa Anita. Flightline, the word was pointing towards the Met Mile, so Flavien just flying out to work a horse. I talked to him in the paddock about it, and he said, you know, he's absolutely a freak, just one of those horses that has that freakish ability, and he's looking forward to getting out there and working him. I also talked to him a little bit about Roger from yesterday. Really impressed with her turn of foot, and he told me that it means blushing in French. So I'm learning something new every day here, Acacia.
I love it. Richie, thank you. Flavien Prat has big mounts all over the country, coming here to New York, riding a lot for Chad Brown, and an impressive win on Roger yesterday.
And 3 wins to close out the card yesterday. Listen, this is a great riding colony. He makes it even greater. And I like his aggressive riding style, but he's a terrific rider, and he may end up, you know, being a leading rider here. He might end up winning that Eclipse, one of the main reasons he talked about why he came here. You got to be here. You got to be in New York if you're going to have a real chance to win the Eclipse. We'll see. The track has been upgraded to good, by the way, as we talked about earlier.
A finalist for the Eclipse Award last year, the category won by Joel Rosario, also who has his tack in New York. Richie going with the 4 predicted. Andy going with Flavien Prat's mount Digitize in this race here. The number 6, Braille. You mentioned some improvement that we saw from this colt last time out for trainer Shug McGahee. This is one, though, that was on the Tapeta. There is a little bit of turf pedigree. I thought in that race that he actually ran better because of the Tapeta, and maybe that was the surface that could suit him a little bit more.
I agree. It's interesting that Shug is going back to the dirt. He must feel he wants to give another chance in the dirt, and I imagine if he doesn't run particularly well here, that we'll see him go to the turf next time out. But, you know, I think if you're a trainer and your connections, you want to, in general, exhaust your dirt opportunities before you make that move. And that's, in a lot of ways, the way the game has changed, in a lot of ways, the most in the last 25, 30 years. Back in the 90s and before, if somebody ran a horse first time out on the turf, it meant the horse could not run a step in the dirt. They had tried in the mornings. So when those horses, they ran a couple of times on the turf, then they were off the turf, they ran a dirt race. They were just frauds, and they never won. Different now because there's so many opportunities in the turf. We're running, you know, more than half of our races on the turf during turf season. Aqueduct here, Saratoga. So people are trying turf. Sometimes at Saratoga, 2-year-olds, they want to get more distance. They give it a try on the turf. That changed precipitously. We'll see horses run a couple times in the turf, and then they'll go to the dirt, and they'll run well in the dirt.
I think the influence of the European bloodlines into the U.S. as well. You mentioned the opportunities, and I love turf racing. I think it's fun to handicap, fun to bet as well, and I think you've seen in general that change. Obviously, in Europe, the big races are on turf for the most part.
No, I agree. I think there's a lot of that going on. There's more lucrative races on the turf. We've got that incredibly lucrative Turf Triple Series for the Phillies and the Colts. So there are so many opportunities in stake racing, important races and stuff. It's not the way it was a long, long time ago. I mean, you think back to when I was a kid and they opened the infield on Travers Day. Well, in doing that, we had to put a ramp over the turf courses. We didn't run turf court races those days. Imagine a Travers on a beautiful day at Saratoga now without turf racing.
I
run a
can't
4-race
imagine
card.
it. I can't imagine it.
Right.
We're on the main track here for the opener, though. This maiden special weight. Chad Brown with the inside 2 at short prices. Graduation day for one of these boys coming up in the opener. We send it up to the voice of New York Racing, John Imbriel, standing by with the call.
Waiting for Cloud Forest and Braille. There in the gate. And they're off. That's Cloud Forest, and there goes Nabokov. Nabokov to take the lead. Cloud Forest runs in second. Braille is next in third. Digitize steadied shortly after the start. It is down at the rail and now up to fourth. In between horses there is the gray, Predicted. Just 2.5 lengths separating the field of 5, with Nabokov leading here by a head. Cloud Forest on the outside in second, the quarter over the good going in 23 and 2. Nabokov is the leader with Cloud Forest on the outside. Digitize is down at the rail. Predicted, and on the outside is Braille. It's still a tight pack with Nabokov holding on to the lead, and now the lead is 3/4 of a length. Cloud Forest, the first-time starter on the outside in second. Down at the rail is Digitize. As the field goes around the far turn, it is Nabokov on top after a half in 47 and 3. Cloud Forest is running in second. Braille is third by a head. Digitize down at the rail, and Predicted is the trailer. It is still Nabokov by a half length. Cloud Forest and Braille, their heads apart, second and third. Digitize down at the rail, and Predicted 3/4 and 1/12 as they hit the head of the stretch. It is Nabokov in front. There's room on the inside for Digitize, and Digitize not responding yet. Nabokov is the leader. Cloud Forest on the outside, and Digitize down at the rail, and then Braille in fourth. The 16th out, Nabokov in front, and Nabokov will break his maiden here, going 1 mile and a 16th. Cloud Forest got second over Digitize.
The number 1, Nabokov, ran to all the money that he took and took them every step of the way under Irad Ortiz Jr.
Absolutely. You do wonder if being forward could be an advantage day and a fast time. The track playing very quickly after that moisture. And Nabokov, a decisive winner, another winner for Chad Brown and Peter Brandt. Digitize, something was off because you watch him take sort of an odd step. He really seemed right there. He almost hit the rail.
I think it was when he switched leads. I almost wonder if he... When he was asked by Flavien Prat to switch to his outside lead, I almost wonder if he did it a little bit exaggerated. These are still young horses, and don't forget, he's a horse that didn't change leads in his first race. So when he was asked to switch, it was maybe something that Flavien was really conscious of, and he kind of over-exaggerated it.
Maybe, and I wonder, I mean, he also feels like he was really chicken going through on the inside.
Yeah, it looked very hesitant down on the inside.
No interest at all. He has plenty of room. Irad left a lot of room right there. You're talking about. He never accelerated at all. And when you commit down the inside, when the field bunched the way it did, as Prat did, you don't give yourself any options there. And if he's not going to be happy going through the inside, and I think what Prat was obviously hoping was that the chasers on the outside, the 5 and 6 would drop off, and he could drift to the outside and try to go around. Now, Irad made it tougher by race riding and coming off the rail. He said, you want to come beat me, make your horse be brave coming up the inside, knowing a lot of horses don't like to kick down the inside. So a smart move by Irad, and not being able to get outside, whatever chance Digitize would have had. I'm not saying he would have won the race by any stretch of the imagination. This is a fast race. This is a very promising horse.
1.526. That first-time starter, Cloud Forest. He ran well on debut despite that largely turf pedigree, but a horse that ran very well yesterday. We, the people under Flavien Prat, took the Peter Pan. Could he be on to the Belmont Stakes next? More on that impressive performance and this colt's future after this.
Perfectly timed. Idol gets up under Joel Rosario to win the big cap. It's Known Agenda for St. Elias Stable.
Race and the race, scintillating performance in the TVG Del Mar debutant.
And Clairiere will win the cotillion. Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Mala by a neck.
Curlin, the classic sire.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by NYRA Bets, where you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nyrabets.com or download the app today. An impressive second race for the #1 Nabokov for trainer Chad Brown. The colt by Uncle Mo, taking them every step of the way. $4.70 winner over an 11-1 first-time starter, Cloud Forest, who looks very promising. But the winner, trained by Chad Brown, who's standing by with Richie.
Chad, just things have been going so well. All your horses are running extremely well. Nabokov, really nice trip, making the lead, very easy on the lead.
Yeah, I was really pleased with it. Irad did a terrific job. He got to know the horse first time out. He drew the rail twice now, and in the sprint at Keeneland, he really forced his hand leaving there and, you know, popped off there in 45 and change, and he felt it late, and just not the way he's built. You can see he's a big two-turn looking horse, and it's just the way it happened, and, you know, he drew the rail again, and when Javier's horse didn't break, it was the other speed in the race. I felt really good after that because Nabokov had things his own way, and he obeyed, you know, Irad's commands every pole, really.
Well, that's one thing I notice in the mornings. You have such good exercise riders, and it seems like the horses really travel well in hand. You work a lot of horses in company. That's something that you just said is key, getting them to listen to the riders' cues.
Absolutely. I'm fortunate I have terrific riders and staff, you know, from top to bottom of any of their duties at our barn. And really my team is always the reason for the success. And working with a horse like this that's been a little aggressive at times in the morning, and everyone worked together with him to get him settled, including Irad.
That's great. Now, yesterday you rode a really nice filly, Rozier. I was talking with Flavien, and he was so impressed with her turn of foot. How impressed were you?
Yeah, I mean, look, she's a terrific filly. You can see from her form, and we're just lucky to have her in our barn. What I'm most pleased with is how she wintered. She came over a tired campaign last year, a successful campaign, a proven horse, but really looked tired. And, you know, she put a ton of weight on this winter down at Payson Park, and every week you could see she was getting stronger and matured into, you know, beautiful 4-year-old. So Again, my team did a terrific job. That first start was just what we wanted to see. Looking forward to the future with her.
Now, just real quick, early voting. Watched him work the other day. Watched him walk back to the barn. Looked like he couldn't have blown out a match. You got to be happy with his preparation for the Preakness.
Yeah, I love the way he's going. He had a good, solid work with Jose Ortiz on board and galloped out strong. He's a big, hardy, heavy type of horse. He always has a lot of condition on him. It took us a while to chisel it off him. And now it's going to come in handy because he's a big, durable, sort of like a bar fighter type of horse that's going to look you in the eye. And he might win, he might lose, but he's going to take you to the wire. He's that kind of horse in the mornings, and we've seen it in the afternoon. So I'm looking forward to the Preakness.
Chad, best of luck. And I hear a lot of confidence coming from Chad Brown in early voting going to the Preakness, guys.
I love hearing that description from him, Richie. Thank you. Looking forward to seeing early voting in the Preakness as Chad Brown and Clarvich Stables will look for their second Preakness victory. Back at Churchill Downs, we're on the turf for race 2 in this maiden special weight. Looking at the field, the number 9, Sosua Summer, currently 5-2, making his first start for Belmont as we check in with Paula Duca.
Yeah, Keisha, and I think a lot of people are looking at this race thinking, okay, this is a horse that's going to go towards the front end. First time in the Bill Mott barn. I had this race really dialed down to 5, 8, 9, and also the 10 as well. Chasing the Crown, obviously very dangerous. Ricardo Santana and Michael Maker. But you have to pay attention to the 11. Tyler Gaffleone goes to Brendan Walsh. They take the blinkers off. I kind of like the 8-horse Old Hickory coming into this race. If you look at his last race, this big Gray Gelding, you cannot miss him. These Grays can be, the first time he got on the turf, he was literally 10 wide. It does say 10 wide. He might have been 12 wide. And usually I don't like falling. These are kind of sucker horses that close during sprints, and now they stretch out during routes. But I really felt that this Son of Strong Mandate just kept on coming and coming. Now 15-1 on the morning line. We're all the way down to 7-1. We'll take that right now. So I made a little win bet on the 8, but I do think the race goes between the 9, 10, and 11, guys.
Paul, thank you. The number 8, Old Hickory, intriguing to Paul. And Andy, you were just telling me about the barn with the number stretching out.
Yeah, I was looking it up. Stretching out on the turf in general for Bernie Flint, the trainer of Old Hickory, 8 for 34, 24%, $1.97. And you'll say, well, it's not breaking $2. First of all, $1.97 is significantly higher than takeout. It's also a stat that in general is horrible for trainers. So when you see something that good, it catches your eye. I mean, I looked at the stat and I thought, why am I even looking it up? It's probably a horrible number. He's probably run very few. And with maidens, he's 4 for 10 with a 350 ROI and 6 hitting the board. I hate this move, and he's going to have to get faster stretching out, but it's worked so well for him in the past that it gives you some confidence if you like this horse. Is it Sosua Summer? I mean, that horse is way the horse to beat. You've got a significant trainer change from a trainer who's 0 for 12 to Bill Mott, who's a Hall of Famer. He's running stake races. He's run respectively. And, you can say, well, he's 0 for 6. 25-1, 21-1, 7-1, 7-1, 19-1, and 14-1. He overachieved every single time he hit the racetrack.
And he's actually acting way better today than he usually does. He is one that typically gets really hot prior to his races. And we're taking a look at his last race on April 2nd on the Florida Derby undercard in the Cutler Bay, in fact, behind main event. He was in very good form for George Weaver. Ended up finishing 4th that day, but he was chasing the whole way. He hasn't even won the first race of his career, and he was facing much more experienced and accomplished horses in that race. He's back against Maiden today after a private purchase.
No, it's to be honest with you, he's an overlay at 5-2. I know the 10 can win. It's Maker, and he's run well in his races, but I thought Sosua Summer could be 8-5 in this race. And listen, there's legitimate the 10. The 11 obviously can win. I'm less excited by the horse. Brendan Walsh is probably the best thing it has going for him, but I prefer the 9 over the 10 and a little 8.
Onto the turf for race number 2. Everyone looking for the first win of their career. Always fun with these kinds of races to see where they could potentially go from here. We go to Travis Stone with the call. Does Sosua Summer finally get his picture taken today?
And touch code. They're in the gate. And they're off in a bad stumble at the start for Spun Sun, off to the back of the pack. It was a good beginning for Correnche de Oro. Chasing the Crown is there from the outside. Tempo Madness down toward the rail. Tim Tal and Sosua Summer is up close as well. Scramble is on early into that first turn, and it's Correnche de Oro down inside with a short lead. Sosua Summer runs up into second. Chasing the Crown is 3 wide third. Tempo Madness keyed up toward the rail, racing fourth by 2.5. Tim Tal comes away in fifth. Old Hickory is sixth. Faith Runner is seventh and toward the rail. Tepeyu is running along eighth and about 9 lengths off to lead to the backstretch run, followed by Frontal Assault. And then farther back in the field, it is Touch Cold, Dini de More, and slow starting Spun Sun Trails. The opening quarter goes in 24-1. There's 4 furlongs remaining. And Sosua Summer has come on to take the lead now. Sosua Summer heading for the far turn in control. 3 wide is Chasing the Crown. Correnche de Oro's trying to keep pace toward the rail. Tempo Madness has worked out a good trip so far. Comes 1 path off the rail. Advancing up into fourth as Old Hickory takes over third. Tepeyu is on the move from the back of the pack, but is forced to go 4 wide. At the quarter pole, Sosua Summer turning for home, confronted by Chasing the Crown. These two shoulder to shoulder off the turn. Tepeyu trying to get on track, third outside. Old Hickory is there as well. 1 furlong to go. Chasing the Crown wrests a narrow lead away from Sosua Summer and is starting to open up. Chasing the Crown opening up by 2. Sosua Summer trying to hold second, won't do it. It is Chasing the Crown the winner. Old Hickory gets up for second. Tepeyu was third, and Sosua Summer checks in fourth.
Mike Maker sweeping the card at Churchill Downs. He takes the early double, this time with Ricardo Santana Jr. in the saddle aboard Chasing the Crown.
Can't stop him. You can only try to contain him. Mike Maker is very tough, and Chasing the Crown dominates this race. A very disappointing effort by Sosua Summer. He actually finished fourth in the late stages here, and really disappointing. He should have run better, but Old Hickory, Bernie Flint, stretched out well and finished second.
Yeah, those numbers stacking up once again. Chasing the Crown, the winner, though, over the number 8, Old Hickory. We've talked a bit on the show already about jockey Flavien Prat. Another big win for him yesterday was aboard We the People in the Peter Pan, and he'll look to continue on making a splash here in New York. More on him after this.
Following C, pouring it on here in the stretch. Impressive to win the Grade 2 Vosburg. Following C,
Smile Happy has kicked it into high gear, and Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
The Clutch champion, Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Nairo Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Nairo Bets.
Start spreading the news. If you're looking to win in New York, then breed in New York. To War Dancer, the millionaire son of Warfront, and New York's #1 sire of 3-year-olds. Breed to a proven performer, the #1 second crop sire at the Saratoga meet with multiple winners at Belmont and Aqueduct. Earn double the New York Breeders' Awards and participate in the New York Stallion Series with $2 million in purses. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York. Visit wardancerstud.com.
You're watching America's Day at the Races as we take a look at the beautiful infield here at beautiful Belmont Park. The sun is shining on this Sunday afternoon. We had a little bit of wet weather on Saturday, though, for our graded stakes. The umbrellas and the rain boots may have come out as we saw We the People splashing home in the Peter Pan.
He ran, the rest of them not so much. He was very impressive here. You have to be careful. Sometimes a wet seal track will give you an exaggerated performance, and he got a spectacular 103 buyer, I think, in this race, which is higher than the Kentucky Derby buyer by 2 points. Wet track buyers loosen the lead. Horses like this can sometimes get exaggerated numbers, so you need to see him come back on a dry track and duplicate it, and if he can do that, he's not just a player of the Belmont Stakes, he's a player of this 3-year-old division. He really did run well. I'm always a little apprehensive on a racetrack like that. The performance could be a little exaggerated.
And I completely understand your point. I do think, though,
I'm not knocking him.
No, for sure. The credit that needs to go to trainer Adolphe Bressanet's team for the horsemanship and the work that they've put into this horse. As we saw him fall apart before the Grade 1 Arkansas Derby last time out, and like a completely different horse there yesterday. And it was funny, I asked Rudy afterwards, what have you done with this horse? He said, you wouldn't have enough airtime for me to talk about all of the things that we had to do to get him to this point.
And I'm not pointing fingers, but one of a trainer's job is to take the heat for owners' decisions. And rushing the horse back, ultimately, just 3 weeks after his non-winners are won to make the Arkansas Derby. And I understand it. If you're trying to make the Derby in that situation, you're behind the 8 ball. Sometimes the more prudent thing is to be less aggressive. They decided to take a shot. He wasn't exactly a big price in the Arkansas Derby. You can't fault people for running horses at short prices in important million-dollar Grade 1s. But his trip, the 3 weeks, he blew up on the racetrack. He blew up before the race. He blew up during the race. Now he had 6 weeks. Things went well in this race. And he is a horse that could have a real future, because when he's had time and he's been in good shape and he's run very well. And this was a big performance.
The Peter Pan, the local prep for the Belmont Stakes. Tonalist, the last horse to do that double back in 2014. It's quite a list of horses that have won the Peter Pan and then gone on to win the Belmont Stakes.
And I'm so old, I've seen all 4 of those win the Belmont Stakes. I was there for Dance Connection, AP Indy, and Tonalist in the Peter Pan. I was not there for Coastal but his Peter Pan impressed me so much, I bet him against Spectacular Bid.
We turn the page, meanwhile, and get ready for race number 2 at Belmont Park today. 1 1/16 on the inner turf here. Taking a look at the field in the starter allowance for fillies and mares. Act Like Artie currently 8-5 as she gets back on the grass. Again, those off the turf races, or at least the last one was off the turf down at Gulfstream, was also on the Tapeta.
Yeah, and you look at the last 3 grass figures, 81, 80, and 76 buyer figures. They're too good for these. I'm surprised Love's Mystery is this big a price, though.
Here's the field. Sweet Sensation gets on the turf for the first time.
She does try turf time. She's a half to 2 turf winners, and there is plenty of turf in the family, but I don't know with Tapazar as a sire is I'm encouraged.
Here's the 2, Lady of Thornton, who stretches out in distance.
Don't you want to call her Lady of Thornton and you catch yourself every time? She would have to get much faster to compete.
Stretching out second off the claim for trainer Chris Englehart. Here's Love's Misery.
She's the controlling speed, and first time on the turf for Rob Atras, she improved over 10 lengths to win last time against a pretty mediocre field. Can she do it again?
Act Like Artie will be next. Flavian Pratt has the mount for Kelly Breen.
And while I picked her, I don't know that she should be this short a price. She figures to stalk the favorite near, and she does have the best turf races of anybody.
Gets back on the grass after 3 Tapeta races down in South Florida. Here's the 5, Synonymous.
She broke her maiden last time out with one of the great trips of all time against a much softer bunch.
Heeman Harkey, jockey change on that one. Synonymous, a big price on the board. Here's the 6, returning to New York. Now You Can't Leave.
It's hard for me to root against her the way I did when Rob Masiello used to own her in the past, but no, I kid. Love Rob, though he's ignoring me lately. But anyway, I thought this one, though, she didn't run against weak fields. If she ran against weaker fields, I thought she had a shot at price.
Bella Principessa gets back on the grass.
And listen, she's run okay on the grass before, and maybe she's improved a little bit as a racehorse since there. I didn't love her, but I could see a little argument for her.
Here's another one going dirt to turf, Linny Kate.
And in fairness, she ran the best dirt race she ever ran last time, and the noters are hot as a pistol around here, and she really is a turf horse. Now, she was a turf horse for Chad Brown, but she's outposted. I don't know how much pace she's going to get, but she's a horse you could make a case for at a big price.
8-1 now on the board. Meanwhile, you can earn a $10 bonus today just by playing with Naira Bets. We bet you're doing that anyway, so you might as well get a good bonus for it. Bet $50 each at Belmont Park and Monmouth, and you can earn a $10 bonus. All you have to do is opt in at NairaBets.com. And, of course, you can always sign up and get that $200 deposit match bonus using promo code MATCH200. Plenty of stuff going on over at Naira Bets, as always. There's that horse Andy was just talking about, Linny Kate, with Grade 1 winning rider Trevor McCarthy in the saddle can now say that, as he had that big day yesterday in the Man Award. And he piloted this mare to victory in the dirt last time out.
Yeah, it's the problem for Trevor is not that he's good enough to win in this circuit with regularity. It's getting access to the mounts.
Yeah.
You know, it's one thing. He broke in at Aqueduct. It still wasn't easy. Did a great job. Joey Migliori, his agent, has done a very good job. But then you get to Belmont, and let's see who we added. We added Jose Ortiz, Irad Ortiz, Flavian Pratt,
Joel
Luis
Rosario.
Saez, Joel Rosario, John Velasquez. Am I leaving anybody out? I feel like that's a pretty tough 6 right there.
That's enough.
And he was already competing for mounts with Kendrick Carmouche, Dylan Davis, and Manny Franco. So it got much tougher to get the kind of mounts that can win. He's still going to have a very good year and do very, very well. And no matter who you are, there's a learning curve. There's time to establish yourself and give yourself access. Chad Brown used him. Obviously, a lot of riders out of town, but he had the confidence to use him on Virginia Joy, a big favorite, and got it done. He's going to do just fine, Trevor. It's just a little hard, I'm sure, sometimes, and a little discouraging because he's just not going to have the access to the mounts, and something that Richie really understands better than any of us.
Very deep waters here in New York. Richie, I know that you are proud of the trajectory of jockey Trevor McCarthy, and a big day for him yesterday.
A huge day, and always getting your first grade 1 is just a big deal. It shows people you can win at that level. And, you know, just what Andy's saying, though, there's only so many good horses to go around, and there's just more good riders per race than good horses per race. If you get 7 horses in a race, 3 of them or 4 of them are really legit, and the rest, they can win. You can win on long shots, but you're just not going to have the same kind of access. It is a very deep colony, but Trevor belongs here. And speaking with him, it's about establishing that. And we saw how Dylan Davis has done it incrementally, where, each and every year, a little better winter, a little better summer and fall, and, so on. You just got to dig in and show that you belong. Let's talk about horses, guys. The 3, Love's Misery, love the warm-up. Kendrick Carmouche, who basically leaves the pony with just about everything and gives him that big, aggressive warm-up, drawn more towards the inside. Always, put a little bit more credence on horses drawn towards the inside, particularly on the inner turf. The 4-horse makes a lot of sense. Flavian Pratt also got a nice warm-up, short price favorite. And, Flavian just puts them where they need to be, and she looked great from a physical perspective. And then the 7-horse, Bella Principessa. Man, she's dappled out. It's the best I've ever seen her look. Bob Caceres has been doing a really good job, hitting at 25% here at the meet. He's got a great assistant trainer, just terrific horseman. And I'm actually going to go with the 7, Bella Principessa, because she won me over in how she looked in the paddock, and get Joel Rosario, again, just another name in a very deep colony.
Absolutely. Richie, thank you as we take a look at the current 6-5 favorite, Act Like Artie. She gets back on the turf today, Andy. A couple other interesting potential alternatives in this race, but obviously she does make a lot of sense.
If she runs back the kind of figures that she ran on the turf in her races, she's better than these horses. Now, Love's Misery did run well last time, and I don't know where it came from, and it wasn't a particularly strong field, but she did run, and I don't particularly like her in here. I just don't trust her, but I think 9-2 is more than generous on her.
You and I were on set together for this win, and she was just dominant amongst this group. Now, that was in a condition claiming race, non-winners of 2 in life. She's stepping up to the starter allowance level, so she's got more accomplished horses versus the likes of Kemba, who she faced that day. The water gets deeper, but clearly she was happy to be back on the grass.
I agree, but other than the 4, I mean, why is Bella Principessa a shorter price than she is? She just went up to 5-1. I don't get this at all. Either it's like they knew that she can't run today, but with all due respect, Bella Principessa's turf races are not very good, and they were for Rui Rodriguez. Now, you want to think maybe she's improved for Bob Caceres and she's getting back to the right service. That's fine, but I don't think that you should be getting a shorter price for that to happen. I'm surprised. I actually want to look what the morning line was, because I'd be surprised if David Aragona thought there would be this discrepancy in odds, and I respect David so much. He had Love's Misery 7-2 and Bella Principessa 9-2 as the second and third choices. He had Act Like Artie 5-2. I didn't think she'd be 6-5 either. I thought she'd be 2-1, 5-2 as well. So they've gone a lot for her, but they're just completely ignoring Love's Misery on the board, and I don't quite get that based on the performances on the racetrack, unless it's sort of like they knew and she's not going to show up today. That doesn't make sense to me.
Pick 4 kicking off here as it is really interesting with the tote board action. Do you feel like Flavien Prat could potentially be moving the board a little bit?
He could. Yes. I think he could. And I think that's just ridiculous. And I think he's a terrific rider.
Yeah.
There's a whole lot of terrific riders out there. The idea that people are overbetting his horses are going to present opportunities for us to make money.
Well, you may have seen where the starting gate was positioned, going a mile and a 16th on this inner turf. Richie, it's a unique kind of configuration here in the States that we don't often see.
Yeah, you actually break on the outside rail of the main turf course, and you go over the main course onto the inner turf, and you're right into a bend. There's a little bit of a hump that you're going to break slightly uphill and come down. I'm talking about a few feet. I'm not talking about anything monumentous, but enough where horses can lose their balance. And just being drawn outside is difficult because you're kind of out there in the middle of the course, and that bend comes up quickly. Inside posts are a big help, especially if you have a rider that understands how to use enough horse to hold that position and keep other guys packed out to the outside. It's definitely an advantage to be inside Acacia.
Richie, thank you from somebody who's ridden so many turf races here at Belmont Park. That dog leg in play going on the inner turf, a mile and a 16th. As we see, Act Like Artie still a heavy favorite with Flavien Prat. Here's race 2 live from Belmont Park. John and Brielle standing by.
Final horse, Linny Kate, moving into line. We're set for race number 2. And they're off. Act Like Artie from the outside, Linny Kate. Steadying there was Synonymous going around the turn. Love's Misery has come on through now, and Love's Misery has the lead over Act Like Artie. Linny Kate is racing in 3rd. Synonymous is in 4th. Bella Principessa on the outside runs in 5th. A little more than a length to Lady of Thoroton, who is steadying there. Lady of Thoroton steadying again as the field has reached the back stretch. On her outside is Now Yous Can't Leave, and the trailer is Sweet Sensation in 8th. Love's Misery leads here by a length through a quarter over the good turf in 25-1. Act Like Artie, the favorite, sits just off Love's Misery. Linny Kate next in 3rd. To her outside, Bella Principessa. Then Synonymous in 5th, followed by Now Yous Can't Leave, and at the back, Lady of Thoroton and Sweet Sensation. Love's Misery continues to lead here. Half-mile win in 49-4. Love's Misery on top as they head for the far turn. Act Like Artie remains in 2nd with Linny Kate down on the inside and Bella Principessa. It is Love's Misery by a length and a quarter. Act Like Artie next in 2nd. Bella Principessa on the outside. Linny Kate down towards the rail. Now Yous Can't Leave has advanced into 5th. And Sweet Sensation is on the far outside. 3/4 1 and 114. Here comes Act Like Artie. Here comes Bella Principessa. Linny Kate looking for a way through. And Now Yous Can't Leave is coming on down the middle of the course. Bella Principessa, Now Yous Can't Leave. And Lady of Thoroton, who had some trouble early on, has moved into 3rd as they come on for the finish. Now Yous Can't Leave is the winner. Photo for 2nd, Bella Principessa and Lady of Thoroton. Linny Kate was 4th.
Now Yous Can't Leave for Kelly Rubley. Gets up in time and able to hold off any other challengers under Javier Castellano.
And the 2 speed horses completely folded their tents, the 3 and 4, the 3rd and 1st choice, and finished last and 2nd to last. But Bella Principessa, they knew to bet her like that because she did run well in here. But this race completely fell apart in the end. Something you don't see in a lot of these mile and a 16th turf races. And Now Yous Can't Leave gets it done, making that move, running down. Nice ride by Javier Castellano, gets the win for Kelly Rubley. Sorry it's not for our friend Rob Masiello. And I do want to mention, I know Linny Kate finished 4th in here. That was a great ride by Trevor. I mean, to get to the rail from post 8 in this race as quickly as he did, right, and then she sort of had to angle around away from him to go, and he was near the pace, and the pace ended up falling apart. I know she ran 4th, but you often miss good rides on horses that are also Rans, and I'm not just trying to compliment Trevor. That was quietly an excellent ride, and a horse that may have gotten sort of shuffled out and also may not have been good enough, but boy, did he give her every chance.
Every chance indeed, as she checked in 4th at 14-1, but a 9-1 winner, the number 6, Now Yous Can't Leave, 6-7, 2 8. The 2 pace setters, the 3 Loves Misery, and the 4 Act Like Artie off the board. Meanwhile, yesterday, battle tested, that's for sure. Bella Sophia and Frank's Rockette put on an absolute show in the Vagrancy. We'll recap it after this. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
Speightstown. Munning. Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Talamo, and Echo Town raced away, and Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Allen Jerkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Well, we have enjoyed getting a chance to see some of our Breeders' Cup winners come back and be successful. At Longchamp, we saw Breeders' Cup winner Modern Games return for trainer Charlie Appleby.
Yeah, it was sort of a perfect trip behind horses. The seam opened up, and Modern Games able to come through. And the great thing about Modern Games today is if you bet them, you actually got paid.
That's right. Of course, a controversial Breeders' Cup win there as a little bit of an eventful start, but I thought he was very impressive coming back in Group 1 company and looking forward to a big year for him. William Buick in the saddle.
Be interesting to see if they stretch him out for the French Derby in his next start, or if in fact they keep him a mile and they ship him to Royal Ascot to run the St. James Palace, a race that will often feature the winners of French guineas, English guineas, and Irish guineas. Such a great race.
Very, very talented horse as well. Just another for Charlie Appleby.
I think he can handle Side Dog if they decide to. Did you read that they were thinking of shipping him over there? It's insane.
To Ascot?
I saw his name listed in some article. It seemed crazy.
Wow. Well, we'll see. We'll see who ends up going over there. But if they have to deal with Modern Games, that will be very tough indeed. Back at Churchill Downs, we're going a mile and an eighth in the third race here for the starter allowance race. 4-year-olds and upward. The number 3, Tis Light the Way, is currently the heavy favorite, Andy, as he goes from turf to dirt.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm going to get myself together here. Yeah, he felt like the horse to beat in this race. It's just Chris Hartman. He's such a dangerous trainer. I had him as the horse to beat.
26% on the year is the barn, and this horse has some good dirt form as well as coming in off of some good turf form at the fairgrounds. Call to post for the third race will be on a fast main track, and we have The field stepping out there. Looks like a beautiful day in Louisville, Kentucky. It was jam-packed for Downs After Dark last night. A big crowd having a wonderful time on track. We'll meet the field for this third race, starting with the entry, the #1 English Challenge.
Yeah, this horse was claimed at a lower level, but did move up and win last time, albeit in a wet track.
Here's the other part of the entry, the 1A. You've said it all.
This one is coming off a claim. We'll see if he can step forward off the claim. He does seem like more of a turf horse.
He will break from the outside post. Here's the one that'll break from the rail, Bobby Baby.
Hard to make a case for this horse. Surprised he's only 8-1, but then again, a lot of Bobbies around to make bets.
Oh, good luck if your name's Bobby. Here's the #3, Tis Light the Way.
He's faster on the turf, but he has run well in the dirt. Though he is a better turf horse, tough trainer to bet against. He's a dangerous guy, Chris Hartman.
8-5 right now on the board. Here's the 4, Eagle Pass, looking to turn things around.
I thought he was okay in this race. We'll see. I mean, a question, how are these Oaklawn horses going to do at Churchill? Is it somewhat random, or are a lot of the horses underperforming?
Here's the 5, 2 Kilon, blinkers back on.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's only 17-1. He's not fast enough to win in any of his races.
And to the outside, Family Man, who stretches out in distance.
He felt like an interesting alternative in this race, stretching out second off a layoff. We'll see what he does for Robbie Medina, who is the ex-assistant for trainer Shug McGahee.
2-1 on that gelding by First Defense to the outside, Family Man, as he came back sprinting behind the legend that is Baby Yoda last time out. And he gets to go a distance of ground once again. We did see his first couple wins come sprinting, but he did win at 1 1/16 at Churchill back in September.
Yeah, no, I thought he could be okay, and I thought he could be in a good spot, stalking #3 in this race. I could see him winning this race. I like the stretch out.
This is that win back in September. Starter allowance going 1 1/16. Tyler Gaffleone was in the saddle that day. He, in fact, is pretty much the regular rider for this horse, too. He's gotten to know him quite well. Rode him last time where he didn't really run too much, but you imagine stretching back out, now having that race off the bench, he should take a step forward.
Yeah, I mean, that's the idea. You would think, even though, as you say, he won sprinting, he's done well going longer, and clearly he's not going to beat Baby Yoda. I wish he did a little bit more running last time, but still, he has a chance to beat. He seems like the biggest threat, and that's why he's the second choice at 5-2. I didn't have any clever ideas here, Kasia.
Why not? No, kidding.
Because it's only a 6 betting interest. And
there
can't be clever all the time.
Tyler Gaffleone.
Or any of the time, sometimes.
Warming
as the case
up,
may be.
Family Man. Tyler, top of the Twin Spires, coming in off 6 straight riding titles at Churchill Downs. Got the riding title at Keeneland as well. 12 career Grade 1 victories. Tyler has really just, the last couple of years, I think in particular for him, and especially in Kentucky, had a world of success.
Looks very serious in that picture, doesn't he?
Very focused.
Yeah, he really does. No, Tyler's
Intensity.
a terrific rider, and he and his agent, Matt Musicar, have done a great job over the years, and Matt is now representing him and Ricardo Santana as well.
Ricardo, who's been having a terrific go of it at Churchill Downs, too. Just won the second race for Mike Maker. There's a look at your favorite in this third race, though, the 3, Tis Light the Way, going turf to dirt. He has some speed. He's in good form. I know that, and I agree, I think he's a better turf horse, but he's a pretty good dirt horse, too, and that's got to give you confidence.
It does, and I agree. And it's just, you look at the race, they're just not fast enough to beat him, other than the possibility of the 6 improving. And I think that's a real possibility. And I think he's a very viable alternative. If you're looking for somebody else, I'm just scared of trainers like Chris Hartman. Their horses win, turf to dirt for him. 39 for 176. Now, it's only 22%, but a 264 ROI. But the truth is, it's also his numbers in routes. He's 14 for 86. Low percentage, but 253 ROI, but he's got an $86 horse in there. You take him out, and his ROI is $1.50, and he's winning at 16%. Not a great move, but this horse, probably unlike a lot of those, does have dirt form, and he has speed.
One, I know it was a sloppy track, but back in October at Churchill Downs, a short field, but won by 20 3/4 lengths in that claiming race that day. He has some natural speed as well. Tough to get, a little bit cute, as Andy mentioned, in this third race coming up here. We saw some good races yesterday at Belmont Park, and it is an exciting time of year. As Anthony Stabile and I were talking about this last night, Andy, when we were covering the Downs After Dark card, when you see a lot of horses coming back off of breaks at this time of year at Churchill, in New York, leading up to some of the really big graded stakes that we have coming up this summer. And I think we saw a lot of that this weekend of horses returning, and it gives you excitement for what's to come in the months down the road.
No, I agree. I mean, it's such a great time of the year. You've got the Triple Crown races, but you also you're seeing Rogier coming out.
Yeah.
You're seeing the kind of race we saw in the Man of War, and these are horses we're going to see throughout the year, and I agree. Listen, there's nothing better than when you get through the winter in New York and you get to turf racing starting at Aqueduct. And then we get to Belmont Park, and it's just a fun time of the year, and it really is exciting, and there's so much to look forward to. I know a lot of people will always say, and I'm sure they say it to you, bet you can't wait for Saratoga. And we do love Saratoga, but we love Belmont Park too, and there's great racing here. So I'm not in such a big hurry to get up to Saratoga in a couple of months. I'm very excited to get there eventually, and I see my mom a lot, which is wonderful. But the racing is great here all year round, especially. You know, once you get past the hump of the winter, it's all good until December.
I'm sure they
And
miss
still
you.
fine for that.
They miss you at Hamlet and Ghost too.
They do. They do. I miss them. I miss them at Hamlet and Ghost. It is the world's most. You were. Did you go the other night with Christophe? He texted me and said he was going.
I did not. No, I did not. We have to go there. We went to Musan House the other night.
Oh, I like
which was
Musan
terrific.
House.
Yeah, we had a
My
great
mom likes
time.
Musan House a lot. It's nice.
Absolutely. Yeah, love it.
Got a nice outside bar too.
Very, very nice. Well, we could talk about Saratoga restaurants all day, but we have this third race at Churchill Downs coming up next. We're on the main track. Heavy favorite in the 3, 'Tis Light the Way. Will it be him, or will we see a mild upset from Family Man? We'll soon find out. Here's Travis Stone standing by with the call.
Waiting for you, said it all. They're in the gate. And they're off. Good beginning for Family Man, so too Eagle Pass. Those two fastest out of there. 'Tis Light the Way races up toward the inside to grab third. One circuit to go. Family Man for that outside post has gone on to take the lead. Angles over toward the rail, forcing Eagle Pass to move outside to stalk the pace from second. It's Family Man in front. Eagle Pass is racing second. 'Tis Light the Way sharing third with Bobby Baby. They're only 2 lengths off the early lead. A break of 3 back to English Challenge, and You've Said It All. Another 5 from there to 2 Kalen the trailer. They head for the backstretch run. Family Man knocks out an opening quarter in 24 seconds flat. Controlled tempo backstretch run. Eagle Pass a little bit closer now, prompting the pace from second. Another half a length to Bobby Baby, who's coasting along while third. 'Tis Light the Way has been moved to the clear fourth and is only 3 lengths off pacemaking Family Man. English Challenge, You've Said It All, and 2 Kalen at the back. Heading for the far turn run, Family Man continues to roll along. Eagle Pass has been second throughout and is still there. Now it's 2 lengths back to 'Tis Light the Way in third. Mitchell Murrow's asking him for more run. English Challenge is mustering up a late bid, now fourth within 5. Round the far turn, Family Man holding on to that lead. Eagle Pass is coming alongside, and these two have sped off together. They've left 'Tis Light the Way back in third with 5 lengths to make up. English Challenge fourth, off the turn, into the stretch. Family Man set down for the drive, but Eagle Pass was poised throughout and is right there, and these two are shoulder to shoulder. 1 furlong to go. Family Man digging in toward the rail is back in front. Eagle Pass tries to go with that one. These two heads up and down, and Family Man grabs the upper hand, and Family Man is a wire-to-wire winner. Tyler Gaffleone nursed that speed throughout. Eagle Pass could never get by. 'Tis Light the Way, and then either English Challenger, You've Said It All.
Family Man coming back inside. Eagle Pass trying to get by every step of the stretch and just couldn't, Andy.
And once the 3, 'Tis Light the Way, who didn't run well at all, didn't show any of his expected speed, Tyler was able to clear off with Family Man and get himself another win. I thought Julian Leperoux, who takes a lot of unfair criticism for often being too passive, did very well to be aggressive with a horse that really doesn't have any speed at all. And he got Eagle Pass into excellent position, gave him his best chance to win, but he was giving up too much sort of in the circle circumstances to the eventual winner. But I think Julian did a good job giving him his best chance to win the race.
A little antsy in the gate was the 3 'Tis Light the Way. Nothing seemed to happen at the break. He just didn't really break moving forward as much as you would have anticipated, and seemed a little passive early on in the race and just didn't lift a hoof after that.
I mean, Mitch Morrell was asking. You heard Travis say it, was asking him, and he just couldn't keep up with these horses. But this one came back to win, and congratulations to the Connections. You leaving me?
What's that?
Are you leaving me?
I am. But I'm not yet.
Okay.
We have another segment first. We're going to talk about the vagrancy, and then I'm going to pass you on to Greg.
Okay. Well, Greg's okay.
But it'll be bittersweet.
I'm happy.
But yesterday, one of the other big names on the card coming back at Belmont Park was Bella Sophia. She returned victorious, Andy, but she had to work for it. Frank Srocket was a tough customer, and these two really put on a show.
This was an excellent race.
It
I think this
really
race got a
was.
little bit lost in all the hubbub later in the day, and it was so early in the card that people kind of forgot about it. But I thought Bella Sophia, I mean, looked like Frank Srocket was going to beat her. And Flavian gave her every chance in this race. She is a horse that's, I don't think she has that killer instinct she had as a 3-year-old, but she still continues to run well. I think you can't fault her effort in there. And Bella Sophia is very good, but for a horse who probably needed one off the layoff, and these horses often do, especially in dirt sprints, she ran gamely. They both got 100 Beyer speed figures, and it bodes well for them going forward.
This was a thrilling finish. There was a lot of separation between them and the rest of the field. Bella Sophia, winner of the Grade 1 test last year. As Richie, this was such a fun performance, seeing Bella Sophia and Frank Srocket throw it down in the vagrancy. What were your thoughts on this performance yesterday?
Just a terrific horse race. If you're a horse racing fan, those are the kind of races that keep you coming back for more. And, you know, Frank Srocket getting through and fought for it. Bella Sophia, I think Luis Saez did something very smart. He went down close to his rival and kind of got Bella Sophia to re-engage, pin her ears. And I thought the inside filly mare, might have gotten all the bob at the end. That was a very tight finish, but Bella Sophia kind of sets her up for bigger and better things going forward. That was a fun horse race.
It was indeed. Bella Sophia coming back, the first starter for a 4-year-old season. So much talent and makes you really excited. The Connection stating the honorable miss, potentially the next stop on the way to the Ballerina.
We'll see. We'll see when she comes up next, and they're obviously trying to get the Ballerina, and she figures to be a force going forward in this division. She's never run a bad race.
No. Well, now it is time for me to say goodbye. But Greg Wolf.
Where is he? I don't see him.
Standing by in the wings. He's somewhere around. He's usually here on
If
time.
not, Claude
hopefully.
will come in and fill in for a
Well,
little
Claude
while.
is always
He's
ready for action. Our cameraman standing by. But Greg Wolf coming on the set to take you the rest of the way. I'll be back in the analyst seat a little bit later, in fact. But enjoy the rest of the show, Andy. Enjoy your couple of days off.
See you later.
And you stay with us here on America's Day at the races. There's a look at the paddock live for race 3 at Belmont Park. That race and a whole lot more coming up after this.
Audible let loose on the outside to take the lead. Audible by 3. Audible, no doubt about it. Audible on the inside, no confrontation at all. It's Audible to win the Holy Bull with style.
Audible on the outside races to the lead. Audible wins by 2.5.
How does horse racing support New York's economy? It's responsible for 19,000 jobs and more than $3 billion in annual statewide economic impact. These good-paying jobs support working families across the state and sustain thousands of small businesses both on and off the track. Horse racing in New York means jobs and opportunities now and in the future. We are New York horse racing.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome to Mahoney Manor Farm.
We are New York Thoroughbred breeders.
In Saratoga Springs, New York. I'm Britt Wadsworth and this is Sean Mahoney. We're just very small, 14 acres, pull out about a dozen mares a year. We hope to breed some really nice New York breds that we can either race or sell.
We've been really lucky, you know, we really work hard at it. We like our size, we like to be hands-on. It's really nice. It's taken a long time to really be known for our homebreds and for having to be well handled, you know, and we've really spent a lot of time and emphasis on that.
We've watched the New York program just gain year after year and become one of the premier breeding programs in the country.
There's really no better place to be right now. It's just a very, very strong program in every aspect. We will bring up very, very high-grade mares just to make them New York breds, because now in this day and age and in the sales environment, it adds value to them. So this is our main barn. It's a 10-stall barn with a wash rack and a tack room that's really done well for us, and it stays pretty warm. We generally full around a dozen, give or take, a year.
It never ceases to amaze me, people's wonderment in mares and foals.
I measure success in a lot of different ways.
Getting that first Breeders' Award.
Getting our first Breeders' Awards was nice. It's a long wait. You know, foaling out other people's horses that go on to do incredible at the sales or incredible at the yearling or two-year-old sales.
We're very proud of anything that is foaled here because they're all like our family.
Live action continues here from Belmont Park and out at Churchill Downs. For more information in that New York Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund, go to nybreds.com. Greg Wolf stepping in for Acacia Clement with Andy Serling. Our feature again later today, that Gold Fever, the 8th at Belmont. I thought there were a handful of horses that could win that race.
Oh, no, I agree. I mean, it could have been 3 more horses with no chance in there, and it wouldn't be a better race. All the 3, 4, 5, and 6 are major players in this race, an interesting race going forward, and some really good races coming up. The 7th race, which I won't be on for, but you'll be on for, that's a terrific allowance race.
Yeah, it's going to be a good one. That those two part of the late pick 5, pick 6 as well. We're up to race 3, and this one's going to be a New York bred $40,000 maiden claiming sprint, 6 furlongs. We're approaching the 4-minute mark to post. As we look at fair to Midland, Trevor McCarthy, and the first-time starter by Lauban.
Yeah, not taking any money on the board, does not have a lot of pedigree. Joe Brocklebank, the trainer, is the assistant for Mike Maselli, who's serving a suspension.
Polar opposites here, a first-timer, and here is start number 12 for this 4-year-old maiden, got the gold.
And if he runs back to that figure, the lone, good, really strong figure, 71, 2 back, he can win this race. He's a player. I just prefer the newer faces.
He'll drop back down to that level after he tried tougher last time out. Makart to 5, 12-1. Jose Lezcano aboard.
Yeah, he's just going to have to improve dramatically, getting a trainer switch, his 3rd trainer this time to Jimmy Ryerson.
Another first-timer here, Dennis for Eduardo Jones.
Yeah, I mean, actually is taking a little bit of money. Gary Richards, who rides, does not get a lot of opportunities. I believe he is still on this horse.
3 furlong bullet gate drill coming into this one. And, yeah, it is down to 9-1 from a 15-1 morning line, but there's a couple of scratches as well. Here by Christophe Clement, Dylan Davis, 6-5 favorite.
Yeah, I like this horse. I think he's supposed to be the speed in this race, though probably Gary Richards will be sending the 6 like his life depends on it. But last time he stalked the winner, who was a very well-meant first-time starter for George Weaver.
And Kingstown outside showed speed in the debut and then completely backed out of it.
Yeah, the race did collapse. We'll see. Flavien Prat on him today. He's overbet right now at 5-2. They're going to be overbetting Flavien Prat, which means you have to maybe play against some at this point. He's a sensational rider, but he shouldn't be being overbet in this
2
crowd.
stakes wins yesterday, 3 wins overall in 2 seconds for Flavien Prat on a sensational Saturday afternoon. Let's bring in Jonathan Kinchin. JK, good to see you as always. How are you going to play this 3rd coming up?
You know, I kind of agree with Andy. I thought the 2 outside horses were the ones that made the most sense. I wanted to pick the 8 Kingstown, but unfortunately, like Andy mentioned, the price is just too low. I thought this horse was interesting from a speed and fade standpoint. I love horses drawn outside who have tactical speed. And when a horse shows up on debut and lays down fast early fractions and falls apart, at least you know there's some talent there, and you can kind of hope that maybe some fitness or some experience can help that horse along. The problem is that Kingstown did that against maiden 40 horses and got a little bit tired and is 5-2. If you go to the horse to the inside of him, the 7 Hereby, that horse showed early speed against maiden special weight horses, had a faster final number, and this is a horse that is, you know, it's obviously shorter in price, but the price differential is not big enough for me to now take the 8. I'm going to just go ahead and go with the 7. I think that's the horse that you want in this spot. And if the 8 could click up a couple of points, you know, maybe a 9-2 situation, there's a little bit more interest there. But at 5-2, I just think too short. I'll go with the 7 Hereby.
All right, JK. Public agrees. Hereby, short number. Meanwhile, 9-5 clicks down, or got the gold, I should say, clicks down again, the 2. This is start number 12. As you mentioned, Danny, 2 starts back, a repeat of that race. Probably everyone's running for second in here.
Based on that figure, yeah, I agree. The problem is he's had so many chances to win. And he has been a short price in 3 of his last 4 races and failed to get it done. I won't be shocked if he wins this race. He cuts back to 6 furlongs, whatever that's worth. I just prefer the number 7 in this race.
He got out slow in this race as well, out of the gate, and he still only winds up beat a half length. Well, look how far back, too, it is to 3rd in here. And this is the same conditions he's going to run in against today. It was more than 5 lengths back to the 3rd place finisher. They stepped him up. He tried tougher, back down to a more realistic spot.
I agree. But I think with the drop down of Hereby, who's never run for a maiden claiming race in the dirt, his lone maiden claiming race in the turf, he comes out of a huge race his first time. I bet him last time, and I believe if the firster who won the race hadn't been in the race, he would have won even though he finished 3rd because he would have gotten clear on the lead. Now, whether or not he gets clear on this lead in this race remains to be seen.
Post time coming up. Let's head downstairs, check in with Richard Migliori.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. And, you know, the 2-horse got the gold, looks tremendous in the flesh, carries great weight. One thing about Chris Englehart's horses, they always kind of carry good weight. He must have a terrific feed program, but I shy away from horses that have had this many chances. He's 0 for 11, but physically could not look any better. The 6-horse, Dennis, tell you what, this horse just looks fast. He's by Bank Heist. We've seen horses bred by Cas Hill Farm, which Dennis is bred by. Show speed. Spoke with the trainer, the gate work. He said he was in hand the entire way. He looks like he's going to be quick. I'd be surprised if he breaks cleanly. He's not a part of the pace. And probably will improve with a run because he is carrying a bit of weight. The 7 Hereby looks too good to me. Looks too good on paper, looked too good in the flesh. And he got sprayed down with a hose in the paddock. So anybody saw him dripping water in the paddock, that was from the hose. But conversely, you want a horse to sweat on a day like this. It's just warm enough where horses should be sweating. It shows you that their coolant system, their natural coolant system is working properly. And that's why I shied away from the 8, Kingstown. I just would have liked to have seen him get a little bit more of a sweat on. I just didn't see it. He looked good in the paddock, well turned out for trainer Mark Hennig, but he seemed bone dry to me, and I really think you have to pay attention on warm days. You want a horse to sweat a bit.
All right, Mig, thanks. Yeah, I mean, there's no question this 6, if this horse breaks well, this first-timer is going to be part of this pace. You were in a bullet going 3 furlongs. You got some speed.
Well, Gary Richards doesn't get many opportunities, and he doesn't win, but he does send his horses. So I won't be surprised when he shows speed, and maybe that compromises a horse like the 7. But we'll see how it plays out. He's got to break cleanly as well. But even if he doesn't break cleanly, he'll be rushing him up.
And there he is, getting a little bit of help into the gate, the slight assist. There's your favorite. Hereby. Christophe Clement, Dylan Davis on dirt, as Andy mentioned earlier. That's the lowest level he has been in yet. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, the call, 3rd from Belmont.
In the gate for race 3. And they're off. It's Dennis and Macart. The 2 of them out for the early lead. Dennis, the first-time starter, has now taken the lead from Macart. Hereby runs in 3rd. On the outside is Kingstown racing in 4th. And a break of 2. Back to fair to Midland. And got the gold is the trailer in 6th. Dennis shows the way by 2 lengths. Then it is the trio of Kingstown, Hereby, and Macart. The quarter 22 and 3. Dennis is the leader by 3/4 of a length. The favorite Hereby is in between horses. Macart is down at the rail, and on the outside is Kingstown. It's 2 lengths. Back to the 2 trailers. Got the Gold and Fair to Midland, and now they have caught Dennis, and now they are coming on the outside. A trio of challengers as Dennis drops back at the rail. Here's Kingstown now to take over the lead. Got the Gold is on the move. Hereby has tailed off, as has Macart. They are coming past the 8th pole. It's Kingstown and Got the Gold, and the 2 of them are heads apart with the 16th to the finish. It is Got the Gold on the outside and Kingstown on the inside. The 2 of them in a battle to the finish, and it is too tight to call. A very tight photo between Got the Gold and Kingstown.
The 2 Got the Gold, 12th career start. The 8 Kingstown on the inside. What do you think, Andy?
I thought the 8 won watching it live, but we'll see it right there with the bob. I can't tell. I can't tell. I'd have to see the slow. We'd have to see the slow-mo. The slow-mo will be able to tell. 2 got the bob. 2 got the bob. The 8 ran significantly better than the 2. The 2, I mean, you look at where the horses that were on the pace finished, and he was 4 wide, stalking a pace that completely and totally incinerated. And the 2 horse with Eric Cancel sitting there doing nothing and just waiting along and angling out won a bob. Tough beat if you bet the 8. He was best.
You're just waiting for Got the Gold to roll by in this position.
Oh, well, he got very lucky to win. I mean, it is what it is. He got very lucky to win. The 8 did every bit of running here, and the 2 won the bob. Because if you watch it, the 8 had him beat before the wire, and he lost it on that slow-mo right at the wire. If you bet the 8, this was an awful beat.
Oh, 9-5 on the 2 Got the Gold, 7-2 on the 8 Kingstown, who ran valiant no matter what the outcome here in just his second start.
He was so much the best in here. No disrespect, but he did every bit of all the dirty. 4 wide chasing a pace that completely collapsed, and the 2 just there to pick up the pieces. Just very fortunate. A tough post the 8 drew, relatively speaking. The race developed in a rough way for him, and this pace just incinerated.
Well, as we showed you on the board, Got the Gold gets the win. 12th time out. Gets that nose down at just the right time. Brutal beat for Kingstown. Second time out, this 8 horse comes up just a little bit short. Chris Engelhardt, Eric Cancel team up for the win.
They're off in the United Nations. Funtastic is sent hard to take the lead. Funtastic has been there every step of the way. Funtastic shakes loose with 1/4 mile to go. He's in front by 2 lengths, but it is Funtastic to take them coast to coast in the United Nations.
155 and in the back, 150,000. Jody, thank you.
Funtastic, standing at 3 chimneys.
Back on America's Day at the Races on FS2. Hope you're enjoying your Sunday afternoon program. Brought to you in part where you can play all the races we bring you. NYRA Bets. Get signed up at NYRABets.com or download the NYRA Bets app. Got the gold as narrow as could be. Was not in front at any point until this race, before or after, except that one jump really on the wire.
No, that was... Congratulations to his connections. I think they realized that he took advantage. He got a very good ride by Eric Cancel, and circumstance got him the victory, not just the bob, but the 8 did all the running. I feel for the connections, and I feel for anyone. I didn't bet him. I feel for anyone that bet this horse. He was much the best.
Right there, nose down, run happy photo finish. This sport can be cruel sometimes.
Yeah.
Oh.
No doubt.
A true nose. And got the gold, returns $5.80 for the win. 12th career start. Maiden breaking win for My Purple Haze Stables. Chris Englehart and Eric Cancel. Kingstown winds up second in his second start. Huge reversal of form for him from start 1 to 2.
Agreed. Really ran much better. Tough loss.
All right, we head to Churchill Downs. $20,000 maiden claiming race that starts the Derby City 6 here at 1 1/16 miles. And we're going to begin things with Prince of Glory here in a moment. Prince of Glory dropped from 50 to 20 last time out.
Tough
2
to
sprints and stretches out.
Tough to recommend him. A new gelding as he stretches out. Good luck. Speed, though.
Well, I kind of like the 2 sprint stretch out. We'll see. Brown delivers 5 to 2.
I thought he's sort of a logical horse, but he has absolutely no speed, and that kind of worries me a little bit. But Tyler will probably do a good job getting position.
Master Lee, for the first time, is going to take blinkers off.
Has not been on the dirt since the debut, and I thought was a little bit sneaky.
6 to 1 right now with Raylu Gutierrez. Big price, the biggest on the board next door here at Dover Straight.
Tough to make a strong case for him, even though this isn't the strongest field. I'm not sure he's supposed to be 23 to 1 in here. There's no Tigers in the race.
Bright Spark. Start number 2 was with Brad Cox, now Jeff Engler.
Private purchase from Juddmonte or whatever. He was bought from Juddmonte since his last start. Oh, look, he sold at Keeneland in April, actually, I guess, for $12,000 from a Juddmonte sale, probably in a month.
Carnivore, 5 to 2 Corey Lannery for Jeff Hiles.
He's actually got the fastest figs in here, even on the dirt, though he's been on the turf recently. He's somewhat logical. He's also got more speed than the other favorite, or a short price, I should say.
Harley just went by 2. Here's the 8, Ismian, blinkers on.
I guess he's not impossible. Goes out for the trainer of the mighty Latruska.
Winter's Ghost, this gray at 13 to 1.
Never been on the dirt before, but the pedigree doesn't suggest he's going to handle it.
And 9 to 2 outside, Proud Union. This is start number 3. The dirt debut is a very low level, but showed ability at least at that level.
Yeah, I didn't like this horse at all and think he's got a very rough, tough row to hoe from the outside post. He comes out of a race that really fell in his lap as the pace collapsed.
Will add blinkers. It is Steve Asmussen, West Point. You get Brian Hernandez Jr. as well. Strong connections as we get set for this 4th here to start this Derby City 6. So 5 to 2 on Brown delivers. Slight drop from 30 to 20 maiden claiming. And just dirt start number 2. Had been on synthetic in the prior 9 starts of his career.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously he ran well enough to win there, and he's got Tyler Gaffleone, which sort of guarantees he's going to get over bet. But meanwhile, Tyler wins a lot of races, and Tyler will do a good job, I think, getting better position. But he's got no speed, this horse, and that worries me on this track. Horses are not making big moves on this dirt track at all.
And that might be a little bit of the reason. I mean, the one coming out of 2 sprints actually showed a little bit of sprint speed last start. Is this the horse who's going to be in front?
You would think he'd be in front. I think that Raylu's going to be right on him, though, with Master Leah. Master Leah is actually an interesting horse at a price. I could bet a couple dollars on him.
There's the 1 about to move in for Paul McGee, the new gelding as well. See the 8, Isthmian. Blinkers on this horse. Stretches out as well from 6 furlongs.
We'll see. I mean, I want to have horses there in general, obviously at better prices, but also that are forward. Until I see this track, it just seems like we saw a lot of this last year, and we're seeing it now. It's just tough to make up ground. We'll see if that is a trend that continues.
There's Winner's Ghost in our screen, waiting to load up, and then Proud Union, that Asmussen runner, is going to need to improve, certainly off that dirt debut. And that was at a bottom level. There he is, the 10 in those West Point Thoroughbred Silks. But he's in the right barn to move forward. Equipment change as well with the blinkers on. Beautiful day out in Louisville, too.
Yeah. Yeah. Probably warmer there than it is here. They can get awfully warm down there. What's going on here?
That man right there is always going to have your horse in great position. Brian Hernandez Jr. teaming up with the winningest trainer in North American history here. Will be the last in again as we get set for the 4th. Not sure what the holdup here is.
Something's going on in front of him they're waiting for because the 9 is not loading.
And I guess it was this guy being a bit of a bad actor, the 9 Winners Ghost. Well, let's go to Travis Stone. We are set. Here's the 4th from Churchill Downs.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Good beginning for Dover straight to the lead. Prince of Glory is there. Here comes Isthmian from the far outside, and Carnivore's up close too. 3 of them across the track into the first turn. Isthmian, Prince of Glory, these 2 go on with it now. Dover straight backs off into 3rd. Carnivore's up into 4th. Proud Union stuck 4 wide 5th. Master Lee saving all sorts of ground toward the inside 6th, and up close 6th, only a length and a half off the lead. And then it's Winter's Ghost advancing into 7th. Brown delivers his 8th by 5. Bright Spark did not have the best of starts and is the trailer. The opening quarter goes in 24 seconds flat. Down the backstretch they go. Isthmian comes on through to take a clear lead. Prince of Glory keeping pace toward the rail 2nd. Carnivore progress up to be 3rd on the outside. Proud Union will be stuck wide to the far turn as well, racing in 4th. Master Lee toward the rail 5th. Dover Straight is back into 6th. Winter's Ghost is 7th. Brown Delivers is still 8th and is buried in behind horses. 5 lengths to make up. Had to steady just a bit there as they hit the far turn. Bright Spark is the trailer. The leader is Isthmian with 3 furlongs to go. The half in 48 seconds flat. Carnivore's 2nd. As they round the far turn, Proud Union is also there. Winter's Ghost coming under a ride while wide. Brown Delivers has made progress up into 5th, but is still 6 lengths behind Isthmian, who heads for home in front. Carnivore coming after that one now. Carnivore is coming after Isthmian. Isthmian is holding on to the lead. Carnivore is wandering about the track. Swap leads right there at the 8th pole. Swap back. It is still Isthmian and Carnivore, and now Carnivore comes away with the lead, and it will be Carnivore, who eventually runs down Isthmian to win it. 4 lengths back, Prince of Glory. Then it was either Brown Delivers or Winter's Ghost.
Carnivore getting by Isthmian for the win. Corey Lannery, 10th time out, son of Run Happy, breaks his maiden.
Yeah, he actually passed. Not easy to pass on the outside. He had some good figs on the dirt. Gets back to the dirt after running on the turf, and he grinds down Isthmian, who, tough beat if you bet him. Great ride by Ricardo Santana to clear everybody and get to the front with this horse stretching out. And a tough beat, almost held on. And the 3 just couldn't make up ground.
So Carnivore had been on the turf the last 3 starts, gets back to dirt where it's shown good form. And technically, I mean, this was a drop from 50 to 20, really, from the last time he'd been on dirt. He hit the board against the next out winner in that race. Able to get the win.
Yeah, I mean, these 2 horses had some of the better figures. I guess the 8 was a bit of an overlay in here, but he gets it done. And once again, I think the lesson to be learned is stay away from short prices that have to close on the dirt at Churchill.
Drafted has been such a great story. This 8-year-old, the best he has ever been, and Jose Ortiz, a big part of it for trainer David Duggan. We'll be back.
A Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes and added a Grade 1 with turf credentials in the Maker's Mark Mile. From ages 2 to 4, this versatile son of Warfront proved his class at the highest levels. Now his first foals have arrived. War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Nairo Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. and offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with NYRA Bets.
Spun to Run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Back on America's Day of the Races, program brought to you in part by the champion sprinter, Run Happy. We just saw Run Happy win at Churchill Downs. This horse never lost in his career while sprinting. It stands in the legendary stall number 1 at Claiborne Farm. The Run Happy from yesterday here at Belmont. This 8-year-old drafted for David Duggan in the best form of his career. He's won 2 of his last 3 starts.
And Jose Ortiz has so much confidence in him. He just waited on the rail. He didn't pull as much as he did when he won 2 back with Jose for the first time, and he wheeled him out. And one of the reasons he can be confident is even though the pace wasn't super fast, the horse in front, Chateau, he's like his own rabbit. He manages to blow clear leads more than any talented horse I've ever seen. No lead is ever safe for him, and he just couldn't quite get the trip. Did run reasonably well to run second, but drafted, comes there and just makes that run. He's kind of a very cool closing dirt sprinter because he never gets a fast pace to close into, and whether he wins or not, he seems to almost always produce some kind of run.
And, you know, when he won that toboggan was one of the most jaw-dropping performances we saw at the Aqueduct meeting. That was out of this world.
He looked like a wildebeest on the backstretch. You know, Jose just couldn't hold him back, and he finally made what I think he would agree was probably a premature move because he just couldn't hold him back any longer, and he trounced that field.
That ended an 0-for-12 streak. He had not won since March of 2019 when he won the toboggan in February. Now he wins again. His only defeat in his last 3 starts. They tried him at Grade 1 Company, which you can't blame him off that toboggan, and he had to go against maybe the best miler in the country in Speaker's Corner.
Yeah, I mean, Speaker's Corner has been tremendous, and that was in the Carter. And Speaker's Corner, of course, who won that at 7 furlongs, going to try the mile, and he's going to be a serious foe for the talented Flight Line in the Met Mile here on Belmont Stakes Day. Looking forward to that, but I still think Draft's a really cool horse. He's not at the top tier, but I like closers like that don't need help to necessarily run well.
Yeah, you put it well. I mean, he's time and time again, he just has not got a good. What if he ever does get a hot pace to run into?
Oh, if he gets a hot pace, he's going to crush a field. I know, but I like horses like that. You know, you don't see that in dirt horses much. You see that some in turf sprinters. A horse like Maxwell Esquire, who won here the other day, he can close into sort of no paces, but dirt sprinters usually need some help.
Up next, we're going to kick off the Pick 6 here in New York. It will begin on the grass, 7 furlongs on the turf. An allowance optional claiming field. And Panster right now for Christophe Clement with Irad Ortiz Jr. His 4-year-old return to the races. Third is a beaten favorite, second off the bench coming up.
He's a dreadful favorite. I mean, he was compromised by a slow pace last time. I can't believe he'll be favored. I imagine the other Clement horse who ran well behind a pace that held together in his 7 furlong race 2 back does have a little hang in him. He should be favored. I think Panster's over his head in this spot.
Well, here is the other Clement. Let's take a look at his last start. This was his 4-year-old return to the races, and he was second all the way around the racetrack.
And even though he lost to a big long shot in Thin White Duke got a great trip and ride that day, and also he came back and actually ran sneaky well despite not hitting the board in a subsequent start here against Tougher at Belmont. It worries me a little bit the Straw into Gold's got a little hang in him. But sometimes Christophe Clement horses, they need to start off a layoff. He is a horse who has only won, well, actually, his win one of his 2 wins was on the front end here. I do like 7 furlongs for him. His race 2 back at 7 furlongs. Call Me Harry and Dancing Buck are both talented, and they also had the run of the race. They walked around the track together.
He did at least finally, I know he got past late, but he did get by that horse who was on the lead in microsecond.
Did he get by him because the other horse went by him? I'm not sure. He's pretty. I have no argument with him. I think he'll be favored, and he should be favored. I think he's a much more likely winner than Panster. I know Panster's got Irad Ortiz, but to me, he's overbet by a lot at 5-2.
Klickitat.
That's who I like.
Dylan Davis, Mike Maker. He will shorten up to 7 furlongs today. This was back on September 30th. Going a mile and a 16th at Belmont when he was second, beat a half like he had the lead in the stretch and he got run down.
I picked the race 3-2. I like his chances. He had no excuse to lose this race, but Regal Sneaker was in good form. He is a horse that's had a lot of bad trips and been very unlucky against better horses. I don't know what happened last time. He just got completely lost. He's a horse that's better being more forwardly placed. I am a little worried, though, that he's 7-1 right now, and he's going to be a decent price for these connections. I would have thought he'd take more money in here, but I'm still betting on him.
Yeah, Mike Maker, and as good as Dylan Davis is going. 7-1 from a 9-2 morning line on Klickitat as you see them coming through the tunnel. Post parade here coming up in a race that will kick off this pick 6 on, I guess, tough day to find a single in here. I think some people might look to, and I know you don't agree, that Dr. Ardito race. You actually like someone else, right, in that race?
I don't think Dr. Ardito has to win that race at all. I think with the right ride from Irad going the lead, Jerry the Nipper can win. Dr. Ardito can win, but I thought he'd be overbet. No, I think the 2 is not impossible in there. I don't even think the 8's totally impossible. It was against the track last time.
Here is Kendrick Carmouche. He's on St. Selby for Rob Etris.
Rob is determined to get this horse onto the turf. He's the speed, perhaps not far now. We'll go with him a little bit early. He's got a little bit of turf pedigree. Rob keeps scratching off the dirt to run on the turf.
Horse we showed you in action last out for Clement.
Very logical horse. He's got to seal the deal at some point, but I think 7 furlongs fits him very well.
Also showed you Klickitat back in September. He started 2 more times since then. One was a stakes race.
He's the best horse if he runs his race. The question is he going to run it coming off the layoff?
And again, strange to see him 7-1 now. This is his first start back as a 6-year-old off the bench. Chowda, he is going to get on the turf for the first time in his career.
I like Lobster. I like Chowda. I don't like them on the grass. There's no pedigree.
Eric Cancel for Gary Siaki is a huge price. Not far now. The 5 at 5-1, Flavian Pratt, George Weaver. This horse is quick.
But I hate the year layoff as he won a conditional claiming race last time, and is he faster than St. Selby on the rail?
Gate to wire win, basically, the last time we saw him going 7-8. Chulian for Graham Motion.
I think he's a horse that needs a lot of pace to be effective, but maybe he's going to get some pace in this race. Not impossible.
9-2. He's making his 4-year-old debut with Manny Franco. The 7 quiet out east. Trevor McCarthy rides.
His last win was at 7 furlongs, but that was against Lesser, and he got a good trip that day.
Got to be a fun day coming back off the first Grade 1 win of your career. That's what Trevor McCarthy is doing. Panster, the other Clement, still the favorite at 5-2.
I don't understand the money for this horse. He got bet last time, and he was pace compromised last time. And he didn't run badly, but I just think he's facing better horses today. I feel like this is Irad Ortiz money.
4 minutes to post in a race that will kick off this Sunday pick 6. Here at Belmont, you can get involved. Play it with Naira Bets and take advantage of this offer, that $200 deposit match. Sign up bonus with that code right there, Stakes 200 for new members. Punch that in, and that offer is yours on the app or at NairaBets.com, where you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. JK, we start the pick 6 here. What are your thoughts on the 4th?
Yeah, I'm going to use a couple in here. I'm going to use the 1, the 2. I think the 8 is also one you might want to consider using in the pick 6. But I like the 1, St. Selby. You know, like Andy mentioned, they've been trying to get this horse on the turf. The horse doesn't have a ton of turf pedigree on the female side, you know, something that you're just excited to bet based on a pedigree standpoint. But Cantharos has gotten some pretty good turf sprinters. He had World of Trouble. He had Bucaro, who was a nice turf sprinter. And Cantharos himself ran second in the Breeders' Cup turf sprint. So you got to think there's at least a tad bit of turf in here. But what I do like the most about St. Selby is that he has speed. And speed in turf sprints, to me, is one of the biggest weapons. From the inside and getting Kendrick Carmouche, I'd imagine this horse will be sent away from there, find some position moving forward, and possibly get loose. Now, there doesn't seem to be a lot of other speed in here. And when I say speed, I mean like really fast, early pace figures types of speed. And so I'm hopeful that the one can find a way to get loose in here. If for whatever reason it does go a little too quick, I do think the 2 Straw Into Gold is a type of horse that could pick up pieces. I don't typically love cutbacks in turf sprints, but this horse has run well going 7 furlongs before on the turf at Belmont, and I'm thinking if the pace is really fast, the 2 could pick up the pieces, but I'll go with the 1 St. Selby to go wire to wire.
I'm going to look this up, but I don't believe Cantheros ever ran on the turf. I thought he was retired after winning the Saratoga Special. Maybe I have the wrong horse.
Well, that horse has the rail. He's got Kendrick. He's shown dirt speed. Dirt speed does not always translate into turf speed. We'll see if that's the case here.
I agree with that. I think that's a very, very valid point. Rob Atras has been determined to run this horse in the turf. He scratched out of a dirt race yesterday to run here. He was entered in a race that came off the turf, I believe, at Aqueduct. And Maggie was saying she saw him this morning, and he was really worried we might take this race off the turf. And I respect that, though he's not known as a big trainer of turf horses. And he does have some pedigree. He's a half to a turf winner. Cantheros has thrown turf horses. We'll see. Is he going to get too much pressure not far now? Can he get the 7 furlongs? Can he improve? Not really sure. I don't love him, but I get where Jonathan's going with him as a wild card. He is a wild card here, and he's far from impossible.
Let's check in downstairs with Mig.
Well, I agree with the point that dirt speed doesn't always translate to speed on the turf, but I'd be shocked if St. Selby's not on the lead. The way he warmed up gave Kendrick Carmouche a really hard time. I mean, he got to pull him very hard. He had to get him stopped, had to get back to his pony, and he looks like he was just at that boiling point. He was well past the simmer, so I think St. Selby will show a lot of speed. The 2 Straw Into Gold could not look any better. I like the turn back for him. I think he'll be coming on late, gets the best turf sprint rider in the game in Joel Rosario. And this homebred for Waterville Lake Stables really could not look any better in the flesh. Had that 1 race off the bench and should be primed for his best today. Certainly looks like that from a physical perspective. The 5 Not Far Now. This horse has 1 eye. He's actually missing his outside eye. And he should be stalking, I believe, the 1 St. Selby from the outside. I do think he'll appreciate having this race. He could be just a bit more tucked up. And then I'm going to go to my selection, the 6, Tulane. I love what I saw from this horse, and he seemed ultra sharp coming up the freshening. So maybe even though 7/8 might be a bit short for him, maybe he'll just be a little bit fresh enough to put himself in close enough proximity and basically intensify his closing kick. So I'm all about the 6. I just love what I saw from him on the racetrack.
All right, Mig, thanks. Julian's got to prove he can sprint. He only tried it once. It was his debut, which is a completely forgivable race, your first time out effort. He's only gone longer since then.
Well, a lot of it's going to come down to whether or not the 1 and 5 engage at all. Because if the 1 and 5 engage and the pace gets reasonably hot, then horses like Tulane, 7 furlongs is not like a 6 furlong or 5.5 turf sprint. We see plenty of horses that are mile and 16 type horses be effective at 7 furlongs. It's more going to be a pace-dependent situation. And if the pace gets quick, I think those horses can win. I believe there's opportunity in this race because Panster's 5-2. I picked Panster 4th. If he wins this race, the last thing I'm going to do is be shocked. I don't understand how you look at this race and think he's supposed to be favored in here. I think Straw Into Gold is a better horse, the other Clement horse. I think there's a lot of stuff going on in this race, and to me, he's a horrible gamble at that price. Could he win? I suppose, but I believe that you're going to make money in life betting against horses like Panster at 5-2. A horse who, when he's won, has gotten unbelievably fortunate trips, frankly, against lesser than he's meeting today.
Making their way to the gate. This horse has been favored throughout. Panster for Clement from that outside post, and maybe it is because of that man on his back. Irad Ortiz Jr. We saw it was silly at times, the kind of money he was attracting to some of his mounts.
There were some days, I feel like I'm remembering days when you and I were seeing odds on horses, when you and I, who approach handicapping in a different way, both look at each other and say, who would bet this horse?
The power,
and we were actually right. They didn't win.
The power of Irad Ortiz Jr.
He's a great rider.
But we'll see. I mean, we're not saying this horse absolutely can win, and you would agree.
Yeah, he can win.
But
I feel like he's supposed to be about 9-2 or 4-1. What did David Aragona make him in the line? Well, he had him 7-2. So but he had Straw Into Gold, the 5-2 favorite. And I would agree that's what you would think would have happened. But they overbet him last time, even though he's pace compromised, and they were wrong.
So Clement with the 2, with the 8, both making their second starts off the bench of their 4-year-old campaigns. Pick 6 starts here. Let's go to John Imbriel.
And they're off. There's Not Far Now, and here comes St. Selby quickly up to challenge from the rail. Not Far Now, narrow lead. St. Selby right there in second, and the front two have opened up 4 lengths on Clickatat, who's running in third. Straw Into Gold on the inside is in fourth, followed by Chowder on the outside in fifth. Then Tulane in sixth, followed by Panster, and the trailer is Quiet Out East in eighth. St. Selby goes on with it now to poke ahead in front of Not Far Now. The quarter went in 22 and 2/5 seconds. Just in behind, Straw Into Gold is down at the rail with Clickatat racing in between horses. And on the outside is a Chowder, the long shot in the clear, now moving up a spot. Then it is Tulane with Panster, and the trailer is Quiet Out East. St. Selby and Not Far Now, they remain heads apart for the lead as they move for the quarter pole. Not Far Now on the outside, St. Selby on the inside, and Straw Into Gold is just in behind them. And here is Clickatat now moving up. Straw Into Gold has moved to the outside. It is Not Far Now who has come away with the lead. And then comes Straw Into Gold and Clickatat. St. Selby is now back running in fourth. Not Far Now. Clickatat driving up on the outside with Straw Into Gold. It is Clickatat to win it. Straw Into Gold was second. Not Far Now faded to third.
Crazy price.
Clickatat, Dylan Davis, Mike Maker. In the end,
8-1, I think.
Wow, floated up even higher at 8-1.
Crazy price. Great ride by Dylan. Got good position. Got that forward position that he didn't have last time out. And Dylan really rode him well. I got to tell you something. The number 5, Not Far Now, ran huge. They were moving up front in this race, and he really held till the end, but he just couldn't quite get the end. I think the number 2, Straw Into Gold, did well. He got a good ride from Joel Rosario. He was inside of him. He saved more ground. He was able to get out. The thing about Straw Into Gold, he's a horse that doesn't have quite as much desire to win as some horses. The winner of this race was an overlay at 8-1, and there was some terrible betting making horses like the 8 the favorite here.
Strange to see a horse from this barn, such an overlay.
And it felt like they weren't going to get there, and it just is in the late stages. The number 5, Not Far Now, got it done, and the race didn't really collapse. Trying to look what the pace was. The pace was fairly honest, and the course has dried out quite a bit since yesterday. But nice effort here. And Clickatat, he should have been 4-1. He never should have been 8-1. I don't think it was a great pick. I just think it was a great price.
And sometimes you could just let that determine where you're going to go in a race. If the horse is a dramatic overlay. 3-2-5-6. Dylan Davis just collected his 1,000th career win a couple days earlier here at the meet. Gets the job done here to start off this Sunday pick 6 for Paradise Farms. Mike Maker. Prices from this one when we come back, and we will set the stage for the late pick 5 on our Sunday card. We'll be back.
Introducing Giftbox, winner of the Grade 1 Santa Anita Handicap. He's a 3-time graded stakes winning millionaire with 4 triple-digit buyers and a 4 Ragozin to his name. He proved himself early as a graded stakes place 2-year-old, and now his career as a stallion is just getting started. From the first crop of the leading sire Twirling Candy out of a multiple graded stakes producing mare. Giftbox, only at Lane's End.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Good to have you with us on this Sunday afternoon here on FS2. Pick 6 underway here in New York with Klickitat at 8-1. Dylan Davis, Mike Maker, Paradise Farms' 4th win of his career on turf.
Excellent ride by Dylan, getting good position with this horse, and it's what made the difference in being able to sort of be outside of the eventual winner. Even though he lost a little more ground, he couldn't help it. He had an outside post. I think it gave him that sort of clear outside run that did the job as they ground down a very game third-place finisher off a year layoff not far now.
Well, here's where Klickitat came from. Got running room here coming into the turn.
Yeah, and inside of him is the number 2. The number 2 can't quite get it done. Straw into gold. You know, we were talking about the Exacta with an 8-1 over a 3-1. Only paying $42 seems light. People have to keep in mind, TAW money isn't in the win pool; it's in the Exacta pool. The horse was probably more like a 9-2 shot, the way we thought he should have been in the Exactas. And the 2 was favored in the Exacta pool, so it makes sense that it didn't pay that much.
$18.60 on Klickitat to start the pick 6 with a long way to go as we head back to Louisville post parade for race 5. This is going to start the late pick 5 under the Twin Spires. 5 furlongs on the turf. Several runners here coming out of that April 22nd race at Keeneland, including the 2nd and 3rd place finishers, but there was a horse who got stymied on the rail. Right now is favored. We'll get to him in a moment. Commander's Palace, if you haven't brunched there in New Orleans, you're missing out.
Yeah, I've never had the brunch there. He's turning back. The trainer, Marcassi, has good numbers turning back, but it's tough to turn back to 5 furlongs. Good luck.
38-1, Sparkle of Hope for Greg Foley.
Yeah, there's not much of a sparkle of hope for this one. He just doesn't look quite good enough. Big price if you like him.
So here's Sandicy 8-5 off that troubled trip in the stretch.
The problem is this is the kind of horse that gets dramatically overbet because of trips like that. And that was a race that collapsed. He's probably the horse you want out of it. You don't want him at this price.
11-1. Lady Danae, we saw at Saratoga last summer with a huge figure beating Bubble Rock, among others.
I thought this horse would be favored.
This is amazing.
This horse
11-1.
Had a trip when he ran down at Kentucky Downs. I think this is a horse to beat Lady Danae, and she's 11-1. I'm confused.
Cruz Bay 13-1, coming out of that same race that several are. She was 3rd.
Yeah, I don't want the closers out of that race. I think they all ran with the flow of the race.
Kona K, Raylu Gutierrez for Jordan Blair.
Yeah, also comes out of that race. This horse, though, is close to the pace, so I actually moved this horse up a little bit at a big price.
Bout Time, Cherie DeVoe, Brian Hernandez Jr., the 7, 3-1.
But did lose at 2-5 last time out. It makes me wonder if her debut was as good as the figure looks. We'll see.
Makes a nice appearance here at 3-1. Only Kidding was 2nd in that common race for so many at Keeneland last start.
But like all the effective horses, was able to close.
Tyler Gaffleone will ride for Brendan Walsh. Debut winner Blazing Summer. It was at Ellis, and it was a slow number.
Yes. I concur with all of that.
Meanwhile, Nota Bene, guess what race this one's coming out of?
The same race as everybody else and closed into it.
Ian Wilkes, Chris Landeros, 19-1. Social Mandate, first time on the turf for the 11.
Yeah, there's really not. I couldn't find anything to speak of in the pedigree.
And outside, you're going to get double-digit odds for Bill Mott. Dam was a stakes runner on the turf.
This horse is an overlay as well. I'm going to use this horse.
Gate to wire, first time out at Gulfstream, going 5 furlongs.
Yeah, I think this horse is too big a price.
Joe Talamo for Mott. Post time coming up. Starts the pick 5. Let's go to Paul LaDuca.
Thanks, guys. Lost you there for a little bit. And listen, when you focus on this race, you have the 3, 5, 8, 10. You guys have mentioned it already. They're all coming out of the same race. What do you do with all of them? A couple of them broke badly, and all of them came from way out of it, which seemed like that was sort of the race flow. I really love the 7 in here. I love Bout Time. When I looked at the last race, this filly, first time when she broke her maiden, it was very nice. Her second time, she had a very good trip. And there was a lone leader on the front end, and she sort of re-engaged with that horse on the front when another horse on the outside came after her. So I think she's got more in the tank for Cherie DeVoe. And you're taking a look at the replay of the race where only Kidding was in. Cruz Bay, who do you take out of that race? Note Bene actually ran very, very well, and if you're a numbers person, ran the best numbers on the sheet. I'm just against Sand of Sea. I really am. If you look at Sand of Sea, the lone win was over a 6-horse field over the synthetic at Gulfstream Park. And I really, really feel that Bout Time has got a big shot to win this race for Cherie DeVaux. I actually made a win bet, and I'm singling her on my pick 5, guys.
All right, Paulie, thanks. She made a great appearance. Stunner or not this time. Dominant in a straight maiden group at Fairgrounds. It was her turf debut. It was her 4-year-old debut. And then first time against winners, even though she got beat at 2-5, she missed by less than a length.
Yeah, I think she's very, I admire Paul's enthusiasm for her. I'm not going to bet her at 3-1, but I can see Paul's thinking. She runs back to her maiden win. She's going to be very, very hard to beat. Didn't love her last race, but I think her race 2 back was very good.
It's the 3, though. Sand and Sea, who remains the 2-1 favorite, was as short as 8-5 at one point. And there you see her about to load up. There in the background. Broke her maiden on synthetic at Gulfstream and was making it look like she was going to win that race coming up the fence and just completely got shut off in the stretch.
I'm betting the 4 Lady Dene. I think this is ridiculous. This horse ran 85 by her in her debut as a 2-year-old. She improves on that. She'll shred this field. She was with Joe Sharp. Now she's with Steve Asmussen. I don't get it. She had a big excuse in her second start, and I don't think she ran as badly as it looks in her third start as well. She's a turf horse, not a dirt horse. She's on the right surface, and I think she's a gigantic overlay.
Travis Stone the call. It's the start of the pick 5 on the Sunday card from Churchill Downs.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Giverny on the far outside. Lady Dene is there. Bound Time is not far behind. Konakai's up close to Cruz Bay. Backside of there. Down the backstretch. Giverny for that outside post. Rips away from the pack and builds a 3-length lead. Bout Time is on the chase from second. Blazing Summer up into third. Lady Dene fourth and toward the rail. Konakai's racing fifth. Social Mandate on the move from 6. Only Kidding is now 7th. Cruz Bay is 8th. Sand and Seas all the way back in 9th as they round the far turn. Nota Bene is 10th by 3. Sparkle of Hope and Commander's Palace at the quarter pole. Bout Time sweeps up with a wide move. Up to challenge as they come off the turn. Giverny's trying to hang in there down toward the rail. Only Kidding is in behind with Cruz Bay. Blazing Summer is there as they race for the final 16th. Bout Time is clear by 5. Bout Time set a good trip just off the speed and rambles home. 3 lengths in the end. Bout Time first. Nota Bene up for second. Cruz Bay third. Sand and Sea managed 4th.
Bout Time, nice call, Paul, and this one ran to her looks. Brian Hernandez Jr., Cherie DeVaux. She's now 2 for 3 on the turf.
This was ridiculous. Congrats to Paul. Paul loved this horse, and Paul could not have been more right. 3-1 shot. She won like she should have been 3-5. A winner every step of the way in here. Absolutely dominated the race. Congrats to Cherie DeVaux on the win. You don't win turf sprints by this much unless you're a lot the best. And she was just an hour the best here, and a great call by Paul, who said he loved this horse, and he was right.
Yeah, and he talked about the 10, Nota Bene as well. Huge long shot, who I believe wound up second in this race. LaDuca all over this one. And wow, such a brilliant start for Giverny, who showed that speed in the turf debut at Gulfstream. Started out really good, and then all of a sudden just completely backed out of it.
As did my 4, who started off well also, Lady Dene. She was a price for a reason. I couldn't have been more wrong about her. She showed a little speed and then just stopped.
In the end, 9-5 on Bout Time. We saw her a couple of minutes to post. She was 3-1.
Well, they heard Paul. 9-5 was an overlay the way she ran.
So thanks for nothing in the end, Paul, because you hurt the price. She ran. You said it right. I mean, to win by that kind of margin, going that distance, that was an impressive performance. You were done for the afternoon?
I am done.
It's good to work with you for a bit on Sunday. We'll see you next week.
I'll see you Thursday.
All right,
Look
sounds
forward
good.
to it. All right, see you guys too.
Short timeout. We'll be back. A lot more coming up. Feature at both Belmont and Churchill still to come. Late pick 5's next in New York. We will set it up for you when we come back. It'll begin on the grass with 2 that look like they're the standouts to begin it. Stay with us.
The ultimate accolade for a racehorse is to be named Horse of the Year. To be enshrined to the Hall of Fame is to achieve immortality. As a stallion, genetic immortality is defined in 2 words: breed shaper, plain and simple. 2-time Horse of the Year and Hall of Fame inductee, Curlin, is just that. Breed shaper, Curlin, the classic sire.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program because New York breds start with an advantage. New York breds run for serious green. At Belmont and Saratoga, New York bred maidens run for up to $75,000 and allowance horses for up to $85,000. And serious New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race in open company. So get back with the program. Seriously.
It's 1,000 words fighting back, coming down to the finish. If a picture is worth 1,000 words, this is one stunning picture.
1,000 words just in front. 1,000 words wins the Robert B. Lewis.
Honoree P is full out now, second on the outside. And they're coming down to the line, and 1,000 words has done it.
Crazy. We're back on America's Day at the Races on a beautiful Sunday afternoon. Good to have you with us. Program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. We continue to play musical chairs. I am rejoined here. You're back on the desk. Acacia Clement, good to see you again.
Yeah, nice to be back. I came back up here. I feel like I was just here, but I'm on the other side now, so looking forward to some more good racing with you, Greg.
Yeah, we got the late pick 5 next here at Belmont. It includes, of course, this feature, Gold Fever, later this afternoon. I talked about it briefly with Andy. We thought it was a wide open race, and Senbei on the outside has speed, has talent, and was named by my partner?
He was, yes. He's a special horse for me. It's, my husband, along with Joe Migliori, so Miguel and Joe went to the sales and picked him out as a yearling for $280,000. And then, of course, my father-in-law trains him, and Dean Reeves did not have a name for him, and so I got to come up with a name. So Senbei, Japanese tea cookie, as he's by Candy Ride out of the mare Sweet Aloha. I looked at Hawaiian candy stores for inspiration, and so far my naming record is pretty good as he's a multiple stakes winner, Greg. I'm nervous to name anything else, but he's so exciting as a two-year-old.
Can he be alone in front?
That's going to be the question. He's very fast. He's very, very good when he gets to flaunt his speed. He's also facing open company for the first time as he's only ever run against New York breds. Now's the time to find out. In the family, they're all very precocious. Did he go on as a 3-year-old? That's what we're going to figure out today.
Only New York bred in that field. That's our feature coming up later on in the Pick 5 that begins in this race coming up. It will begin on the turf, mile and a 16th, $40,000 maiden claiming race. Let's head downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
Well, it is the battle of possibly the professional maidens as Bailout. He is the confirmed professional maiden as a 7-year-old. But between him and I Am the Law, weirdly on the looks department, I actually prefer Bailout. But let's take a look at the lesser known commodities in here. And coming back now as a 3-year-old is the inside runner #1, Hooky Player. I thought ran actually okay last time out at Belmont in that maiden 50, kind of picking up the pieces at the end. The race more dominated forwardly. He's a good-looking type. I don't mind him, but he's just a bit heavy coming back off the bench here. He is wearing those front wraps again, and I mentioned that with the front wraps because it's kind of odd for turf horses to wear wraps, period. You will see them wear them behind, but again, it's a little bit of an oddity, and the same thing can be said for #2 in here, Strike Price, who I thought got embroiled in a pretty fast pace duel. Both of those horses, the other one he went with, finishing last and second to last, but maybe he needed the start. Was not in the paddock on debut, but he does have a fit appearance here. As do want to talk about number 3, Lefty's War, is a little bit out of order here, but this is a guy returning to the turf. He actually physically looks like a turf horse. He's just way more together and athletic looking than what he was last year. I'd be willing to give him a little bit of a look at a big price as he is second off the bench. I like his composure here in the paddock today. He looks fit and well conditioned heading into this effort for Joe Lee. Guys?
All right, Maggie, thank you. Coming through that tunnel. We'll get to the post parade here in just a moment. This race again starts the late pick 5. You can play with Naira Bets. That offer available to new members, $200 deposit match sign-up bonus. When you punch in that code there, the graphic's getting bigger every time we show it. Match 200. Go to NairaBets.com. Download the Naira Bets app to get involved. Over 200,000 in today's pool for this pick 5 sequence. So we'll start not with hockey player, hooky player. Manny Franco, big game 7 tonight in New York, by the way.
I think Richie McLeory's a little excited.
He's nervous, very nervous. Manny Franco here. This horse, wow, down to 3-1 was 10-1 morning line.
I guess he's kind of the potential upsetter of the professional maidens. He does come back for the first start of his 3-year-old season. An odd trip last time to finish 4th as he was wide throughout, broke well, and then was taken back with a little bit of late run.
Strike Price at this level showed speed and then backed out of it. Can he last longer today?
He seemed like he was very green first time out. He hustled up. He was trying to run off with Eric Cancel a little bit and just couldn't sustain that speed. You'd imagine he'll be stronger today.
We skip to the 4 and the current favorite, Bailout, 7-year-old. This is his 27th start. You don't see 7-year-olds still trying to break their maiden very often.
No, but the thing is that he's had 11 seconds and 3/3. He's always right there, including last time when he lost by a nose.
Fazaro, back-to-back 4th place finishes, including sprinting on the grass. That was his turf debut last out.
I do think he's more of a turf horse. Let's see if he just maybe finds the right spot today. The stretch out will be the question.
Here's the 6th, Kentucky Knight. Blinkers go on.
We'll see if those blinkers help him. He just doesn't have any early speed at all.
The other logical we'll get to in a moment, that's the 8. We're going to backtrack and get to the 3 here. This is Lefty's War. Debuted on grass and did not show a lot, but it was his debut.
I love the progeny of Jess's Dream, who stands down in Florida running on the turf. You also have Warfront on the bottom side and got some good notes from Maggie as far as getting back to the grass.
Dylan Davis on board the long shot. And here's the 8, I Am the Law, Joel Rosario. John Terranova. This horse drops out of straight maiden races at Tampa and Aqueduct.
And Andy called I Am the Law kind of Bailout Junior as he's starting to rack up the defeats as well. He's pretty sharp out there on the track. We'll see if this drop in class helps him.
Lowest level he has ever been at. I thought he was the one to beat in here. And then Irie Spice, huge price outside. And I actually believe it is Gary Richards on this runner. It is at 28-1.
First time back on the turf in a while. His only turf start, he did no running.
So 5 minutes to post here in the 5th at Belmont. Seemingly, JK, 2 standouts in this race, but they've lost a lot of races. What do you do here?
Yeah, I'm going to use both of them. I think the 4 Bailout has just been unlucky, but I do think that the 8 I Am the Law is dropping from maiden special weight. So I got to give both of them a shot in here. You can save some money on this ticket if you have a stronger opinion about the 2. I couldn't separate them. I'll use those to get started. In the second leg, I'm going to use 3, 4, 7, and 8. I think Dr. Ardito is a likely winner, but I think the 7, Jerry the Nipper, is also interesting in that spot. On to the third leg. I'm going to spread in here. Love and Thunder, excited to see Flavian Pratt, having an opportunity to ride this horse who seems to have been tricky throughout his career. And then the 10, New York Girl. It's a little bit of class relief for the 10, New York Girl. I'm going to spread in that race. And then in the fourth leg, I'm going to use the 3 and the 4. The 3 Provocateur and the 4 Fluid Situation. I've always been a huge fan of Sinbei, but I'm just a little bit concerned. There's a lot of pace in here. The long time off. We'll see if he's ready to rock first time out off of a break. And then to wrap it up in the last leg, 4, 6, and 12. I think the 4, Misspelled Moon, could wire this field. But if there's other pace in there, I think the 6, Radiant Jim, could pick up the pieces. 12, Legend Song. George Weaver's horses are running pretty well, and I'm keeping an eye on all of his runners in here. I thought the 12 Legend Song probably needs to be used.
All right, Jonathan, good luck. Good luck to everybody playing the Pick 5 pool. Closing in on $280 $100,000 coming up. Still the favorite. This guy right here, this 7-year-old, it's going to be his 27th career start, his 26th career start. Looked like he was finally going to break through, but does what he does a lot. He ran second.
He loves to finish second. 11 second-place finishes after 26 starts, and there he is. He hit the front. He had his head in front. It really looked like that was going to be the day, especially as it seemed that the winter freshening really did him well, and a really, really tough bob. It was very close down to the wire. I don't think Al's Prince necessarily likes to get his picture taken either, as he finally was able to get the win that day, but he just managed to find a horse that has an even stronger will to finish second.
And a little extra positive, too. Well, he's 7. He's lost 26 times. Does he have that will to win? It was first off the bench for him, so maybe we'll see a little improvement here. And it certainly looks like this is probably the easiest field, with the exception of that one horse, the 8, that he's probably ever going to get.
This could be the right spot. I imagine he's been a very frustrating horse for trainer Jeffrey Engelhart and all who have had him over the past few years, as he is 7 now. He started out with Shug McGahee actually at the beginning with that Phipps pedigree that he does have. He's banked $184,000 with all the checks that he's picked up along the way, but I'm sure that he has been a real conundrum for those that have had him in their barn and trying to get him to the winner's circle. Some horses just don't have that mentality, that temperament of wanting to be the dominant runner. They are more content to stay with the herd and allow another to show that dominance on the track.
He's even faced winners and run pretty good back in his career. Can he break through today? His main competition is the 8, I Am the Law, with more on that runner. Let's go back to Maggie.
I mean, wouldn't it be just pure irony if it's Bailout and I Am the Law coming down the stretch, and then I Am the Law getting the best of Bailout, kind of like going back to Al's Prince in that last effort. But like I said, I do prefer, of these two kind of dueling favorites, I prefer Bailout because I Am the Law, he was awfully obstreperous to get the tack on, and he's kind of a horse that began his career as a very appealing type to the eye. And he's just kind of plateaued, or he's kind of gone the wrong way. He was a little bit nervous in the paddock to get the tack on. And while he looks incredibly fit, and look, you know, dropping from the maiden special weight to the maiden 40 is a big thing here. I do think these are the right conditions for this guy, and I'm not going to be surprised when he wins, truthfully, but he just seems a bit nervous, and I just wish he was carrying more conditioning if I had to split hairs on a short price horse. I'm going to take a flyer here. I think we all have the same kind of mentality that we really don't want any of these two horses just because they've proven that they are losers. Maybe they won't be as of today, but I'm going to take a stab here, guys, with number 3, Lefty's War. I continue to like what I see with this horse, and I love the fact that Dylan Davis sticks aboard after the comeback race on the dirt. He has come back and worked well since, and you're going to get a big price on obviously a horse that hasn't shown much, but because of lower profile connections, Greg.
All right, we'll see what he could do second on the grass, the 3 with Dylan Davis. I mean, look, there's no question, the 4 and the 8, a mile, the 2 to beat in this race. I would think a lot of tickets might be just going 4-8 in this spot to start off a pick 5.
I could understand that, but I think to Maggie's point, you know that they're perhaps the best 2 horses in the race. You just have a tough time trusting either of them as far as them being able to actually seal the deal. Strange things happen on the racetrack, especially with horses like this. And I think on the drop-in class, you would expect I Am the Law to be the one to beat, but he got some negative comments on the track as far as what Maggie thought about him. The one hooky player, he has the layoff to deal with, but he was the one that I was planning on picking coming into this race. He actually broke with the pack, showed some speed last time out, then all of a sudden was nearly last and kind of taken out of his game. He never got to save ground, closing on his left lead, showing some greenness. I just thought it was a really awkward trip for him. I like Manny Franco aboard, and maybe we'll see some improvement back as a 3-year-old.
I thought just a little bit of upside potentially. We'll see. I don't know if he can go long in the grass, but Fazaro, he's only started once in the grass, had a bit of a wide trip. He did beat 6 horses in that field, so he'll try a mile on the mile and 16th on the grass today for the first time. 16-1, we'll see. But no question that 7-5 and 2-1 on the 4 and the 8 respectively, the numbers they've run on the turf, it's not close to anyone else, but combined, they are 0 for 36. It's a lot of losses.
Yeah.
But might just be a field to their liking today. And it could be those two coming down the stretch, as Maggie talked about earlier. We will find out. Luis Saez on the 4 bailout. There's the 8 moving in with Rosario. Give the slight edge to the 8 just with that drop in class. Pick 5 begins here. Good luck. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, the call.
Set for race 5. And they're off. Slow start for number 9, Irie Spice. There goes Fazaro out for the early lead. With Strike Price and Hooky Player, Strike Price moves up, is in second position with Bailout on the outside in third, and Hooky Player is now back in fourth. Kentucky Knight in between horses. Irie Spice off slow, now ranges up on the outside and is advancing up into third. At the back of the pack are Lefty's War and I Am the Law. Fazaro ran the opening quarter in 24 4/5 seconds. It's Fazaro by a little more than a length. And then it's the trio, Strike Price, Bailout, Irie Spice. They're all together. They've got 3 lengths on Hooky Player, who is down at the rail, and alongside is Kentucky Knight. And then Lefty's War and I Am the Law is still the trailer in 8th. Half mile in 49 2. Fazaro leads by a length and a half. Strike Price is in second by 3/4 of a length. And then it is Bailout in third as Hooky Player moves up down at the rail. Kentucky Knight alongside. Irie Spice drops out of it. Fazaro still the leader midway on the turn. It's Fazaro by 2. Strike Price and Bailout giving chase second and third. Hooky Player is racing in fourth. 4 lengths from the lead. Then comes Kentucky Knight. And now I Am the Law begins to pick it up on the far outside, but still with a lot to do as they come into the stretch. Fazaro and Bailout. Bailout on the outside now to grab the lead from Fazaro. Strike Price is running in third. Then Hooky Player and I Am the Law. It is Bailout with the lead as they come on for the finish. And Bailout bounds home here to win by almost 3. Hooky Player held second over I Am the Law.
I like this outcome. I want to see this horse finally win. 7-year-old, 27th career start. Finally able to break his maiden under Luis Saez.
There's a lot of cheering going on downstairs, Greg. I don't know if that's people that maybe had this horse on their ticket, or maybe they're just happy to see him finally get the win. But Bailout, second off the layoff. He's making start number 27, the lucky one. Like I said, he has to be a very frustrating horse, so this must be a gratifying day to see him get the win.
Watch him win right back. 6-5 on this one. Wow, that is a short number, but he had by far the biggest figures of anybody in this race and able to find a field that he certainly found to his liking today. Jeffrey Engelhardt, Saez, Daryl Abramowitz, you're winning connections. I mean, I can't remember the last time I saw a 7-year-old maiden line up in a race.
And he's one that's well known on this circuit too. He's been knocking at the door for a long time, and Luis Saez has ridden him several times before, so you could see he was intent on getting him to a place where he didn't have to duel with horses, and he had plenty of horse underneath of him at this point. He never even went to the crop coming into the stretch, propelling him forward. Horse has his ears pricked forward. I really like to see that, and I think he was keen on kind of maybe keeping him away from others. Sometimes if you stay away from your competition, horses can't try to wait on others, as he is fresh, full of beans, as they would say in Europe today, out there on the track. I'm happy to see him win. He's certainly deserved it after all this time.
He's going to like this feeling. He's going to get all the attention.
Yeah.
Picture taken 5 straight seconds, 11 overall. And now the first win of his career for this 7-year-old in his 27th start. Wins is the favorite to start this late pick 5. It's Bailout here in the 5th from Belmont, while the prices for you set up the late pick 4 when we come back on America's Day at the Races.
FC pouring it on here in the stretch. Impressive to win the Grade 2 Vosburg. Following C.
Smile Happy has kicked it into high gear, and Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We're back at America's Day at the Races on FS2, program brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Great weather in both Elmont, New York, and in Louisville under the Twin Spires. We have the Late Pick 4 beginning here in race 6. 7/8 of a mile. It's a $50,000 claiming race. Even money on Defender, who we'll get to in a moment, who's reeled off back-to-back wins at Oaklawn for Steve Asmussen. We start with Established for Richard Baltus.
Getting a drop in class, it does seem that the 7 furlong distance actually suits him best. Had a win going 7 at Del Mar back in August.
Defender, he was claimed by Robertino Diodoro. He won, and then Steve Asmussen claimed him off of Diodoro, and he won.
Two very potent claiming trainers, especially at Oaklawn Park. Both have had success with this 6-year-old horse by Go Sapper. Looks to make it 3 in a row.
C Falls is going to cut back in distance.
Cutting back in distance, it's tough as he actually has only had a couple of wins on the turf recently. You have to go a long way back to find his last dirt victory.
Our Nation on Parade for Juan Cano, Adam Beschizza.
Also a drop in class, showed speed and then completely stopped last time out.
Yeah, he's been in some tough graded stakes in his career. 5-year-old, then you got 4 left on the outside at 9-2, and this horse has some speed to challenge potentially Defender.
Ran in the Belmont Stakes back in 2020. It seems that he's found his home as a sprinter.
He was 22 3/4 lengths behind Tislaw that day. That was his States debut, or return to the States, I should say.
He had actually started with Doug O'Neill in California as a turf horse, went over to Dubai for a little while before we saw him come back and run the Belmont.
3 minutes to post. Coming up here in the 6th at Churchill. Let's go back to Paul.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. Thanks, Acacia. And, you know, Acacia earlier in the program, if you guys weren't listening when she was hosting, she was talking about Tyler Gaffalione had won 7 races so far at this meet. He's won 2 more today, 9 total, and a lot of them have been, I would say 6 out of 9 have been him pushing his horse toward the front end and taking the initiative. Now, the key horse in here, obviously, is going to be the 7-4 left. I'm talking about Defender with Tyler Gaffalione, and we're showing you right now the paint from his last race where he just took a field gate to wire, claimed off of Robertino Diodoro, got an easy lead, but did go 21-4, 45, finished up in 110, and won nicely. It seems like the Oaklawn Park horses have not translated that great, but still, 4-5, tough to take, but the key to this whole race is 4 left, and Wolfie hit it. This is a horse that has a ton of speed for Brittany Vandenberg. This horse has showed 21-44 change speed at Hawthorne Park, 21 and 45 chain speed at Santa Anita. So if the 3 and the 7 do engage, I do think this race is wide open. I landed on the 5 in here, Our Nation Parade for Juan Cano, because truly I think maybe this might be the one race somebody might pass somebody late, guys.
All right, we'll see. You look at Defender, and there he is. He's 4-5. It's a 7-time winner from 34 starts. He doesn't have to have the lead to win.
No, that's true. He did come from off the pace 2 starts back when he won with Robertino Diodoro. And I do think it's interesting, too, that Steve Asmussen claimed him, stepped him up in class for the 50 last time out. Now he's in for the open $50,000 claiming race in this spot and looks to pick up the 8th win of his career. I do think he's better when he's forwardly placed, but Paul brings up a great point about Tyler's tactics. And I think a lot of that has to do with how the track seems to be playing. Horses at Churchill Downs that are forwardly placed seem to have a better time of it. Tyler Gaffalione, a very sharp rider, and has taken note of that. Now, if a hot pace meltdown develops in this race, then we certainly could see some other results where somebody in the catbird seat can pick up the pieces.
Yeah, today, again, it's been really tough to pass horses. Jonathan, are you a Defender fan? He's 4-5.
I am. Acacia just mentioned the catbird seat. It feels like the 3 Defenders are going to end up right in that spot. If you look at Timeform US Pace Projector, it says that the 7 and the 4 are likely to be forwardly placed. And to me, those horses need to go to the front if they want to try to win this race, because I think they're a little bit outmatched by the 3 Defender. And you get a rider in Tyler Gaffalione that you guys were just talking about is riding so well, you're going to get a confident ride from Tyler to take back, let them go, sit in a great position, and then pounce when he's ready. I think Defender is going to be extremely hard to beat in this race, and I think he will end up in that catbird seat, just like Acacia mentioned.
It's an interesting race. Jonathan thinks so, too, because you got a lot of horses who they have some back class. I mean, even established the 2. He was in against Allowance Optional 80 out on the West Coast a few starts back. He won that race with a 90 buyer. Our Nation on Parade, we talked about him. He's been in graded stakes races in the past, and 4 left, the 7. 2 starts back out on the West Coast. He was in against Allowance Optional 80. He just missed in that race.
Yeah, it is kind of cool to see some of these grizzled veterans, so to speak, horses that have danced every dance and have faced some really tough company. And sometimes with horses like this, you just have to put them in a place where they can be successful. They're out of their conditions. There's no other real opportunities for them to run. You say, well, why is a horse like this in for $50,000? Because there really aren't any other opportunities for them. And this is just a spot where they could potentially get a victory. It doesn't mean that they're not a good horse. And I think you have some really talented horses in this group that are going to be heading to the post.
He's got the 4-5 favorite. He's kind of the one who was running at lower levels, and now he's in really good form, facing tougher. Just about everybody else in this field has been in against tougher, and at one time were thought of as potentially a lot better horses. But he's just in sharp form right now. But again, as Paul mentioned, it's Oaklawn form. Is it going to translate here to Churchill? He's 0-2 at Churchill.
I think you bring up a really good point about being kind of the now horse. You have a horse like 4 Left who up until when he came back in 2021 and back into 2022 has been running in allowance races, but prior to that it was pretty much exclusively in stakes competition. And then you have Defender, who we saw just a little while ago running in a 12-5 starter allowance type of race. So I think for the betting public, it's easier to lean on a horse that's in good form and maybe has less questions to answer. He does have to answer the class question today. Meanwhile, the other horses that used to run against tougher have to answer the question of, are they still competitive out there on the racetrack?
Well, there is Tyler being led into the gate with Defender. It's, I guess, we talked about his versatility. He's got to break out there and see if he can get to the front, because especially the way this track's playing, if he can be in front, I think he would certainly take it.
I think so, and I think you've noticed in the rides that he's put forth over the last couple days.
6th from Churchill. It's the start of this late pick 4. Great crowd on hand. With our best action still to come, let's go to Travis Stone for the call.
They're in the gate, and they're off. Established stumbled coming out of the starting gate off near the back of the pack. 4 left from the far outside. Our Nation Parade. Seafalls Defender Established down toward the rail. Up the chute for the main track they go. 4 left comes on to take the lead and strides out to lead by 3. Our Nation Parade is on the chase from second, but is tracking contently from there. Defender comes on to be third outside of Seafalls, who's fourth. They're about 5 lengths behind. Stumbling beginning for Established puts him at the back of the pack. The clear-cut leader is 4 left. 4 left in front by 4. Throws down a quarter in 22 and 1/5 seconds. Hits the far turn run in control. 4 left the leader. Here's Defender on the outside, coming on to grab second from Our Nation Parade, who's right there, though, only 2.5 lengths behind. Seafalls is under pressure in 4th and Established is 5th. Moving for the top of the stretch. 4 lefts leads down to a length. Defender cruising up alongside, and here comes Defender after 4 left. Top of the stretch, 4 left, trying to fend off the challenge of Defender, but Defender has taken the lead a furlong out. 4 left is indeed fighting back, though. 4 left is not done yet. Defender fully extended. 4 left's a half a length behind with 100 yards to go. Defender and 4 left. Here's the wire, and it is Defender in the end. A hard-fought win it was over 4 left. Then farther back, either Seafalls or Our Nation Parade.
3 in a row for Defender. This is maybe the most impressive of those 3, not only tackling the toughest company, a lot further back than he was last time out on a track that we've talked about. It has been tough to make up ground on.
He had to run down a loose pace setter. 4 left, actually left up a little bit at the break, but he was hustled out under Chris Landeros to set the pace, and he was a tough customer there too. He wasn't giving up. Down on the inside, off the pace was the 3 Defender, who really wasn't that quick early. Maybe it was, for his standards, he was just facing much better horses in here, able to run him down, picking up another win for Tyler Gaffalione.
When you saw Defender as far back as he was early, I think a lot of doubt started to creep into everyone who backed this horse. But he delivers yet again. 6-year-old son of Ghost Zapper. Did he get taken? We'll try and find out. He's won 3 in a row. We're going to take a timeout. When we return, we'll get back to Belmont here on the main track. Mile and a 16th coming up, and there is Jerry the Nipper, the main competition to Dr. Ardito. He's actually favored, though, right now for Todd Pletcher. Irad Ortiz Jr. will be aboard. Stay with us.
Independence Hall is hands down one of the most impressive horses I've ever seen physically.
Independence Hall is pouring it on here in the Nashua Stakes. Won by maybe a dozen lengths.
Independence Hall wins the Hagyard Fayette.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a 12:15 post on weekends and 2 p.m. start on Fridays, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to 6-figure pools and a low 15% takeout. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, the only horse to defeat 2019 3-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Well, King for a Day was basically a clone of Uncle Mo. I mean, good speed, the ability to carry it over distance of ground, real professional horse and a really cool horse to train.
Sire maker extraordinaire Uncle Mo represented in New York by King for a Day. Visit ihdvstallions.com to book your mare today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on FS2. This is America's Day at the Races, presented by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere. anytime. We have the late pick 4 coming up on our Sunday card. Sun shining here in Elmont, New York. And we're going to go a mile and a 16th on the main track. 1 turn, first allowance condition ahead. Dr. Ardito, Jerry the Nipper, 2 very talented horses. There's Jerry the Nipper for Todd Pletcher. 2-1 favorite here. He faced a good one in Pipeline. Last time out, he was no match for that horse. We'll see if he's up to the task of the one this one man will ride, Manny Franco. As you see right there, talking to Chad Brown, he'll be on Dr. Ardito. Second choice at 5-2. Let's head downstairs to Maggie for more.
Just got the riders up call here, and as far as the 2 favorites go, I have nothing against either of them, although Dr. Ardito is trying to step out against Open Company for the first time, but it's the logical spot for him. And Jerry the Nipper, he's a fellow New York bred, and both of these horses, third off their respective layoffs, just looking fantastic. I'm going to look at some outliers possibly, and number 4 in here, Perceived. He jumped up and ran a decent race last time, second off the claim for Rudy Rodriguez. He might look a bit cheaper on paper, but I feel like Rudy might be striking when the iron's hot, as this guy looks better than ever. This is by far the most fit he's ever appeared, and defined and strong and confident in his demeanor. He's dappled head to toe. I didn't love him on paper, to be perfectly honest, but I have never seen Perceived looking as good as he does. And then the rank outsider in this group is number 1, Civil War. He's second off of a layoff, and frequently we see Tom Albertrani's horses need a race, though that wasn't the case with him first time out. Maybe it was just an easier spot. This horse has done very well from 3 to 4. That's why I'm kind of talking about him here. And I just thought there could be another upswing with him to maybe run a race faster than he ever has before, but granted, to be competitive here, Greg, he's certainly going to have to do that.
Maggie, thanks. Yeah, there's some tough runners in this race. It came up a very tough first allowance condition here in this 6th at Belmont. We'll get to the post parade here in just a moment. Mentioned Jerry the Nipper beat long way back to Pipeline last time out. Pipeline ran a race that puts him in a conversation to tackle some graded stakes company next time out.
He was very impressive that day, winning by 9. And that was the time, too, and it felt like the inside speed at the track at Aqueduct was really to Jerry the Nipper's favor. So tactically, he could have actually had things going his way. He was just second best that day to Pipeline. He was so impressive. He's one that I think is kind of rounding back into form, and maybe he's one that's continued on and has gotten a little bit better now coming back that he's a 5-year-old and make the 3rd start of his form cycle.
Well, he's still the favorite. We'll get to him in a moment. We start with a long shot Maggie touched on. Here's Civil War, Dylan Davis.
He does have a little bit of backlash as far as the company that he's faced. I think he has some dirtied up form and actually ran an okay race, though a short field last time out.
3 jokers. He has been first or second in 8 of 16 career starts.
Cuts back from the 9 furlong try last time out. Another New York bred who has been able to stand up against open competition.
And he's been facing some good open competition as well, including American Revolution, Grade 1 winner. Dr. Ardito, New York bred. He's won 3 in a row for Chad Brown.
He's 3 for 4 in his career, stepping out to face open company for the first time, which often can be a bit of a jump. But as Maggie mentioned, it's the logical next step, and he got a big figure for the win last time out.
The one who caught Maggie's eye in the paddock. Here's Perceived, 6-year-old son of Blame.
Picked up for $14,000 a couple races back. He won the starter allowance last time out for Rudy Rodriguez. He's protected, not in for a claiming tag, and stepping up to face much tougher today. Vote of confidence.
South Street, Jose Lezcano, and Bill Mott comes out of the Federico Tessio.
Faced Joe that day, just Joe, winner of the Tessio. Broke his maiden going a 1 1/8 at Aqueduct. This is his 3rd start for Bill Mott. I guess some class relief certainly coming out of the Tessio.
They shake him loose, too. He's going to head onto the Preakness. Was 3rd in that race.
Yeah.
Jerry the Nipper, 2-1. Now he's the 2nd choice. Back when he was a 3-year-old. He actually beat What Do You Think Now, who wasn't the same
Yep.
What Do You Think Now. It's turned into the monster sprinter he is.
No, so good out there on the track. Jerry the Nipper has early speed, second best to Pipeline last time out, who gave an absolutely sensational performance, winning by 9 lengths.
I thought this horse was interesting on the outside. He's primed to run a big one here. American Rule. Jose Ortiz, 7-year-old coming out of a 40 climbing race.
He is stepping up in class, so that'll be the question. But once again, could be a vote of confidence for a barn that has been white hot this meet for for the Nodas. Jose Ortiz stays after he finished second to Hammer and Hammer last time out.
That was a tough 40 claiming race. Hammer and Hammer's gotten really good. Pioneer Spirit with a lot of back class was in that race. He was third. American Rule finished ahead of him. 7-1 on this outside runner is the pick 4 pool. You see $151,000 here. And after this one, it's this, the triple play pick 3. It's the newest bet at Belmont. Low takeout as well. Play it by looking for triple play P3 in the wagering menu of your Naira Bets account. So 4 minutes to post here coming up at Belmont. And Chad Brown been going to this man quite a bit. He has a lot of confidence in Manny Franco. And 9-5 right now on a horse trying to win 4 in a row.
Yeah, and you can understand why you would go back to Manny Franco. He's ridden him in every single one of his starts, and 3 of those have been very impressive victories. Manny Franco is riding with a lot of confidence on the track right now. He's using aggression. He's putting his horses in the right spot, giving them the chance to win. Was riding first call throughout the winter for Chad Brown, and continuing on now when you have a lot of other big names coming back in the jocks room. Manny getting a lot of big mounts for Chad and sticking with horses that he's been the regular rider of, wrapped up in that allowance race last time out against New York Bred Company. So once again, he's stepping up to face tougher. He makes a lovely impression out there on the track, though, under Manny Franco, who I've been really impressed with how he's been riding lately.
And you say he's facing Open Company for the first time, which he is. Pretty nice horse in 7 Lilies, who he beat last time out.
Yep.
I know didn't run well yesterday, but a horse who's historically been pretty good on the track as we look at American Rule.
Well, I think one thing that's important to note, too, is that, yes, he's coming from New York bred competition and going to Open, but I don't think that we see the New York bred races being as limited as they used to be. You have some really, really strong New York breds out there on the track, and sometimes the New York bred allowance races are the toughest conditions of all.
Well, 8-1 on American Rule. We're going to take a look at him in action back in his last start. It was April 21st. Talked about how tough this $40,000 claiming race was. It was won by Hammer and Hammer. This horse had the lead in the stretch. He winds up running second.
And Hammer and Hammer has really just turned into a new horse coming back this year and is in very, very good form right now. American Rule, who hit the lead first, beaten again by a horse that is very strong right now. He got a good figure for the win, 2 starts back, using some speed. He is a horse that has the ability to be forwardly placed and maybe will sit close off of Jerry the Nipper, which really could be the key for him. And once again, I like the fact that Jose Ortiz rode him last time out for 40 and stays today going against tougher.
JK, what do you think here of the 6th?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think it's a tough spot. I'm going to use a little bit in here. I think the 7 is the most likely winner. I'll talk about him in a second. But the 8 American Rule, I think, is interesting as well. Outside draw. I love outside draws at Belmont Park. I love them at Oaklawn Park. I love them at Belmont. I don't know why I'm lying. I basically like outside draws everywhere, but specifically at these racetracks. So a horse that was wide last time from a speed figure standpoint, not too far off from some of the top horses, losing all that ground last time. And if you follow Naira at all, you understand that the Nota Barn wins in bunches. They've been winning in bunches. I always upgrade their horses when they're running well, and I downgrade them when they're not running well. I think American Rule could win here at a nice price. The 7 Jerry the Nipper. This horse has early pace figures that I like. A lot of speed in here. He's drawn towards the outside. He's got final numbers that fit, that aren't too far off from horses like Dr. Ardito. So I like this horse. I like the draw. And I like to switch to Irad. Irad and Todd have been winning a lot of races, and Irad's kind of figured out how to ride those Todd Pletcher horses, kind of like Johnny did back in the day, sitting kind of 2 or 3 wide and being on the pace. And so I think that that's the most likely winner of this race, but I did spread a little bit in here. The one horse that I did want to know about, because I know my man Randy Hills is gearing up for the summer competition on the shirts. Maggie, does Randy have a chance here with the 2, 3 jokers?
He'll have to win without me, and I hope that he wears a really loud shirt the next time I see him, just to rub it in my face a bit here. But I don't know if 3 Jokers form is really heading in the right direction. I do like last ground for him. I will say that, but it's only half a furlong, and maybe the 1 turn suits him a little bit better than the 2 turn 9 furlongs over at Aqueduct. And off a bit of a freshening, a little over 2 months, he looks good. I mean, he looks ready to go. He was just very lackluster in the warm-up, though. You know, he just really wasn't extending himself as well as I'd like to see. So he's going to have to win without me. And look, maybe, you know, last time, going back to his last fast track race, it makes him a player here in this same condition. And he's faced some nice horses in his last 3 efforts. So he makes sense from a paper standpoint. I just wasn't in love with him watching these preliminaries, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thanks. 6-1 on the 2-3 jokers. Been off since early March for John Terranova. Has Luis Saez aboard.
I've always liked him going a bit shorter, too. I was a little suspicious of him coming into here. He did finish second, beaten 3/4 of a length back in December. The fact that Maggie wasn't overwhelmed with what she saw from him out on the track makes me want to back off of him even more in here, too. It is encouraging that Luis Saez takes the call. We'll see if he can get back on track and take a step forward in here. I just thought that there were a couple other interesting horses who maybe were trending in the right direction.
Early, too. I mean, Jonathan talked about Irad teaming up with Todd Pletcher. This horse, he has legitimate sprint speed. You would think he's going to be the one leading the way in here.
Jerry the Nipper?
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. I would be surprised if he wasn't setting the pace. He has that early speed and just, I think, was beaten by a much better horse last time out. He's very much, I think, the one to beat in here. I went to Dr. Ardito. I liked what I saw from him out on track. Thought that he was one who will be able to continue on moving forward, maybe sit the right kind of trip just off of the pace in here. I liked what I saw from him on track as well, but the 2 favorites are very, very logical. The one that I'm the most kind of intrigued by is the 6 South Street. Brocas Maiden going 2 turns at Aqueduct, tried the Tessio. Obviously, Bill Mott had some high hopes for him. He shows back up here, and I don't know what to make of him. I guess maybe this will be a chance where we'll see how he stacks up versus these.
Beat by horse on the West Coast is going to the Preakness. Finished 6th behind a 3rd-place finisher who's heading on to the Preakness. So, yeah, obviously he's faced some quality competition among 3-year-old, dealing with older horses, though, in this spot as well. So, tall task for South Street. He's 11-1. There's Perceived moving in, who caught Maggie's eye, but it's Dr. Ardito. The 3, the favorite, Chad Brown, Manny Franco. We're set for the 6th. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, the call.
Waiting for Jerry the Nipper and American Rule. They're in the gate. And they're off. American Rule, Jerry the Nipper. Jerry the Nipper takes the lead. American Rule runs in second. Dr. Ardito is alongside of 3 jokers. Then it's South Street, who's running in 5th, followed by Perceived and Civil War. The field makes their way up the Belmont backstretch with Jerry the Nipper leading by 3/4 of a length. American Rule is on the outside in second. Then the favorite, Dr. Ardito, right together with 3 jokers. The quarter 23 and 4. South Street runs in 5th. Only 2.5 lengths from the lead. Then comes Civil War, who's down at the rail, and Perceived is the trailer. It is Jerry the Nipper with the lead here by a length. 3 jokers and American Rule, their heads apart, 2nd and 3rd. And then comes Dr. Ardito. The favorite is on the outside. And then comes South Street as the field begins the run around the far turn. Jerry the Nipper ran the half in 47 and 4, leads by a neck. American Rule on the outside in second. And then it is Dr. Ardito and 3 jokers, followed by South Street. Dr. Ardito now makes a bit of a move on the extreme outside. It is American Rule, and on the inside, Jerry the Nipper, and on the far outside, Dr. Ardito. So it's 3 of them across. In behind is 3 jokers, followed by South Street, then Perceived and Civil War. 3/4 and 1, 12 and 1. Here comes Dr. Ardito on the outside, up to challenge Jerry the Nipper for the lead, and Dr. Ardito has the lead. Jerry the Nipper is back running in second. And down on the inside is 3 jokers. American Rule is in 4th. It is Dr. Ardito narrowly as 3 jokers comes on here at the end. Dr. Ardito, 3 jokers. Dr. Ardito by a head. 3 jokers was second. Jerry the Nipper finished 3rd.
Wide all the way around the racetrack, and Dr. Ardito still able to get it done. It's a big performance.
A big performance, and clearly a horse that's still figuring things out. You saw him really drifting out in the stretch under Manny Franco, trying to keep him on a straight course, because coming up the rail, saving all the ground, was the 2-3 Jokers. I'm sure if you look at Trackus afterwards and see how much more ground the 3 Dr. Ardito covered versus 3 Jokers, who was glued to the rail the whole time, it would be significant. But Dr. Ardito now makes it 4 wins in a row and victorious in his first race against Open Company.
He is determined. This horse has some grit. 4 straight wins, as mentioned, and doing it against Open Company here. Against it from the trips that both the 2 and the 7 got. Covered a lot more ground than both those 2. And this horse is on quite a roll right now. 4-year-old son of Liam's map 4 for 5 in his career.
Jerry the Nipper set the pace just as we expected. Ride Ortiz did everything right with him. He just wasn't able to seal the deal in the final few jumps there. Coming up the inside was 3 Jokers, who took a big step forward under Luis Saez, and maybe he is one that's turning the corner a bit, but Dr. Ardito with that wide strip, a little bit tough to handle in the stretch, and Manny Franco continuing to ride in such strong form. I think it also helps that he knows this horse too. He's ridden him in every one of his starts, and you can see he flipped back to that inside lead again as Manny was trying to keep him on a straight course and to re-engage in the stretch. He fought for it.
3-2-7. Dr. Ardito 6-5 favorite. Responds with the victory. Owned by Michael Dubb, Michael Caruso, Chad Brown, and Manny Franco, as mentioned. Winning trainer and jockey. These prices for you when we come back. Actually, we're going to Churchill right now. Excuse me. 7th at Churchill. And on the turf in this next one, mile and a 16th, allowance optional claiming field. So look at play action pass. Tyler Gaffleone will be aboard. He had a decent comeback race. 2nd off the bench. Going to get the 2nd win of his career. While the post parade for you when we return.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be Cal bred.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Good to have you with us on this Sunday afternoon. Our program brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. 6th in the books in New York. We'll give you those prices in a moment. We're at Churchill though for the 7th coming up. It's a mile and a 16th on the turf. An allowance optional claiming field. And you see the favorite in a moment, that 3, Ketodan for Mike Maker, trying to make it 3 wins in a row. We start with St. Andrews getting on turf for the first time.
There just really isn't much turf pedigree on the bottom side to speak of in the immediate family. It was a little bit green stepping on with the pony, which is surprising for a Steve Asmussen runner.
Yeah, Grand Dam was grade 1 placed on dirt routing, but yeah, not much of a turf pedigree. The 3, here's the favorite, won a stake on synthetic last out.
Yeah, this is a horse I know quite well being in Florida. Kaidadan runs on everything, turf, synthetic, even on dirt as well. He's in good form right now.
Freedom's Way, first try against Winners was very good, just missed.
He ran very, very well last time out. Adam Beschizza climbs aboard for Eddie Keneally. Clearly a horse that's trending in the right direction.
This one does have turf pedigree, and it's first time on the grass.
He's after multiple stakes winner a lot, who is very good on the turf. I really like him switching surfaces today.
That was second to the 4-star Dave for Chad Brown a lot. Here's the 7 play action pass.
Third last time out, but just a length behind Freedom's Way. Robbie Medina and Tyler Gaffleone teamed up for a win on today's card already.
Gold Heritage, 13-1. A lot of changes with this horse.
His race in the Kitten's Joy, it was a short field at Colonial, but it was stakes competition. He ran well that day, gelded, blinkers on, and Lasix.
Britain's Kitten, 7-1, Julian Leperoux.
By a Big Blue Kitten out of an English Channel mare, you would imagine long on the turf would be really what he wants.
And the only time on the turf, got washed off a couple of times, but did hit the board coming from way out of it. Against Winners, that was off a debut maiden win on a race that was taken off the turf. 3 minutes to post here in this 7th. We're going to take a look at Freedom's Way and Play Action Pass when they were second and third together back on April 16th at Keeneland.
Yeah, I thought Freedom's Way ran really, really well this day. This is the first race off of an impressive maiden score at the fairgrounds, too. Coming to Keeneland was 5-1. Play Action Pass was third in this race, but I thought Luis Saez piloted Freedom's Way with a lot of confidence. Just missed behind Limited Liability. Ran a really good race in between horses, too, showing some tenacity and closing late there. I thought it was a big performance and certainly an effort that he should be able to build off of. Kind of re-engage, too, with Limited Liability, closing to his outside, but he's making a lovely impression out there on track.
3-1 on this horse. That's Freedom's Way. He was second in that race, 7-2 on the horse who was just behind him, Play Action Pass. Both should be making their presence felt late in this race. Let's go back to Paul.
Yeah, it's an interesting race, Greg, when you look at the dynamics of what the pace is going to be. Because when you look at Kittaton, the 3 in here, this is a horse, like Acacia said, it doesn't really matter where he lands, synthetic, turf, dirt. He's just in very, very good form. But when you look at his turf numbers, he's not the fastest horse in here by far. There's a lot of other horses in here are very fast. But how do you throw out a horse that's won 3 races in a row? So I thought he was a must-use, 4 for 10 lifetime. I do like Freedom's Way, his last race as well, especially first time against Winners. But I love Play Action Pass. And the reason why I like the 7, if you go back and you look at this horse's PPs, back when he was on the turf earlier in his career, he showed some pace. You know, the Kentucky Downs Juvenile, he had the lead at the top of the lane. In the Bourbon, he had the lead almost at the top of the lane. Now they had taken him back on turf, on dirt, and then they went back on turf. They took him back again. I think with Tyler Gaffleone now aboard, knowing that you got to be up a little bit close, I see the 7 laying in a candy spot here, and Tyler is on fire at 7-2.
Yeah, this horse has the ability to lay a lot closer than he did last time out. 7-2 on Play Action Pass. Minute to post coming up quickly. Let's give you the prices from the Dr. Ardito win we just saw back here at Belmont. This New York bred. Impressive today. He's won 4 in a row, and this was his first try against Open Company. He passes the test pretty convincingly.
Yeah, he certainly did. He was wide throughout, did not have the best time of it, was not able to save ground at all, and finished up really well. A horse that's in excellent form right now. 4 victories in a row. Manny Franco continuing on the big run that he's been having.
Late pick 5 follow along, over $500,000 in that pool. Bailout, Dr. Ardito. Formful beginning to the first 2 legs. We have maybe our best race of the entire card coming up next on the grass. Mile on the turf in the 7th. Long way to go in that pick 5 still as we get back to Churchill. Let's check in with JK. How would you play this one, Jonathan?
Yeah, I'm going to just use the 4 and the 7. The 3, the favorite, Kittadan. This is a horse that ran extremely well last time on a synthetic surface. But if you look at the turf figures, the turf races, they're not quite as fast. And there's a short price right here. I'm going to go with the 4 and the 7, the 4 Freedom's Way, who I thought ran well last time. The pace wasn't particularly fast. Freedom's Way was closing into that pace. That race also came off a little bit of a layoff. I'm expecting that horse to take another step forward, the 4 Freedom's Way. And the 7, Play Action Pass. This horse is a little bit more tactical in the past races, and at 7-2, I kind of like this one a tad more just because I think Play Action Pass with Tyler Gaffalione, who's been riding outstanding, will be able to stay a little bit closer, kind of make the own trip. And there's another horse that hasn't run, before the last time, had not run since November of 2021, so you got to think there's going to be another step forward second off a break. So it's not too often that I will lean on 2 horses out of the same race, but it so happens that's the best race, and these seem to be the best 2 horses. The 4 and the 7, I'll take the 7.
All right, JK, good luck. This 5, to me, I was intrigued by. We talked about the Dam producing a lot. The Dam herself, she was only on the turf once. She ran second in a 5 furlong stakes, showing speed in that race in the Daisy Cutter. She got an 88 buyer. She was grade 1 placed on synthetic. And this horse, if he's like Mom and always showed speed sprinting, he might be very quick.
She was very good, and she's been a really good producer. We talked about a lot, but actually all 4 of the siblings were turf winners. And Mr. Boma, I saw him when he ran in the Swale last time. He showed speed and had to face a talented horse of Todd Pletcher's, and My Prankster wasn't able to sustain that speed. I think the turf is really the next move for him, and I like him getting to go a little bit further once again. I think the 7/8 was a bit too short for him, and he's sharp out there on the track. He's making a nice impression to me, and I think that this could be perhaps the surface that you'd want to see all along. Of course, you have a horse that starts out, wins nicely on the dirt. You have to take a shot in some of those big races.
Yeah, and they did try to put him briefly on that Triple Crown Trail towards the end of his 2-year-old campaign and beginning of his 3-year-old season. He's been off since early February in the Swale, and now maybe the surface he's wanted all along. We will see. He's 9-1 for Dale Romans with Joe Talamo. 7th from Churchill. Let's go to Travis Stone.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Play Action Pass at mid-pack. Bounces out on top. Mr. Boma's there. Britain's Kitten from the far outside. St. Andrews is up close too. Buys the first time. Play Action Pass, St. Andrews and Britain's Kitten. And now St. Andrews comes on through to take the lead. St. Andrews running off the rail. Heading for that first turn. 3 or 4 paths off the rail is that one. Britain's Kitten is following to the outside. Play Action Pass settles in 3rd. All of them running about 4 or 5 paths off the rail in the early stages. Gold Heritage comes on to grab 4th. Mr. Boma's racing 5th. Freedom's Way 6th. And Kitadan is the trailer in 7th. Heading for the backstretch run. They composed an opening quarter in 25 seconds flat. St. Andrews ambles along up top. A controlled pace so far. Play Action Pass content to wait 2nd. Britain's Kitten is there toward the outside. They share that 2nd spot together. Mr. Boma's right in behind racing 4th. Gold Heritage wide to the far turn while 5th. Freedom's Way in 6th. Kitadan is the trailer and has been moved toward the outside. They're on the far turn now, and it's St. Andrews to lead. A bit of an awkward step there as they hit the far turn run, but still clear by 2.5. Play Action Passes asks for a little bit more speed. Britain's Kitten is 3rd. Freedom's Way is going to take the inside route from 4th. Off the turn, St. Andrews 6 or 7 wide off the turn, but still in front. St. Andrews heading for the 8th pole. Play Action Pass coming through toward the inside with Freedom's Way. Britain's Kitten is there. Gold Heritage down the center, down to the final 16th. Here's Britain's Kitten. Play Action Pass, St. Andrews between them. Kitadan is late on the scene, far outside. Driving finish, and it will be a photo between Play Action Pass and Britain's Kitten. Noses up and down. Kitadan came on late to grab 3rd. It's tight for 4th.
Dead tight at the wire. Play Action Pass, Tyler Gaffalione. That's the 7 to the outside. Julian Leproux and Britain's Kitten.
Paul was absolutely right about the tactics with Play Action Pass. He broke sharply under Tyler Gaffalione. He was put into the game. St. Andrews, the first-time turfer, set the pace and wasn't able to sustain it. It was very, very tight. My first inclination was that inside got the bob, Greg, but that was really close. And Britain's Kitten, who, as you said, pedigree would say long on the turf all day long, got to do that today, and we saw a big improvement from this horse, getting to do what he's probably wanted all along.
Take another look I mean, Britain's Kitten certainly got the nose down at the right time. I don't know if it was timed well enough.
They're
Very
even
tight.
in stride down to the wire. Oof. All depends on the bob. Kitadan ran a big race as well, coming from off of it. He'll have to settle for third behind the top two, but he's a horse that clearly was a good claim for Mike Maker. Is in good form right now, but Tyler Gaffleon with some aggression on play action pass, and Julian Leparoux on Britain's Kitten. These two were in a tight photo earlier on too, Tyler and Julian, and we'll see. Maybe the number 7 got the best of him again today.
2-1 if it's play action past the 7, 6-1 if it's the 10 Britain's Kitten. One more look, still not posted yet, but another reminder of how close this game can be and how frustrating at times.
It really is, because even if a horse is a little bit bigger, their body is a little bit more forward, what really matters is that they have their nose down in time on the wire, and we keep seeing the number 7 play action pass. It seems the cameraman may feel that he was the one that got the bob, but no photo posted as of yet. I thought it was interesting, both of these two trying every step of the way, flipping back to the left lead. They were even in sync in their stride at one point. No matter who got the bob and got the win, I do think that hats off to both of these horses.
Unofficially as your winner, 7-10-3-1. Oh, brutal beat for Britain's Kitten. Ran so good.
Really did.
Both these two ran too good to lose, but in the end, it's the 7 play action pass. I think we're going to see Britain's Kitten, though, staying on the grass going forward.
I would think so. What an exciting race they made it.
And by the way, their play action pass, I should say, went off as the favorite at 2-1. Back to New York. And we're going to be on the lawn here for the 7th at Belmont. Mile on the grass, allowance optional claiming field. And a lot of interesting runners in this group, including Chad Brown's Love and Thunder, the 2 is the 5-2 favorite right now.
Off slow last time out. She kind of flattened between horses. That was going 6 furlongs, and she'll stretch back out to the mile today, making her first start as a 5-year-old mare. She did win that nice allowance in October, but maybe you could argue beyond that, she's been a little bit of an underachiever since coming to the States.
Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
And this is a race where I could see any of the horses, maybe outside the 2 horses that book and this field that are pretty big prices, but I don't mind anybody really as far as the other ones go. But we do see a short price horse out of the Chad Brown barn that is coming in off of a layoff. That's number 2 in here, Love and Thunder. And she's been one that has kind of been consistent, but has also consistently not gotten the job done at short prices. And she also seems to make some of her own problems. You know, last time it was getting out of the gate slow, then rushing up, then, you know, just not putting her riders in good positions going forward. Now, I've always been of the mind that maybe less ground is better for her, but she comes back here. She's going to try the mile, which I'm fine with. I don't want her going any further than this, but she does look very, very fit and well-conditioned and strong. And 2, I like the fact that she's a little bit more laid back than what I've seen from her in some previous efforts. You want trying to get that maximum distance for them to be conserving their energy. As we'll jump to the outside with Chad's other horse in here, and look, she's a pretty big price at 7-1. That's number 9 at Flighty Lady, so I don't want to be too tough on her, but she's one that, at least in her New York efforts, was always on her toes, really kind of lively. Not the case. Maybe that's a good sign. She just looks as though she's going to need one to strengthen. Just lacks a bit of a top line to her as of now. So for me, I would gladly take the wait-and-see approach with her for this first start back as a 5-year-old. And then a little bit of an unknown with number 5 in here, King's Harlequin. As far as her European, her French form goes, she has faced some really nice horses. Harajuku, Rogier, Sealaway. You know, it's dotted with probably the best of the best. She's your true turf miler physicality. She's small, compact, but sturdy, strong. She just looks like one that has that real efficient turf miler stride. Problem is, as she comes in off of a near-year layoff, Christophe Clement does not have the strongest numbers with these foreign shippers coming in off layoffs. And if I had to say so myself, she looks a little bit on the soft side. I have high hopes for her. I hope she runs well here, but it looks as though, too, she might need a start. So the horse that doesn't need a start is number 10. That's New York Girl. She had a bit of a trip last time, just nowhere near the front end in a race dominated that way, and then had nowhere to go. And when she finally got clear, the race was nearly over, but she was flying at the end. Like her energy here, and obviously with that race under her belt, she's incredibly fit, though this does kick off that triple play, late pick 3, and I want to know what you're cooking up over there, JK.
Thanks, Maggie. I always want to know what you have to say, and it's very nice of you to say that. We're alive in the pick 5, but we're going to trim down a little bit now and try to hit this triple play as well. We're going to get started here. We're going to just drop the 5 from our pick 5 run. If you're alive in the pick 5, we used the 5 there. We're not going to use the 5 here. We'll go 2, 7, 9, and 10. I said it before. I'm interested to see the 2 Love and Thunder with just a different rider. Nothing against the riders that have been riding her. It's just interesting to see how Flavien will handle this horse who has seemed a little bit tricky. On to the second leg. I'm going to use the 3 and the 4 here. And then to wrap it up, I'm going to use 4 and 6. The 4, Misspelled Moon, who I think could get loose, or the 6, Radiant Gem, who if someone goes with the 4, could pick up the pieces. So we'll go 2, 7, 9, 10 with 3, 4 with 4, 6.
All right, JK, good luck. Let's take a look at the field. Here's the Evie Jets. Big number, and this filly has some ability on the grass.
She does. She has the layoff to contend with. She did get a nice win last time out in November, but she's facing, I would think, some stakes quality fillies and mares in this race.
Love and Thunder, favorite for Chad Brown, 5-year-old debut coming up.
Stretches back out, and as Maggie had mentioned, she hasn't been able to get it done at some short prices. We'll see if Flavien Prat makes the difference. Maybe the winter off, and should come back as a better 5-year-old mare.
King's Harlequin. Maggie mentioned Seal Away, who she beat. That's a Group 1 winner in Europe. Mentioned Harajuku. That's a Group 3 winner in Europe.
Seal Away, multiple Group 1 winner, and actually 2 starts back when she finished 3rd in a Group 3 in France. Rogier was 6th in that race. We just saw Rogier impressive coming back in the Beaugay yesterday.
9-2. Very interesting here in the States debut. Champagne Lady, 7-1.
She won on the Tapeta last time out, is also won on turf. She's the full sister to Motown. I think she's facing deeper waters today.
Star Seeking, second start in the States at Gulfstream. She was quick out of the gate for Todd Pletcher, and she went gate to wire.
And she was much the best that day, too. She was one that had a little bit of European talent as well. Still lightly raced, this filly by Glen Eagles.
Miss Dracaris, 12-1, her 4-year-old debut coming up.
They just kind of went around on a merry-go-round in the Winter Memories. Last time out, she kind of ran in place that day, but she is one that always is right there. She's making the first start of her 4-year-old season.
Big price on that one, too. She was 6-1 morning line. Here's Flighty Lady, 6-1 for Chad Brown, grade 1 place, or group 1 place, I should say.
She finished 4th in the Gallarette behind the very talented Mean Mary. My notes from her that day were that she was a little bit rambunctious and very sharp, too. So keep an eye on how she acts out on the track as Irene Ortiz takes her away from the pony.
She's been facing really tough company the last couple of starts. New York Girl, 3-1. She is taking a lot of money on the board right now with Johnny V.
And she was very far back last time out. I don't think that she was really ranked at the back. I think she kind of just threw her head up at the start and maybe lost some ground early on.
And a Virginia bred here on the outside, big price.
Does come out of the Dahlia. She was closing late there, finishing 4th. There was a lot of pace to run at. I know she's stakes faced, but she faces, once again, some very tough ones today.
Starts that triple play pick 3. Jonathan put up that ticket for you. It's the newest bet here at Belmont. Low takeout as well to take advantage of. It is 5 minutes away. You can play it by looking for triple play P3 in your wagering menu on your Naira Bets account. So good luck to everybody. Opt in for that promotion as well at NairaBets.com. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Triple play pick 3 is coming up when we return. 7th at Belmont. Mile on the turf. Wide open group. It'll be fun. Stay with us. You're watching America's Day at the Races on FS2.
He was just put together like a machine, and he had a great mind. Everything about him was what you'd want.
Tiz the Law pops the cork in the champagne. Tiz the Law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
I've never seen him get tired.
Respect the law. Tiz the Law.
His structure is just perfect. His bone is perfect.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Nairo Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Nairo Bets.
Anybody going 70, 50, 75, 850, 75, 175, 175, 150, 175. Ralph, 850,000. Thank you.
Volatile in front by 2. Whitmore is down at the rail. Firenze Fire and Mind Control. It's Volatile in front as they pass the 16th pole. Volatile victorious in the Vanderbilt. 1 by 2 lengths.
850,000. Thank you.
Back on America's Day at the Races, program brought to you in part by the one-of-a-kind sprinter Run Happy. Now standing in legendary stall number 1 at Claiborne Farm. We've had a Run Happy win on our program on this Sunday afternoon. Got the 7th up next here at Belmont. And 2 minutes to post. Favorite remains Love and Thunder. That is Star Seeking, though, for Todd Pletcher. When gate to wire last time out. Start before that was not on the lead, wound up second, out finishing Champagne Lady, who's going to break right next door to her today.
And the question is, how did these two fillies coming in from South Florida stack up facing these very talented runners that they'll find today? Star Seeking, I thought, really improved in her next start, showing speed, but she ran pretty well here too behind Traffic Song, who was a horse that had a lot of early speed and had been really close to some wins at big prices, and was a horse that just made a lot of sense in this race. First time off of a layoff, first time in the U.S., absolutely built off of that race and then wired the field next time out. She's been freshened up since mid-February, maybe aiming for a spot like this in some deeper waters down the line. Again, we'll see how she stacks up, but if she's aggressively handled again with that pace, which I would imagine she would be, she's a big key as to how this race plays out.
Let's quickly head down to Maggie.
This is such a good race. I mean, I can see so many horses winning, and I kind of go back and circle back as to who I like and who I think I can get rid of. And I wouldn't get rid of number 8 in here, Mr. Karis, who maybe it's a negative that she's such a big price, but I think her form from last year as a 3-year-old, you know, finishing just 3/4 of a length behind Plum Ali, she didn't run well here yesterday per se, but that was a much tougher field. There's every reason to believe that she could take another slight step forward as a 4-year-old, but yet she doesn't really have to as far as her buyers are concerned. She comes back, she has done really well. She's actually grown. She's a lot stronger behind the saddle, and I love the way she was moving in the warm-up, just really kind of throwing her legs out in front of her. And it's very funny that I say this race is wide open. We all land on the 10, though I do like number 10, New York Girl, quite a bit, just based on that recency. But I do want to get back to number 9, Flighty Lady, for a moment, in that, yes, Acacia mentioned at Pimlico, she was flighty. In her last start in Saratoga, she was acting the same way. But her first start in the States, now kind of going back to my notes, she was actually fairly calm. She remains calm here once again. So we'll see. Maybe it's a positive sign, and I do think a little less ground should suit.
All right, Maggie, thank you. 7th here, mile on the grass coming up. It is still Chad Brown's Love and Thunder, the 2, with Flavian Pratt Had a big Saturday here yesterday, including a couple of stakes wins. He will ride. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, the call.
They're in the gate for Belmont's 7th. And they're off. Slow start for number 2, Love and Thunder, and she is the trailer. Champagne Lady is the leader, with Star Seeking on the outside, racing in second. A break of 2. Back to New York Girl, who is running in 3rd. Right alongside is Mr. Karis in 4th. Flighty Lady is next in 5th, length and a half to Evie Jets in 6th. Then comes King's Harlequin in 7th. After the slow start, Love and Thunder is now up into 8th. Fion Bar is the trailer in 9th. Champagne Lady ran the opening quarter mile in 23 and 2 and leads by a little more than a length. Star Seeking right behind in 2nd, with Mr. Karis down at the rail in 3rd. New York Girl on the outside in 4th. Flighty Lady is 5th, 3.5 from the front. And then farther back it is Evie's Jet with King's Harlequin. And then Love and Thunder and Fion Bar. Half mile was running 47 seconds. And the field is now midway around the far turn. Champagne Lady, 3/4 of a length. Star Seeking in 2nd. New York Girl on the outside in 3rd. And Mr. Karis is down towards the rail in 4th. Flighty Lady being asked for more now in 5th. King's Harlequin will have a wide trip into the stretch here as they head for home now. And it is Champagne Lady who has the lead. Mr. Karis now comes on through and is going up the challenge for the lead. So it is Champagne Lady, Mr. Karis, and Love and Thunder, who is off slow, is rolling now out in the middle of the course. Here comes Love and Thunder from well off the pace under Flavien Prat. Love and Thunder the winner. Mr. Karis was 2nd.
Flavien Prat continuing to impress. Coming here to New York, Love and Thunder. She had a lot of work to do late in this race.
She was off slow once again. She was towards the back of the pack, and Champagne Lady ended up being the one who set the pace, and she looked for a moment like she was going to hang in there pretty tough. Then they all started coming, and widest of all was Love and Thunder, again barreling down the center of the course. Mr. Karis alongside Champagne Lady, but with a big, powerful, sweeping move from Love and Thunder, gets the job done. And once again, this is a mare who has had the tendency to maybe hang a little bit, not be able to get the job done. She had those 4 second-place finishes in a row. I think Flavien Prat purposely kept her in the center of the racetrack to keep that momentum with her down towards the wire.
Making that one run late in the race, swung out, and it pays off here. And it looks like she has improved here for her return as a 5-year-old. It's a good group she beats in this race. Talk about a tough allowance optional claiming race. She winds up the favorite at 5-2. Mr. Karis, Champagne Lady, 2nd and 3rd.
Champagne Lady ran a very good race too. She was stepping into much tougher competition and used that speed to her advantage. It was a good comeback race for Mr. Karis as well. Evie Jets at a big price managed to hold on for 4th.
Yeah, 34-1. Love and Thunder, 3rd win of her career on the grass. Chad Brown, John Gunther, who bred Justify, among some other really good ones. Flavien Prat aboard for the win. We're going to get back to Churchill when we come back. 8th next, very competitive 6.5 furlong sprints on the main track when we return. Well, the post parade right after this. Stay tuned. We are back on America's Day at the Races. Good to have you with us here on FS2, program brought to you by NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. 7th in the books here in New York. Love and Thunder. Flavien Prat. Whew. He is turning heads here in New York. 2 stakes wins yesterday on a 3-win day where he had 2 runner-ups as well, and now he comes up with this ride on Love and Thunder for Chad Brown.
A very talented rider that makes the Deep Jockey Colony even more competitive. Once again, she didn't break well, and she was coming out off of a layoff. She was towards the back early on, swung out, and I liked watching this race back because shook the reins at her, asked her along, and then he finished up just with that hands and heels upper body strength. He's such a strong rider and a very, very intelligent rider too. Had plenty of horse underneath of him. Pace largely held together too, as the pace setter was the number 6 Champagne Lady, who hung in there pretty tough for third.
$7.90 for the win, Mr. Cara. Champagne Lady, as you mentioned, Evie Jett's huge long shot, completing that superfecta. Take a look at the pick 5. It's been our biggest price, 3 legs into the sequence with 2 legs remaining.
She was a logical horse, but this was a very tough race, and again, beat some nice horses, maybe some that were coming off layoffs and will take a step forward, but she did it nicely in her first start of the year.
I love this race coming up at Churchill next. That 4 who just went by on your screen, that is Live Oak Plantation Soup and Sandwich, a horse who was in last year's Kentucky Derby, was a non-factor in that race after a runner-up finish in the Florida Derby. Even money favorite here. We'll get to him in a moment. We start with Prime Factor.
And here's a horse that was also tried on the Kentucky Derby trail for a while, ran in the Holy Bull and Fountain of Youth. Turns out he's a better sprinter, as I always thought that he would be.
19-1 on Savvy, 6-year-old by Flashback.
Going from turf to dirt, it seems that they're just kind of looking for a place where he could be successful. He meets a tough group today.
Violent City. Horse who's a 2-time winner for Ian Wilkes.
Looks terrific on the racetrack. Always felt that 6.5, 7 furlongs is the best spot for him. Ran a good race at this distance at Gulfstream behind the talented Collaborate.
So Soup and Sandwich, it's now sprinting for this former Triple Crown contender last year.
Given that speed, that's the right choice for him. He did displace his palate in the Kentucky Derby, meaning that he wasn't able to get any air, and that does explain the poor performance, but shorter is better.
Briefcase Bully, Cherie DeVaux, New Gelding.
Coming back off of a layoff and cutting back in distance as well. His 2 wins, both coming off the turf races. How does he stack up here?
Colton, he's got some big ones here at Churchill, including a runner-up finish to Sir Alfred James, who was very good for a time last year.
Ran a good second last time out as well. That was his first race off a layoff.
I don't get 7-1 on this horse, who's probably going to be in front and has the numbers that are clearly better than anyone in the race.
Second behind the legend that's Baby Yoda last time out. He's got a lot of speed. How will he dole it out, given that Soup and Sandwich is in the race?
10-day return for him as well. And then the ride of a lifetime at 14-1 outside.
At one point, second in the Saratoga Special behind Jackie's Warrior. Had a lot of promise as a 2-year-old. Can he get back on track after a disappointing effort last time out?
Well, there's Soup and Sandwich, trained by Mark Casse. Short price, Paul LaDuca.
Yeah, he is a short price, and the big gray bunny rabbit has been running well, let's be honest. When you look back at his PPs, he ran a great second in the Tampa Bay Derby. The Kentucky Derby was probably too quick for him. Now he's come back into form. When you look at his Keeneland Laces last time out, he was up on the pace. They cut pretty decent fractions. 22, that middle fraction was 22-3, 110. They didn't really close out too quickly in 123 flat, but it's a very good effort. Now you go to Tyler Gaffleone. Tyler has ridden this horse twice. Unfortunately, they have not been great results. The 3 Violent City is another horse in here that has a plenty of pace. The Son of Violence does have a win here at Churchill Downs. There was just so many horses you can go to, and I'm in agreement with Greg. I just don't understand how Divine Leader is 7-1 in this spot. Baby Yoda, we've already seen Family Man, who got trounced by Baby Yoda. I get it was a starter allowance 10 earlier in the card win. Now, are they thinking Divine Leader is just going to go into a pace duel? Because if the 7 clears this field with Edgar Morales, he's going to be ultra tough. My long shot in here is going to be Briefcase Bully. I like Cherie DeVaux off the layoff, first time gelding, and I think it maybe if the pace does actually get heated up here, Jonathan, the 5 might be the horse to catch. But I know you like the 3 a tiny bit in here.
Yeah, Paul, I like the 3 and the 4. They're exiting the same race, and they were both involved in a very, very fast pace, going 7 furlongs. They cut back to the 6.5 now. So if you look at their pace figures, it suggests that that cutback is going to help both of them. I love the fact that they were both involved in that pace. However, the 3 Violent City definitely didn't run as well as the 4 Soup and Sandwich, but you're also getting, a little bit better price. Not a little bit. You're getting a much better price on the 3 Violent City. So I would ultimately, if you're looking for a speed horse in this spot, I would side with Violent City because of the price. If you're playing multi-race bets, I wouldn't leave off a horse like Soup and Sandwich. And then the 7 Divine Leader, drawn towards the outside. This horse ran extremely well last time in Starter Allowance Company. Seems to be improving since moving to Ennis's Barn off of Belmont. And it's a horse drawn towards the outside at 5-1 that's also a little bit interesting. I thought this was a very, very tough race. I couldn't disagree about a lot of horses in here with chances. I'm going to ultimately pick the 3 Violent City. But I do think the 3 and the 4, Soup and Sandwich, coming, Violent City and Soup and Sandwich, coming off of that fast-paced 7 furlong race are the 2 horses that you want in here.
All right, JK, thanks. Paulie as well. Short price on Soup and Sandwich, son of Into Mischief. The 3, the 4, and, of course, the 7. They all have speed. If you take a look at the 7 for a moment, you look at his debut, throw that race out. It was his debut. He obviously got injured. He went to the bench for about a year and a half. Take that one out, he was 3 for 3 on dirt sprinting. His only defeat last time out to Baby Yoda when he wound up second.
Ran a good race that day. That was off of a layoff, too. And it's funny, he was claimed for $16,000 at Ellis back in July off that big layoff. And he's rounded back into form nicely. He came back in the starter allowance last time out. They even tried him in the Forgo, not the Forgo that you would see here in New York, but at Turfway Park, 2 starts back. His speed makes him dangerous. I'm with Jonathan. I like Violent City. I've always had a soft spot for this horse. I thought that he was too much part of the pace last time out. He has the ability to show speed, but he can also track a little bit if needed. Thought that he made a lovely impression out there today. And I think Soup and Sandwich may be getting a little bit over bet because a lot of people like a good Soup and Sandwich,
Betting him like he cannot lose in here. Obviously owned in part by Campbell's Soup family. I liked him actually going into the Derby last year as a huge long shot. Didn't run that well, but now he's found a new life here sprinting. There he is stepping in. Those Live Oak Plantation Silks. See if he can get it done here at a short price. To go upstairs, Travis Stone, the call.
They're in the gate and they're off. Soup and Sandwich fires out fast. The Ride of a Lifetime is there. Divine Leader comes on through between them. Prime Factor advancing down toward the rail. Onto the main track. And Soup and Sandwich takes over early, opens up by a length, room at the rail for Prime Factor, and Colby Hernandez comes on through with him to engage Soup Sandwich for the top spot. Soup and Sandwich and Prime Factor going head-to-head. In fact, Prime Factor has come on through to take the lead. So it's Prime Factor in front, Soup and Sandwich racing. Second, Divine Leader is third. The Ride of a Lifetime is fourth. Savvy is fifth. Briefcase Bully in sixth. Coltonator is in seventh. Violent City, the trailer. Round the far turn, just 22-4 for that opening quarter mile. And it's Prime Factor holding on to a narrow lead. Soup and Sandwich is right there between. And on the outside, Divine Leader cruises up 3 wide and puts a nose in front by the quarter pole. Soup and Sandwich is asked to go now. Prime Factor's back into third. The Ride of a Lifetime with a long shot chance in fourth. 1 furlong to go. Divine Leader spurts away by 2. The Ride of a Lifetime runs up into second. Not today for Soup and Sandwich. Coltonator's late on the scene, but everybody's chasing Divine Leader. Divine Leader glides under the wire, the 3-length winner. The Ride of a Lifetime was second. It's pretty tight for third there between Briefcase Bully and Soup and Sandwich.
Divine Leader puts this field away. I thought this horse was going to vie for favoritism. He goes off at 5-1 in this race.
You called it right away, Greg. He was way too big a price, a huge player, and he showed another dimension today. Soup and Sandwich set the lead. Prime Factor, in fact, keen on getting up to the front to challenge him for the pace. That set it up nicely for Divine Leader, who is much the best over the Ride of a Lifetime.
That is a quick final time, too. 1:15-1 for the 6.5 furlongs.
They put on a good show. This was a nice bunch of horses.
5-year-old takes it to this group. This was impressive. Edgar Morales, John Ennis has a good one. owned by Mark Arnold. As we get back to New York in the feature on this Sunday card, Gold Fever, 3-year-old sprinting 6 furlongs. This is a little bizarre to see anyone 3 to 5 in this race. Provocateur, Todd Pletcher, Irad Ortiz Jr. He did win the Hutchison at Gulfstream last start, a stakes race. Wow, he is taking all the money on the board right now. We're going to show you that race. It was back on March 19th, and he won by 2 lengths.
And you'll notice he beat the 1-2 favorite Nitrous Channel. That was a horse that won so impressively first time out for George Weaver. I thought physically he would really regress second time out. That showed on the track, just coming out of that big maiden score, but I still think he's a very nice horse. I'll be curious to see what Maggie has to say about a Provocateur, because he wears that hat bit. He's a little bit quirky. He seemed to me like one who really did not like the pony at all. He was a little bit difficult prior to the race, and then he was all business once he got out on track. 2
words. My racehorse?
Yeah.
Is that why this is 3 to 5?
You're absolutely right. These
go.
always take a lot of money.
Let's go downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, that's why we see Provocateur as favorite. And it seems like all day, you know, when I've looked at these races on paper, I kind of decide who I like. And I like Provocateur heading into this race. I'm not so sure seeing him matched up against the rest of the field here. Honestly, he's very small. He's a little underwhelming. He's a nicely put together sprinter, but how good of a sprinter is he? Now, I have actually weirdly never seen him, even though he ran in the Naira tracks 2 times prior. And in case you're talking about him being a little obstreperous or quirky, not the case today. He's very laid back so far. Obviously, there's no ponies around. So I don't know. There's just other horses I prefer in here, looking at them physically. And honestly, I was against Senbei heading into this race because really, at the end of the day, who did he beat as a 2-year-old? The one decent horse that he faced was the one to deliver him a defeat in Shipsational. I mean, look at Bustin Pietre. He can't even win for 30 now as a 3-year-old. But I will say that Senbei has taken a step forward physically and mentally. He, in his first several outings, was really bad. Granted, he wasn't bad when they sprung the latch. He was very good and focused. But today, coming back as a 3-year-old, he's a lot more relaxed, a lot more focused. He has grown. I was worried about him just being that kind of precocious 2-year-old. That's not the case. He's done well, and he looks pretty fit heading back here. So he is the likeliest fastest horse early, and they'll be playing catch me if you can. As I want to talk about number 4, Fluid Situation, who just blew a field away last time out at Tampa. But you know, I saw this guy first time out at Saratoga as a 2-year-old. Obviously, something went awry that day, and then we didn't see him till February at Aqueduct. I still think he wants to go longer, and the fact that he got to control going the 7/8, I think probably led to that big buyer speed figure. I don't like the fact, too, that they had him entered in a 2-turn stake last weekend at Monmouth, in which the card was canceled. I still think this horse wants more distance than less. He makes a great impression, and he's grown up, and he looks ready to go here. But again, I don't think dynamically things are really in his favor. The horse I like most here, liked on form, like in the paddock, number 5, Don't Wait Up. A horse that I liked as a 2-year-old. He does apply a fairly large cup blinker today, and if you go back and watch his last race, it's a 3/4 cup, he got pinched at the start, then, or he broke a touch slow, I should say, then he rushed up on the inside, and the rider was very indecisive, then drug him back when he got pinched going into the turn, and the pace eventually just kind of evaporated that day. So I really don't think it was that bad of an effort coming in off of a layoff. He was always a good-looking 2-year-old. I do think he's ultimately a sprinter, although they tried the 1 1/16 Grade 1 Breeders' Futurity. Oh, hi, Senbei. Talking again here. This horse looks phenomenal. And I think with the blinkers on, drawn towards the outside, albeit not outside Senbei, he's going to sit that stalking trip, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. 6-1. He was sensational on a muddy track at Saratoga last summer as a 2-year-old. Waiting to see that kind of performance again from him. Second start of his 3-year-old campaign coming up. Gold Fever post parade for you next when we come back.
Eclipse Colts champion Blade ranks among the nation's top sires at a fraction of the price. His recent top runners include Aga Khan stud Saidabad, a top performer overseas, plus these recent standout performers. With success on the track and success in the ring, this proven son of Arch is truly a gold value stallion. Blade, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Stay fabulous. Resorts World.
Idol perfectly timed. Idol gets up under Joel Rosario to win the big gap. It's known agenda for St. Elias Stable.
Race and the race, scintillating performance in the TVG Del Mar debutant.
And Clairiere will win the cotillion.
Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Mala by a neck.
Curling, the classic sire.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day of the Races feature on this Sunday card, the Gold Fever, and here is Dance Code at 17-1.
He is a stakes winner at Parks. Does seem to be a bit overmatched against these, but he does lower Jose Ortiz in the saddle.
Running Son of a Gun, trained by John Toscano. Luis Saez aboard.
Comes out of a nice win at Parks last time out, stepping into deeper waters today. Did disappoint in his lone stakes try, which was in the Grade 3 Gotham.
Still odds on for Provocateur, winner of that Hutchison at Gulfstream for Todd Pletcher.
Second in the Pasco at Tampa, 2 starts back as well. 6 furlongs does seem to suit him best, and he seems to be minding his manners out there today.
Fluid situation, earned a huge number for that maiden win at Tampa for John Terranova.
95 buyer speed figure at Tampa. The third place finisher did come back to win with an 81 buyer, but how did those Tampa maiden special weight dirt races stack up?
Don't wait up. He showed so much promise as a 2-year-old at Saratoga. Can he get back to it?
Blinkers going on today. Maggie talked about the trip that he had in the Lafayette last time out. A lot of promise from him in his first couple of races at Saratoga.
And the speedy New York bred Senbei making his 3-year-old debut for Christophe Clement.
And he is staying away from the pony out there on the track. Could be a little bit of a quirky type of horse. Son of Candy Ride is 4 for 5, 6 furlongs is what he likes to do. He faces open company for the first time today.
Race named after a runner that ended his career on the right note with 3 consecutive wins, including 2 graded stakes. Grade 3 Discovery and the Grade 1 Naira Mile as well. 7 for 18 lifetime of over $480,000 in earnings. Trained by Shug McGahee and owned and bred by Cynthia Phipps.
We watched his 1996 Naira Mile on last night's show. Such a good year for him as well. A game impressive runner for Shug McGahee, and nice that we get a chance to pay tribute to him today. I think one of the best things about the stakes in New York is you get a chance to learn about the horses that they're named after, the great horses that ran on this New York circuit.
To me, I like the way Senbei's warming up. He looks great to me. What do you see?
Well, he always warms up well. He is, as Maggie mentioned, especially in his first couple of races. Actually, in his debut, he tried to rear up on track and nearly threw Manny Franco, but he's a really lovely put-together horse. He's very straightforward in his training, though he can be a little bit vocal and a little bit distracted prior to the races. He is all business once he gets out there. Sometimes he's a little bit wonky switching his leads. He did it very smoothly in the Notebook last time out. As I mentioned at the top of the show, though, the family in general was very, very precocious, and nice to hear is I actually haven't seen him in a while. Maggie thought he has taken a step forward as a 3-year-old because every one of his siblings were good at 2. Now he has to show that he can do it at 3.
Meanwhile, back to Don't Wait Up. Missed by a nose in his debut at Saratoga, and then he comes back in the mud, a 90 Beyer speed figure. Impressive in this muddy racetrack.
Very impressive, and a horse that has a lot of talent as well. He showed that in his debut when he maybe wasn't 100% there, but he was beaten by a nose by Power Agenda for Todd Pletcher. Came back with this huge effort, going 6 furlongs at Saratoga. And once again, when you have a horse that looks promising, you understand taking shots in the big races. They tried going long in the Grade 1 Breeders' Futurity at Keeneland, cut him back to sprinting, which is clearly what he wants to do. And how about another son of Upstart, a stallion that's just been terrific?
Yeah, producing a lot of good runners, a lot of 3-year-olds that are making a big impact this year. Jonathan, your thoughts on the Gold Fever?
Yeah, and look, nothing against, My Racehorse or West Point or any other big syndicate, but I'm the first one to love to bet against a horse that I feel like is being overbet because there's a lot of fan money coming in on a horse. But the 3 Provocateur, this horse makes sense to me. This horse ran well in the Hutchison down at Gulfstream Park. He's trained by a Hall of Famer in Todd Pletcher, and he beat a good horse in Nitrous Channel down there for George Weaver. So Provocateur, and he ran fast. So Provocateur to me is a horse that you can lean on here. I'm not crazy about the draw, considering there's other fast horses to the outside. I feel like kind of forces the hand of Irad Ortiz and Provocateur. But from purely an individual standpoint, the horse itself, I think Provocateur is the most likely winner of this race. The 4 Fluid situation, another horse gets a rider upgrade. No offense to Sammy Camacho, but a rider upgrade to Joel Rosario in this spot. John Terranova will sneak up on you sometimes with some of these types of horses. Got a fast figure last time and did it the right way with honest pace figures, finding the front end. And Fluid Situation is lucky to have the situation drawn outside of the main competition in the 3 Provocateur. Yes, I loved Sinbei first out last time, thanks to some buzz around the racetrack. That horse ran well and continued to run well. But I have to say I'm a little bit concerned about the layoff. But luckily enough, I have someone that I think I can ask, does this horse look fit off the break?
Oh, me? Just kidding, JK. He looks fit, but and the fact that he did win first time out suggests that obviously he can win fresh here. And even though he announced his presence coming out to the racetrack from the tunnel, he's handled himself well. And he warmed up really nicely. And it's good to see him kind of get that little bit of an edge off with a solo warm up, starting off just behind the pony. And now the fact that he's like, okay, I can link up with the pony means that he's not distracted. He's not thinking about breeding the pony. He's just got his mind on business, which is what you want to see with horses getting older. You want them to develop mentally just as much as you want them to develop physically, and he's done both things. So I'm actually under a lot more of a positive mind frame about Senbei looking at him than what I was going into this race. As we'll also check out Provocateur, who I was underwhelmed with back in the paddock, but he did warm up really well. He was great with the pony. Then Irad broke him away. He got a big gallop to the backside. So with that big warm up too, he kind of blew himself up and grew a bit, which you always like to see with horses once they kind of get their mind on business. And I like the fact Irad took him away from the pony because it suggests that he's not going to let Senbei get too far away from his sights.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Even money. Provocateur, it's been as low as, what, 3 to 5 he opened at?
Yeah, he took a lot of money early on. We certainly appreciate everybody from My Racehorse that supports their horses on the racetrack. Great to see that enthusiasm as well.
What do you see from here, warming up here?
Well, I agree with Maggie. I thought he was so much more focused today. Oh, and there he goes. Horses love to prove you wrong, Greg, just as you're saying that he's so much more focused and better with the pony. He does that. And Irad Ortiz kicks his feet out of the stirrups, as I kind of talked about yesterday, too. Jockeys will do that to try and get a horse to settle, and the tractor is a very big, scary thing. So just as I was really encouraged with what I was seeing, this is exactly what he did at Gulfstream last time. But maybe that's not a bad thing, because he did win the Hutchison in doing exactly what he is now.
Typically, though, you you don't want to see this.
Yeah,
but he was still able to
absolutely.
win a stakes race and do it pretty impressively last time.
He was. And sorry, Rad Ortiz, last time, take him away from the pony, really try to keep him away from the rest of the field. And it seemed like he got a little bit relaxed, saying, oh, he's being a lot better today. And then he says, I'll show you. But these are still young horses. They're still developing mentally and physically.
6-5 favorite. He steps into the gate. Sunday feature. 3-year-olds. 6 furlong sprint here in the Gold Fever. Now Rad Ortiz Jr. for Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher with the 1 to beat. Stakes winner last out. Can he back it up here in New York? Let's go upstairs. John and Brielle, the call.
Ready for the start of race 8, the Gold Fever Stakes. And they're off. Provocateur is going out for the early lead. Senbei quickly moves up on the outside to challenge. Senbei has taken the lead. Provocateur is now in second with Runnin' Son of a Gun towards the inside in third. Don't Wait Up advances on the outside from fourth. Then comes Fluid Situation. It's a big break. Back to Dance Code, who trails the field in sixth. Senbei leads here by 3/4 of a length. Don't Wait Up on the outside in second. And then it is Provocateur down at the rail racing in third. The quarter 22 and 2/5 seconds. Senbei the leader here by a half length. Don't Wait Up on the outside in second. Provocateur at the rail. Fluid Situation is now gaining some ground on the outside. And then comes Runnin' Son of a Gun and Dance Code, the trailer. Senbei takes the field into the stretch, ran the half in 45 and 4. Here's Fluid Situation on the outside. Provocateur is looking to come through down at the rail. It is Senbei, Provocateur at the rail. Senbei and Provocateur at the 16th pole together. Senbei with the lead, Provocateur in second, and it will be Senbei to win his 3-year-old debut in the Gold Fever Stakes.
Senbei, the New York bred, doing it in open company. What a 3-year-old debut. Manny, Franco, Christophe Clement.
Yay! That's where my emotions that take over, and a horse that obviously I feel so strongly about and connected to. But it's just really, really exciting to see him take that step forward. You saw it mentally, too, and how he's really improved. He didn't break as sharply from the outside, and Manny Franco rushed him up, put him right into the game to set the pace, and he fought today. He's won all the races that he's won, Greg. He's done it going away. He showed some tenacity today when you had Provocateur coming down on the inside of him, and he really dug in, which was really encouraging to see.
Reeves Thoroughbreds, Clement, Franco, and a horse who's now 5 for 6 lifetime, but this was a big one, getting it done against open company. It's going to be a fun year for this horse, potentially.
Absolutely. And hats off to the breeder and co-owner, Dr. Jerry Belinsky, who stayed in with Dean Reeves, too. And they've just had so much fun with this horse. And Dr. B breeds a really, really good New York bred. And you can see that once again with the New York breds being so successful in open company, and a horse that's just a very good sprinter.
6-3. 2-4, 9-5 over 7-5, 11 a one-shot checking in third, but it's all about Senbei, the New York bred. In the Gold Fever, our Sunday feature. We'll be back to wrap it up. We still have the nightcap coming up when we return. Stay with us. More ahead here on America's Day at the Races on FS2.
Pouring it on here in the stretch. Impressive to win the Grade 2 Vosburg. Following C.
Smile Happy has kicked it into high gear. And Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, and we are proudly brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, check out americasbestracing.net today. Well, it was all about the New York bred in today's Gold Fever. Senbei coming back off the layoff. Christophe Clement, a horse that's only been defeated once in his entire career. You have to be pleased with the development that this horse had shown coming into this race from 2 to 3.
And absolutely, he trained well in the morning. Many is part of it. He's been breathing him quite a few times. It was a bit of a erratic race. I'm sure you noticed he was on the wrong lead at the wrong time. I'm not exactly sure why. I need to think about it and watch the replay. But he won. I'm very happy. I'm thrilled. He's a fast horse, and let's enjoy it.
Well, Christophe, too, I notice a lot of times horses will do that around this racetrack because it's such a prolonged turn. But, too, we saw him not break quite as sharply, so we had to use him a bit to get to the lead. I thought the tenacity he showed was impressive.
And absolutely. He's, when they keep winning, they're always nice. It's a good problem to have. No matter how they win, if they win, I can deal with that,
Do you go with open company? You have a lot of options as a 3-year-old being a New York bred.
And absolutely. At the moment, I think for the next 24 hours, we're going to enjoy the win a little bit. And then gradually during the week, we can have a plan for the future.
You have to get with that Dean Reeves guy, won't you?
I will speak to Mr. Reeves, absolutely.
Well, congratulations to you and the entire team. Big win here for Senbei.
Thank you so much.
Acacia, congratulations too. Your boy, he's pretty good.
He is, Maggie. Thanks. It's so fun. And big hats off to Manny Franco, too, as Christophe mentioned, a huge part of this horse's success.
Manny is having a great meet here at Belmont, off to a tremendous start. And he has been a great fit with this horse. Dug in the stretch as the favorite was coming to him and found more.
I love that he showed that heart today because it's great winning races by open lengths, but I think you really learn what a horse is made of when he digs in like he did today. And Manny knows him so well, knew that he had enough underneath of him, and has taken that step forward at the age of 3. And cool to see another New York bred who is successful against open company.
So Senbei, New York bred, getting it done against open company. Late pick 5 follow along. It's been formful, but I mean, these last couple of races, it was hard to say you could really single out any one of those two.
Absolutely. I mean, the 7th race allowance was wide open. It was won by the tepid favorite who paid $7, but Senbei wasn't the favorite. A logical horse for sure, but a couple of not surprising results, but not the ones who were the betting public leaning on.
Let's head back to Louisville, and they're going to close out their card. Mile on the Turf, maiden special weight, where Spare Cash, who we'll see first, Tyler Gaffalione, Brad Cox, here she is 7-5 favorite, but beaten favorite each of the last 3 starts.
For me, she's tough to take at a short price, Greg. I know she has speed. She was a distant second last time out on the turf at Keeneland, but at a short price from anyone in this field, going to be a little bit tricky.
I like this 3 a little bit here. There's pedigree for the grass. Dan produced a multiple stakes winner on the turf. Gets on it for the first time. Here's Neck on the Nile, first timer.
First-time starter, filly by Kyra Prince, out of a Warfront mare. There was enough pedigree for her to suggest that she will handle the turf. 2 out of the 3 siblings were winners, both on the grass.
Spring Magic hit the board in a maiden special at Fairgrounds last out.
3rd last time out for Brendan Walsh. It's taking her a little bit of time to kind of figure things out, I think. She was closing late after breaking from the inside post.
Macadamia, a bit of a troubled trip off the bench at Keeneland in her last run.
She did. I think that she's better than what we saw from her last time out. Joe Talamo climbs the board for Palo Lobo.
Kenny McPeak with the 7, didn't take a lot of money first time out.
She didn't, but she was beaten by Walkathon, who we saw, yes, get a good trip, but did come back to win as the favorite yesterday for Ian Wilkes. And you would imagine for Ken McPeak, we'll see some improvement second time out.
Madeline's Magic Turf debut last start and did not beat anybody.
No, she did not do any running that day. They do keep her on the turf, even though she ran okay on the dirt at Oaklawn prior to that.
There's the Declaration of War filly, Mudari, debuting.
Out of a Point Given mare. The dam herself was 0 for 6, and she hasn't been much of a producer as of yet.
Ragtime Bell debuted sprinting on dirt.
The other one for Brendan Walsh, filly by Union Rags. The dam did win on the grass. She was a grade 3 winner.
L of the Ball, the only turf start, was 3rd against maiden special at Fairgrounds.
Blinkers go on for the first time today, too. She has some tactical speed, and those blinkers could put her up in the game a little bit more.
What's to do? Turf debut was nearly 80-1 at Keeneland.
Also faced that talented filly Walkathon, who came back to win yesterday, does get Lasix for her second career start.
And don't forget the 14 does draw in for Ian Wilkes. Chris Landeros will be aboard at 17-1 out there somewhere.
And you can
there.
see her there on the track. As I wrote in her first start, she looks like she wants to go 2 turns on the turf, and that's what she gets today, going the mile. I think that was a useful debut. We'll see if she gets some improvement. How about them apples just wired the field, and they just went around like a merry-go-round.
Minute to post coming up. Spare Cash from the rail, the 6-5 favorite. We talked about her disappointing as the favorite now 3 consecutive starts in a row. This was at Turfway on synthetic.
Yeah, she's run well on the synthetic. In fact, all 3 of her races at Turfway were good performances, but she was beaten a neck and half a length. And then she comes back on the turf. She's the favorite last time as well and is second by 8 lengths. And yeah, she has ability. Obviously, she got a fast figure for this race of a 71, but you can see she just doesn't have that late punch that you'd like to see. And last time out with the 72 Beyer speed figure, she wasn't able to seal the deal either.
Strong connections, though, Paulie. Can she get it done today? Brad Cox, Tyler Gaffalione team up.
Well, this is the toughest call in racing, right? We've tried to beat a couple of these Brad Cox and Tyler Gaffalione runners in the last race a couple nights ago, and the horse won. Very, very difficult to gauge. I mean, when you look at Spare Cash, she does have the best numbers. Now, she's a 4-year-old filly. You got a lot of 3-year-old fillies in here that are probably going to move a little bit forward. So have we seen what we've seen some Spare Cash? I like the 7 a little bit in here. Sacred Kitten comes out of the Walkathon race. Walkathon was the horse that came back last night and won again for Julien Leparoux and Ian Wilkes, even though the horse was all washed out. Was very, very impressive last night. So that horse comes out of that race, and I think Wolfie hit the nail on the head. Do not get the 14. Forget about the 14. Get By. I thought this horse is a logical long shot, a 3-year-old filly by Get Stormy. Don't love the outside draw, but you get Ian Wilkes second time out. This horse has been working well, but it all hinges on the 1, JK. What do you do?
Yeah, I think that you got to feel comfortable having Tyler Gaffalione with a horse with tactical speed drawn towards the inside. Should be able to save ground on the first turn and then also save ground on the far turn. If this horse can get in and out of spots for Tyler, he's going to have a good shot in this race with a horse who has had some speed figures that are better than what anyone else has earned. It's not ideal, I would say, the way that this horse ran last time, kind of being close to a slow pace and getting a little bit tired late. But she does have some tactical speed, and she does have the best rider on the grounds, at least as of late. The other horse I thought that was interesting was the 6 Macadamia. This is a horse that didn't run particularly well last time, but if you look at that race 2 back from October in her 2-year-old year, she ran a fast number that day. If she can find that form, she can win this race here today.
All right, Jonathan, thanks. Macadamia, the 6, 4-1 right now. Joe Talamo for Paulo Lobo.
Filly by Wooten Bassett, terrific sire who over in Europe was very highly sought after, as looks like she's got some flags going after her out there on the track. And that second place finish at Keeneland back in October was behind Haughty, who was 3rd in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf, a talented filly for Chad Brown.
All the money, though, and Tyler Gaffalione attracts a lot of it. So does Brad Cox. And public not scared away from all those disappointments is the favorite the last few times out.
I think Paul brings up a good point, too, that we've tried to beat these types of horses because she seems like she's just tough to trust. That said, she truly does have the best numbers. I think in this race, though, there are enough unknowns. There's some first-time starters. There's some horses with trips. There's some horses trying the turf for the first time. There's room for improvement. It's not like we see Spare Cash as the big standout, and you just know what you're getting from everybody else in the field. There's a lot of unknown in here, and there's horses that could take some steps forward.
We'll make their way into the turf course in a moment here. Mile on the grass to close it out on this Sunday at Churchill. 6-5 favorite remains Spare Cash. And, well, Macadamia is the second choice in here. Had that trouble steadied along the backstretch last time out. I thought that Keeneland race in her second start, Jonathan brought it up. was very good. If she can kind of get back to that, we'll see second off the bench for a very good trainer. She's got a big chance in here.
I agree. I thought that race back in October was really strong. She's second off the bench now and had that trouble last time out. She's a major player in here. And the 14 Get By, I hate the post, and she does get in off the also eligible list, but I really think that she's one who, at a big price, if you're interested in potentially using her underneath, she could be one that will improve. She's just going to have to work out a trip from the outside there.
Well, the first timers, they're not really attracting any attention on the board. This is one of them, Neck on the Nile. Ben Colebrook, 25-1. You have the 9, 48-1. They're sort of being dismissed.
And I think that that's a sign, too. The 4 Neck on the Nile does have pedigree for turf by Kyra Prince out of a Warfront mare who produced 2 turf winners. She looked to me like she was just going to need a race to tuck up a bit, carrying a lot of substance there and a big price on the board.
Kenny McPeak Sacred Kitten moving in her second try on the grass, much shorter price here, second time out. Mentioned Face That Good One, who's now 2 for 2 for Ian Wilkes. Walkathon, but short price, inside post. Spare Cash, Tyler Gaffleone, Brad Cox, Klein Racing. Can she get it done here in her 7th time out? Let's go to Travis Stone, Nightcap from Churchill Downs.
Waiting for What's to Do, Who's Gone In, and Get By. Spare Cash is fractious in there. They're in the gate. And they're off. Even beginning. Sacred Kitten at mid-pack is out okay. Spring Magic is there. Spare Cash down toward the rail. Tudo Sola pulls back in behind horses. They come by us for the first time. Spare Cash for the inside post is out there setting the pace, running a few paths off the rail. Spring Magic is 2 wide. Macadamia is 3 wide. Sacred Kitten is 4 wide. And Get By is 5 wide on that first turn. Tudo Sola saving ground every step of the way. Advances up to B4. Sacred Kitten is now 5th. Get By racing in 6th. Ella the Bells racing in 7th, followed by What's to Do in 8th by 4. Madeline's Magic is back in 9th, just ahead of Ragtime Bell, who's also ahead of Mudari, and it's 5 back to Neck on the Nile, about 15 lengths off the leaders. The opening quarter goes in 24-2. Even money favorites. Spare Cash shows the way to the far turn run. The leader by a length. Spring Magic is poised on the outside second. Tudo Sola tucked away toward the rail. Macadamia revving up with a 3 wide bid now. Here comes Macadamia coming on to challenge for the top spot. Get By has been wide throughout. Sacred Kitten is in behind horses. L of the Balls coming with a wide sweeping move. And then it's What's to Do as the field turns for home. They're fanned out across the track. Spare Cash comes off the turn wide, holding on to that lead. Macadamia is there. Sacred Kitten tried the rail. What's to Do in between horses. Get By with a big effort. L of the Ball down the center. Wild finish, 16th to go. Spare Cash. Here comes L of the Ball. Finishing well. L of the Ball over the top to the front and the winner. L of the Ball does it. Spare Cash was 2nd. What's to Do was 3rd. Macadamia was 4th, and it's a photo for 5th.
L of the Ball, Joe Sharp, Adam Beschizza, blinkers on today, just the 2nd time on the turf.
And the first time was a good race. She finished 3rd that day. It was a wild finish. Many in with a chance. Widest of all closing under Adam Beschizza. And clearly this is a filly by Violence who likes running on the grass.
Joe Sharp, Wayne Sanders, Larry Hirsch, and Adam Beschizza. L of the Ball closes out the card in Louisville. We have the nightcap still to come here in New York. We're going to close it out in Elmont with a 6-furlong sprint on the inner turf. $40,000 maiden climbing race, and Laugh and Play. It's the current favorite here. Irad Ortiz Jr., Christophe Clement, and a turn back in distance. Post parade when we come back.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe. And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring. With his biggest and best quality of books in the pipeline, the sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic 2-year-olds in training sale, showcasing more than 600 juveniles, all on a dirt racetrack. Recent Grade 1 winners include Beyond Brilliant, Gamine, Gut Stormy, and Switzerland. Graded stakes winners Informative and Morello, plus stakes winners from coast to coast. Among the nation's top juvenile sales by Grade 1 wins. Join us after the Preakness, May 23rd and 24th in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit buyers.
Maximum Security. He smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Secure your mare's future. Maximum Security.
Back on America's Day at the Races on FS2, program brought to you by Nyra Bets. Get signed up, started, go to NyraBets.com or download the app. We close out the card, sprinting on the turf. Here's Roma Carpe, 40-1.
One who's had many chances making start number 24, but we did see a horse break his maiden and start number 27 today.
We jump ahead to the 3. Only turf try was in a race that included Baby Blythe.
Yeah, that was a good field that day. She is dropping in class, but it's been a long time between drinks. Last start was January 2021.
Misspelled Moon, beat by one who came back and were very good against 50,000 starter allowance yesterday.
She's a quirky filly, acting up at the pony a little bit out there, but she does have speed.
First-time starter, Silence of the Habs.
This is a filly who's by hit at a bomb, so there's turf pedigree there. Bottom side, not too much.
Radiant Gem, Joel Rosario for Bob Caceres.
And this one finished 4th in an optional claiming last time out. So she was in for the tag, those at Gulfstream. If you're a Florida bred, you don't run for the claiming tag. Otherwise, you do.
Roundabout. Dan produced a pretty good one on dirt. It was a grade 3 winner. Killebeg's captain.
There was one other sibling that did win on the grass, and this filly is by Cross Traffic.
Excuse me. Laugh and Play the favorite, 5-2.
And she's cutting back in distance. Filly by Into Mischief. Half sibling Smack was also trained by Christoph.
Irad Ortiz on board there. Jump back to the 8 here. Brad Cox. This one interesting. Sprinting in the debut 6 furlongs in Ireland. Just missed.
She did behind Amalfi Coast. She ran a good race that day. Has been going long on the turf or short on the dirt. We'll see how sprinting on the grass fares.
First timer here for Jimmy Ryerson, loaded and ready.
The dam was 1 for 15 on the grass. Did produce one foal that won on turf.
Yeah, she won it on turf at Saratoga. It was a claiming race. Diamond Status at 13-1.
Has speed. She ran off a little bit in that turf race. 2 starts back going long. She cuts back to sprinting on grass today, which actually should suit her well.
Green Screen Queen. Good luck, John Imbrial.
A little bit of a tongue twister there. Filly by Lemon Drop Kid out of a mare who won on the grass. Plenty of pedigree for the turf.
Legend Song, another first timer outside.
And a filly who was purchased for $150,000 as a yearling. The dam was 0 for 2. Never tried the turf. I don't love that last work was from the gate.
Grand Dam was a grade 1 winner, but on dirt. Won the Ashland, was second in the Kentucky Oaks. But yeah, turf pedigree doesn't seem to be a whole lot. 6-1 though right now outside. Pratt, George Weaver. You can play this race. All the action we bring you with Nyra Bets. That's the offer. $200 deposit match sign-up bonus with that code there. Stakes 200. Go to NyraBets.com, download the app, and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Jonathan, nightcap here at Belmont. What do you think?
Yeah, I thought the 4 Misspelled Moon was interesting. And this is a horse that showed a ton of speed last time, maiden 40 at this level. It kind of fell apart late, but you can kind of forgive that based on the time in between starts. Made her, ran in October of 2021, then comes back in April of 2022. A horse who runs hard early, I don't typically fault them for getting a little tired late. If she can be a little bit more fit here, I think she's got another opportunity to get loose in here, and maybe, just maybe, she'll be able to hold on. If someone happens to run with her, or if she happens to go too fast, I think the 6 Radiant Gem is a horse that has some back numbers, who will be running on late, and in my opinion, one of the best closing turf sprint riders that there is Joel Rosario. He seems to beat me all the time. I'm always on speed horses, and it always seems to be Joel rolling down the middle of the track with shoulder taps only and happening to run by and snap me out of big scores. So I've learned to pay attention when he shows up on a horse that I think could be closing. So for me, and I love races like this where you can take the best speed and take the best closer and feel like regardless of the situation, regardless of the pace, you should be in a pretty good position. But enough of me. Let's go to our friend who's having a pretty darn good day. Maggie?
No, I'm not. I'm having a terrible day, Jonathan. But it's taken to the last race where that paper handicapping and the physical part have finally come together. And I'm hoping, because she's a nice price right now, that number 8, Diamant Damsa, pulls through for me here. Because this is a filly. Yes, she debuted going the 6 furlongs in Ireland. She got away a little slowly that day. Then she comes to America, and it was one heck of a run around that fairgrounds course. She broke a touch slow, then got ranked, but then the horse to her inside got even more ranked, started running off. They hit that first turn. The horse to her inside bolts, takes her to the outside fence. They drop over a bit, but it allowed the eventual winner to come up, ride the fence to victory, in which rails were down that day at fairgrounds, and that's what you want to do when the rails are down at the fairgrounds. You want to be closer to the fence, and it doesn't hurt to have early speed. She's built like a sprinter, so therefore I like the turn back. Obviously, we can put a line through that last race. It was on the dirt. She looks great, and I like the way she's behaving her first time here in New York for trainer Brad Cox, as she does take that drop in class. Now, not a short price is number 2, Laugh and Play, but same thing with her. She got very rank when she broke first time on the turf going a mile, so I like the turn back in distance for her. She's a little bit of a nervous Nelly. That's why we kind of saw her out of order in the post parade. I just heard that we do have a late scratch here. Number 9, Loaded and Ready, will be a late scratch. We'll wait, though, for official word from John Embrial. But going back to Laugh and Play, Andy Surley and I were talking about this, and he brought up a good point. Into Mischief, Distorted Humor, Dam, 40,000? I mean, they're giving up on her quite readily. And 2, I don't love the fact that the horse that won that day and beat her by 13 1/4 lengths came back at a short price at Laurel and finished last. She didn't have a good trip, I admit, and I do think the turn back fits her based on her physicality and her propensity to get maybe a little bit free. Though, I just preferred the other turn back. We'll take a look at number 10, Diamond Status. As Acacia said, she's right. I was really intrigued with her stretching out, but she just wasted too much energy fighting the rider that day. I don't think her turf debut was that badly. She's definitely a turf horse. And she looks fit and ready off the bench here. But number 12, Legend Song, not much turf pedigree, in the face of being, the Dam being a half to Suave and Worldly, which were all long dirt routers, as well as Urbane, who is a second Dam, a multiple graded stakes winner going long. And she's by Empire Maker. The distance is a problem, sprinting here. But she does have a bit of a turf hoof. And maybe it's meaningful that George Weaver reaches out for Flavien Prat. Greg?
You always like to see that whenever he's aboard, and 6-1 right now with Pratt from that outside post. You would think Pratt is not going to just ride this race to ride it. Must have been given a positive story.
You would certainly think so, and I think that that's a reason that she is 6-1 on the board. I think that the betting public will be paying attention to the horses that Flavien Prat does end up riding. And Legend Song, she has a big pedigree, just not exactly to be on the turf here for 40. I agree with what Maggie says, but she's intriguing given all of those other things and the riding assignment. Typically, when you see a horse's last work from the gate, and these are maiden claiming types, so I think you could be a little bit forgiving more with those kinds of things. It's the spacing of the workouts. When the most recent workout is from the gate, or they have a lot of works from the gate, maybe that's where they have a little bit of trouble. One thing that I do think is intriguing too is that last year in 2021, this horse actually did have a chance to work on the turf on the Saratoga training track. So George Weaver has seen how she moves on the grass.
So right at her morning line, there she is. Debut coming up. She'll break from the outside post. But the favorite, wow, now goes to the 4, Misspelled Moon. So he's still taking another number off the board here?
I'm not sure. I know that they had to move as we had a late scratch of the number 9 loaded and ready, so we'll have to move the numbers over as a result of that. Don't know if we have any additional changes, but looks like just moving the 9 off of the starting gate.
So we're going to close things out here in what's been a pretty formful pick 5 to this point. Take a look at the wheel pace here. And to the current favorite, coming back $345. The 2 had been favored for quite a bit, $355 there. Those are the top 2 choices in the sequence. This pick 6 is going to get hit today.
You brought up an interesting point with Diamant Damsa, who Maggie had some interest in. Her lone U.S. turf start, the Fairgrounds, was in the race where she was favorite. The 3rd place finisher, Elle of the Ball, we just saw win impressively at Churchill.
Yeah, so another feather in the cap of the 8 in here, who is currently 5-1 on the board. And again, too, you look at that debut. It was 6 furlong sprinting, just missed. First time out was well clear of the 3rd place finisher. So getting back to sprinting on the turf for the first time since that debut. Strong connections. A lot of reasons to like that runner, including the endorsement from Maggie as this 4, Misspelled Moon, our favorite, waiting to load up with Dylan Davis.
I remember seeing her in her debut in Saratoga, and she kept rearing up while trying to be saddled. She was really tough loading, refusing to get into the gate, much as she's doing now. So you don't like to see that they haven't progressed much, and she's getting herself into a bit of a lather. That's a negative for me out there on the track.
Tough position. Dylan Davis doing what he can until he gets the help of the starting gate crew. They've come over to help out now. Dylan, that milestone achievement a couple of days ago, 1,000th win of his career. He's taken his game to the next level ever since he went out with injury. He's just been sensational ever since he's come back.
That was really cool to see and to speak to him afterwards, as they're going to try to back her up towards the gate. And sometimes that will help, as sometimes pushing a horse in, you need to get as close as you possibly can to the gate, and they'll push her in from there. And looks like that has done the trick.
She is in. House Silks with Dylan Davis. There's Flavien Prat from that outside slot, and the 5 now rearing up. First timer here, Silence of the Habs.
Jose Lezcano off. I feel like Jose Lezcano has been on more horses that I've seen rear up on the track or behind the gate.
Oh, he's all smiles. He's fine.
Good to see.
And he'll let the starting gate crew get this filly in for trainer Linda Rice. Hopefully there's no chain reaction. At least all those loaded didn't see what this one was doing. Gets in. Jose will hop aboard. And we're just about set. Let's go upstairs. Nightcap on this Sunday card. John Imbrial, take it away.
Waiting on the final horse, number 12, Legends Song. And we are set for race 9. And they're off. Misspelled Moon right out for the early lead. Laugh and Play down on the inside is racing in second, and then it is Roundabout next in third. On the outside and moving up is Diamond Damza. Diamond Damza is in third. Now it's 2.5 lengths back to Roundabout, who is racing in fourth. And on the outside is Diamond Status next in fifth, followed at the rail by Silence of the Habs in sixth. Russell is next in seventh. Then it's Legend Song, who is running in eighth. Roma Carpe is down at the rail. And then on the outside is Green Screen Queen as the field goes around the far turn. It is Misspelled Moon on the inside and Laugh and Play on the outside. And the two of them at the top of the stretch together. Misspelled Moon and Laugh and Play. And the two of them right together as they come down for the eighth pole. And now Laugh and Play is taken over. Misspelled Moon is back running in second. And then Diamond Damza on the outside is Diamond Status. And then it is Roundabout. But it will be Laugh and Play to take it here. Laugh and Play the winner over a Misspelled Moon in the Sunday nightcap.
Laugh and Play getting by an aggressive Misspelled Moon and Dylan Davis, as we thought, with the speed she showed last time out. And she winds up going off the favorite.
Terrific ride from our Ortiz, too, putting her right into the game. She was off the hip of Misspelled Moon, who set the pace as we anticipated that she would, cutting back in distance in the drop in class, put her in the right spot, and he had plenty of force underneath of him, guiding her to the front. Misspelled Moon stuck in there pretty gamely, though, down to the wire, but the right trip for the favorite. Laugh and Play as Christophe Clement sweeps the late double.
Daughter of Into Mischief, third time the charm, owned by Robert Evans, spread this one as well. And the favorite, although modest favorite, 7-2, takes this finale here. We'll have the pick 5, pick 6 payoffs when we come back from a short timeout. Stay with us.
I'm very bullish on it.
Tom's D'Etat's got a 4-length lead at the 16th pole. Tom's D'Etat has conquered the Clark.
Your best horses of the last 10 or 15 years are not consistently as fast as this horse.
It's total domination for Tom's D'Etat.
He's a beautifully balanced horse and a really good mover, and he's just full of class.
We are back on America's Day at the Races here on FS2 program, presented in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Irad Ortiz Jr., Christophe Clement, pretty successful end of the card here, taking the late double, including the feature, and there he is. One owned and bred by Robert Evans. Laugh and Play takes the nightcap.
You might recognize those silks worn by Tonalist, the last one to do that Peter Pan Belmont Stakes double that we've been talking about. This one a homebred for Mr. Evans. Laugh and Play, cutting back in distance. Brad Ortiz put her right into the game, kept her close to the pace setter, Misspelled Moon, who hung on gamely for second and got the win in the nightcap. $9.30 winner.
247 to close things out. Pretty formful Sunday afternoon. Pick 5, $324. Pick 6, $2,153. Take a look at the Pick 5 follow along, and the biggest price in there here in the nightcap. A horse who was favored, but a 7-2 favorite.
Wow, that's amazing. Like you said, some logical horses, not necessarily ones that you could potentially lean on or single perhaps, but horses that did certainly make sense. Congratulations if you had it. There's nothing wrong with taking 324 home at the end of the night.
No, not at all. We're going to take a look back to what was a sensational Saturday afternoon here in New York. There were 5 graded stakes on the program. First grade 1 of the meet as well. Man o' War, reigning turf champ, multiple grade 1 winner, Gufo lined up in here, but Highland Chief stepping up for Graham Motion. Terrific ride from Trevor McCarthy in the first grade 1 win of his career.
We expected a Bond to set the pace. He's the 4 that's fading at this point. And Trevor McCarthy made the decision early on with Highland Chief, who had started just once in the U.S., to be aggressive with him. This was a horse that had actually shown some speed in his European races. And I had asked Graham Motion about that prior to the race, and he expected him to break a lot better his second start in the U.S. He was the one of the 2 for Graham that wanted the distance, but he was able to keep on kicking on this turf course. Gufo and Yabir, they were very conscious of one another, I think, throughout the race and not able to run down Highland Chief in the stretch.
Trevor McCarthy said he learned so much from Graham Motion, started galloping horses from him when he was about 15 years old. So to get this first grade 1 win for Graham Motion was extra special.
And Trevor's a terrific rider. He came to New York after dominating in the Mid-Atlantic, and it's a much tougher circuit here, even in the winter. He cut his teeth out in California for a while as well, but he has made a name for him on the NYRA circuit, which is not an easy thing to do.
Reigning turf champ walked out of the gate. Obviously that hurt his chances of winning this race. There's a little bit of give in the ground too, which probably he does not want. What do you think of Yabir going forward?
Well, to be honest with you, I was a little bit concerned about Yabir coming in, given the fact that we had seen a loss from him in England coming over here. It was a relatively quick turnaround. He does seem to handle these U.S. courses well. I thought he was going to be towards the back anyway, so even though he did break really slowly, I don't think he was much further back than he typically would be. Sometimes in long races on the turf, when it's a short field, you get some odd things happen tactically, and Yabir, to me, was a little underwhelming yesterday, but I'm certainly not going to discredit him moving forward.
Meanwhile, Peter Pan auditioned for the Belmont Stakes. You mentioned Tonalist, the last to pull off that Peter Pan Belmont double. See if We the People is going to try and do that. For Rudy Brissett, Windstar Farm and Company, son of Constitution. A little bit of an assist, and this was an impressive race. I'm going to take anything away from it, but Set Sail from the rail wanted to be in front as well, and slow out of the gate, was nowhere near the front.
He broke inward pretty badly, Set Sail did, and we did see We the People set the pace. And yes, it was a wet track. Yes, it came back as a big figure that could have potentially been heightened by the track and the way the pace played out. But take nothing away from this horse and from the horsemanship on display from Rudy and his team. When I interviewed him afterwards and asked about the things that they had done to get him to this point, he said, "You won't have enough airtime for me to describe all the work that's gone into this horse. We know he lost this race before the Arkansas Derby even started, and there's been so much work behind the scenes to get him to showcase the talent that he has."
Yeah, Rudolph Brissett, even after this win, said he's still frustrated about that Arkansas Derby, how bad things went in that race. I mean, he's all the way on the outside. 4 horses rushed to the lead in that race, and Flavien Prat was forced to kind of take back and not get hung 5 wide. This is the horse a lot of people thought he was after those first 2 starts of his career.
I hope he goes on to the Belmont Stakes. I think he's so talented. He looked absolutely spectacular yesterday, and he ran spectacular as well. It was really fun.
We will see if he goes to that 3rd and final leg of the Triple Crown where the Kentucky Derby winner, Rich Strike, will be waiting for him. We still have the 2nd leg of the Triple Crown to get to as well in the Preakness Stakes, and a filly going to be lining up your Kentucky Oaks winner for D. Wayne Lucas, who she was impressive in that race. Secret Oath, of course, she's already faced the boys in that Arkansas Derby. She ran very good in that race as well in defeat, but she was sensational on Kentucky Oaks Day.
Yeah, she absolutely was. And she had a terrible trip in the Arkansas Derby, too. And arguably, you could say Louis Saez moved a little bit soon in the Kentucky Oaks, but he just was on the best horse and wanted to keep her out of trouble. She's affiliated by Ariki. I think for some, the Mile and an Eighth was a little bit of a question as to how far she really wants to go. We'll see how she handles the mile and 3/16 of the Preakness, but Wayne Lucas not afraid to take a shot with a filly against the boys. I think it's tremendous that she's running in the Preakness. I think it's a terrific story for racing. The fact that he won his first Oaks and his most recent one 40 years apart is just amazing. And I've seen him at the Preakness, sets up his chair at the end of the shed row, holds court there, and off the media comes in and says, Wayne, what time are you going to the track tomorrow? He says, what time does it open?
87 years old, still getting on his horses. Realistic shot to win that race in your mind?
I'm a little concerned about the distance, but I think that she is super talented, and I think Epicenter is going to be very, very tough in the Preakness to knock down off that pedestal.
Should be the favorite in that race. Early voting, his speed too could be dangerous. It's going to be a great Preakness. We're looking forward to it. We are back next Thursday, 3 Eastern start time on FS2, so we will see you then. Hope you enjoyed our Sunday coverage here on the program. I should let you handle this one. Senbei against Open Company. The New York bred getting it done in the Gold Fever for Christophe Clement, and out at Churchill, Divine Leader. Soup and Sandwich, heavily bet, but it was this horse who's now 4 for his last 5 sprinting with the upset score. We'll see you next Thursday, 3 Eastern start time on FS2.
Start spreading the news. If you're looking to win in New York, then breed in New York. To War Dancer, the millionaire son of Warfront, and New York's #1 sire of 3-year-olds. Breed to a proven performer, the #1 second crop sire at the Saratoga meet with multiple winners at Belmont and Aqueduct. Earn double the New York Breeders' Awards and participate in the New York Stallion Series with $2 million in purses. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York. Visit War Dancers